Welcome back to the most competitive league in the R6 ecosystem. It's the Asia League, and we're here for the final play day of the BO1 round robin. This is the best and most exciting part because Elevate have now made things interesting. Bleed are no longer on top by a country mile. In fact, things have shaken up quite dramatically. Speaking of shaking things up, how about we shake the booty of the analysts into the boxes? How are we, gentlemen?
Hello, Rob.
Xenox, that's an interesting hoodie.
Yeah, so it says Sao Paulo 2024 on it, 6 Invitational. I did attend the event. It was a good time, and looking forward to the next SI.
Incredible. I'm glad to see he's got another hoodie, because I was a little bit worried for a while there. I thought we might have to send him a care package.
He's only got 2. He's got that one and the Chalet one, so we might not be going to Chalet tonight. That's confirmed.
It's grim. It's grim. But what isn't grim is how this stage is panning out for the Asia League. Things have gotten very interesting after Elevate's shock victory against Bleed last play day. It was in regulation, guys, and that has shaken things up immeasurably.
Yeah, there's really 2 big key storylines for me heading into this final playday of the group stage. What's the top 2 going to look like? Because there is a world in which Fury might be able to jump into the top 2, potentially, depending on how some of those results shape up. And then also, will we see South Asian representation in the playoffs? Currently, Hasib Warriors are just clinging on thanks to their round differential. However, both them and Knock Knock both again have challenging matchups tonight.
Yeah.
And Daystar, maybe if they can upset a weakened Bleed after the last play day, they could escape the bottom 2.
Jeez, I tell you what, that might be the upset of the stage. Maybe the upset of the league. It may have to be, considering it's a 3-way tie. Things get a little bit tough. That 6th place is not going to be an easy fight whatsoever. But 5th above are all locked in. They're secure. They're happy, knowing well and truly they're going to be through. And as Guz has alluded to, the top 2, that is where things could potentially get shaken up. I don't think anything's going to happen drastically. You're going to have a Direwolves or a Daystar upset for that to change. But we do love storylines here. And to be fair, Fury have had their fair share of an interesting start, maybe an interesting storyline, Jake. Things have definitely started to work their way out, toward playoffs.
Yeah, I think we've probably actually... to be fair, when Asia League, we talk about it at times, we're sitting here saying it's very difficult to predict and, wacky results can happen, but you kind of look at this leaderboard and I think it's kind of gone to the script for the most part. You could argue that, Bleed, you would have thought would be maybe outright undefeated, but the shock loss last week to Elevate has at least shaken up that top 2, but proverbially, Fury, Jalita, Direwolves rounding out that top 5. There's no surprise there. The bottom 3 has played out as expected. No one has dropped off a cliff and is, say a Direwolves in the bottom 3, for example. And also, more importantly, the fact there's a 6-point gap from that top 5 to then Hasib Warriors. So, yeah, it's played out probably as expected. And the other thing as well to take note, we just started Oceania playoffs yesterday, and both of the, quarterfinals were sensational. And if you can build some good form, final play day here, then into the quarterfinals, you look at like an Antic who was struggling, you can really peak at the right time. X as well from Korea, another good example, made the grand final. So I think for, your Direwolves and your Jalitas explicitly, those 2, if they can just have a good night tonight, Direwolves, imagine you knock off Elevate, then you're into the playoffs. Jalita, they get a bit of a gimme against Knock Knock, they can build some good form.
It's a dangerous playdate. There's no 2 ways about it. Teams really need to solidify themselves. Speaking of that playdate, let's start to have a look at the matches and how they will unfold and in what order. Fury will close us out with a match against Hasib Warriors. That one feels like Hasib, unfortunately, they're just not hitting the form at the right time. Xenox alluding to the fact that it is incredibly important to kind of take strides into playoffs, guys. Of which team do you think is taking the best stride as we head to Playday 7?
Ooh, yeah, I mean, honing in a little bit more on match 4, has the potential to be, the way to seal the stage in the perfect sense. Fury may be competing for 2nd at that point in time. Warriors, again, more than likely are going to be competing for a spot in the top 6. So that last match is going to be critically important. All the others have their own permutations. Knock Knock are still in the top 6 discussion. And again, confidence building for Jalita, backtracking to match 2. Elevate, I'm sure, will be pretty eager to maintain top spot, although I will say Direwolves have that upset potential, which leaves the door ajar for some of those other permutations. So seriously, every single game, really, really important. And again, goes down to the fact that Asia continues to be competitive and there is only one slot. So every match, the importance is magnified even more so compared to some of the major regions.
Yeah, Direwolves a very important game for them today as we head to playoffs. They need to be competitive against Elevate. They don't have to win, they've got to be competitive. Let's start to talk about the predictions. The best part of the night. Wow. I don't know what to say, Jake. This is the Asia League.
Well, I mean, are these correct? I actually don't know.
Yeah,
to
they
be
are.
completely honest. Yeah, Mandy 90%, Dev 85%, Guz 85%. Maybe I think we must have over the last couple of play days, we've all struck gold or something. Because if I recall, like after the first couple of play days, I think it was more like 60-70%. But I guess we've just kind of hit some good strides. I will say, this league, you're always probably going to get at least 2 right. No offense to South Asia, but Knock Knock Hasib, usually playing games 3 and 4 against those SEA teams. And you can clearly see here, no one has given them any kind of chance against Shalita or Fury, rightfully so. Elevate, clear cut over Direwolves, not one person giving Direwolves a look in. That's a strange one to me. I mean, their losses haven't been awful. 7-5 to Shalita last week. And they also only lost 7-5 to Fury. So they're not getting beaten up heavily by these other teams around them. The problem was that they didn't really put in a great shift against Knock Knock. That was a bit of a poor game. They still won at 7-4. But I think everyone's just more impressed with what Elevate was able to do against Bleed. And Bleed versus Daystar is also incredibly one-sided. So, look, a little bit surprised out of this. The only one was match 2 that I thought I'd see a couple more Direwolves or some Direwolves. But alas not.
Nope. It's time for us to start talking about play day. Teams number 1 and 2. We can't even transition nicely here. Bleed and Daystar go head to head, and unfortunately, it is a very, very difficult story to tell for Daystar when you're going up against the number 1 ranked team in the region, regardless of whether they sit in first seed or not heading into playoffs, guys. This is the roster that we expect to be headed to the Manchester Major. This is the roster that we expect to be doing the most damage.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know how much last week really mars that particular expectation that we're setting for Bleed this stage. It certainly was a disappointment, and I think Bleed identified even earlier than that in previous play days where they were still successful, that there are weaknesses in the team at the moment. They're playing far from perfect, and perhaps a light was shone upon that in the previous play day with that 5-7 loss to Elevate. Best of 3 format's really going to suit this team. So tonight, again, it's really just about solidifying themselves in the top 2, get that favorable seeding, get the bye, and in a one-sided matchup like this, being second versus last in the standings, Bleed should very much be dominant in this game, shrug off the previous one, and fully focus then on the playoffs ahead.
Second versus last. Let's talk about the latter of the two. Unfortunately, Daystar, they came into the league with such promise, or at least from my eyes, there was such promise. I had high hopes. We thought that they were going to get off to a rip-roaring start. They made it close against Direwolves. Things got a little bit interesting, but it's fizzled out somewhat, Xenox, and it's always difficult to talk about the teams that aren't hitting strides, but this is a team that we never expected to do incredible things.
No, we didn't. It's been a rough stage for them. They've only got the 2 players at the moment that are actually above a 1.8 rating or 100 EPS, which is Neon and KZB. Doesn't speak well. I believe OO is actually Jack for what it's worth. So, I think this is a team that when I came into this stage, it was a matter of could they be better than South Asia? And unfortunately for Daystar, that loss to Hasib Warriors last week gave me the answer, which is that they're not. It's probably they're on that same level as a Hasib Warriors, as a Knock Knock, for example. In fact, they'd actually rather be on their level right now because they're dead last. 8th place, final game, final opportunity will be against Bleed. So it's essentially relegation if they can't win this game. And by relegation, I'm also mean elimination here, that they won't be going into the playoffs. Got to remember, there's only 1 slot. There's no LCQ. There are no second chances. Daystar would have to pull off the largest upset that I've seen in APAC in a long time, as you can see here from the stats. Yeah. There's no 2 ways about it. I know it might sound harsh, but Daystar go into this with their backs up against the wall. Again, I said it last week, when your back's against the wall, there's only one place to go but forward. So hopefully Daystar can make it competitive. It's going to be incredibly difficult for them to be able to do so against Bleed, who are just
they're a cut above the rest at the moment, regardless of where you put Elevate and the victory last week, as Guz alluded to. You know, maybe that's just an off night for Bleed. We definitely are expecting Bleed to really pull through here. So if ever there was a team to have as your final game to decide whether you're going to stay in the league, I would pray to God that Daystar weren't up against Bleed. But regardless, that is how the cookie has crumbled. We haven't seen them play them yet, so it's only fair. It's a do or die against the toughest team in the league. Let's start to have a look at a bit of a head-to-head here, guys. I don't really know whether we're going to see an individual for Daystar pop off today, because it's going to be very hard to do so. But if there was someone, Neon has been a shining star.
Yeah, exactly right. I think against the kind of well-rounded systems that Bleed often present, being, you know, that all five are chipping in, playing their roles correctly, it does make it challenging for an individual to stand up. Neon has had a relatively successful stage thus far, relatively successful in entry as well, sharing a large percentage of that, and a solid KD on that more entry and fragging style role. Turd has been, I would describe as a little bit hot and cold at times, and the costs probably doesn't reflect that as much as my memory is serving. 65 is actually still quite strong, and clearly his KD is good. He's a big difference maker in a lot of rounds, doing a good job at often bringing back a disadvantage. And so, yeah, excited to see how this little duel plays out. Neon, can he find himself inside of the server? And Turd, if things get a bit rough or the rounds are a challenge, can he be the one to step up for Bleed?
Yeah, him amongst a roster of... it's almost star-studded players at this point. Let's go ahead and turn our attention to the vetoes, where we're going to be heading. I'd love to see just a chalet. I know we see it way too often here in the Asia region. In fact, chalet has been played 9 times. It gets banned out. Interesting. I did not expect Daystar to be the one to ban that out, but they feel as though they might have better luck going to Border. Xenox.
Yeah,
Border's not going to be fun for them, mate.
Yeah, look, I don't think any map was going to be fun for them. You know,
Fair.
brutally being honest there. I think for Daystar, you know, the factor of the matter is they could have gone to a map in which Bleed started with 1 less player every single round, and I think they'd still lose. That's just the difference between these two teams right now. You were talking about a team that is dead last, minus 22 round differential. They've only picked up 1 win so far this stage, which is all the way back, played 2 against Knock Knock, versus a Bleed Esports roster that up until last week looked invincible, got knocked down a peg, and now we'll be looking to respond and to feast on this Daystar roster. Border's great for that as well. I think Club, I mean, either way, it was going to be a win, because Club gives Bleed that structure that I don't think Daystar would have been able to break down the defense of Bleed, for example. I think they also would have been completely outdone by Bleed attacks on Club. But Border even just further compounds what I think Bleed can certainly do to Daystar. Being an open map, they can abuse sites, they could bring certain operators. That Montang's probably going to need to get banned out, otherwise Bleed could abuse that. So yeah, very fascinating to see how much Bleed win this game by.
Guys, thoughts on Border?
Yeah, I'm just having a look at Dev's message in the chat we're talking about in terms of this being Bleed's insta-ban. Most occasions it has been, albeit there were a couple where it was one was their last ban, and most critically, they actually let it slip through very first play day, and that was against his Civ Warriors. And if we cast all our minds back to March 28, which feels like an eternity ago, it was only a couple of weeks, that was where his Civ Warriors actually got off to a really good start. They were actually dominant throughout the first few rounds, and then Bleed were able to just close the door, win 7 straight, if I remember correctly, match over. So revealing it here, the final play day, to me isn't really a big shock factor. Intriguing that they're letting it slip through, probably indicative that they're not really going to be playing it in best of 3s, and in a match so lopsided like this, they're happy to just go to a map. They're not going to show again, get the job done, and Border can go back to the back pocket.
Nope, it's a somber story for Daystar here. They need to get something. They need to get rounds. They need to get points. They need to keep this competitive, because right now they are looking straight down the barrel of relegation, and it's not going to be fun for them. However, Bleed, they want to keep their top 2 spot. It's a beautiful storyline. Poetic, almost as poetic as our 2 that we're welcoming in. Devin Mandy.
Thank you very much, Robert. That's very kind of you to say. Mandy, time to jump back into the ISS. The space station is ready to lift off, and Bleed and Daystar are awaiting some transmissions. What do we have to say about these teams? It is a David and Goliath matchup, as we so often see here in the Asia League.
Yeah.
But there are pretty decent stakes here, Mandy.
Yeah, I mean, so the way I see it for Daystar is essentially trying to close the gap in the round difference here, right? So currently, the way the standings have played out is that Daystar, Knock Knock, and her Sib Warriors are all on the same amount of points. They've all got the exact same record in wins as well. So at this point, I'm just looking to see if Daystar can actually close the round difference gap between them and her Sib Warriors, who are currently, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds a little better than them. Actually, that is quite a hard gap to close, to be honest. So yeah, I think for Daystar, they just need to look as competitive as possible. I don't think any of the bottom 3 are going to win their game today, and I think we've all predicted against that. So it really is just looking to see how competitive everyone is today to try and climb out into that 6th spot.
Yeah, realistically here, in order for Daystar to get into that 6th spot, they have to do 5 rounds better than Hasib do. So if Hasib gets 7-0'd, then Daystar have to like lose 7-5. So yeah, that essentially means that Daystar's chances are really outside their hands. They will really be cheering for Hasib to get 7-0'd. But the way that Daystar can, in a way, control their own destiny is by actually getting points in this game. If they get to a 6th round, if we go to overtime, then they will get 1 point, and then round difference doesn't matter. Assuming Hasib and Knock Knock fail to get any points, they will just be outright above them on the standings. I actually think, Mandy, it would be quite an upset to see Daystar eliminated. The way that the stage has panned out, it really has seemed like Hasib and Knock Knock, the 2 South Asian teams, have been the weakest in the league. But Daystar losing their match last week to Hasib Warriors really shook that up.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think Daystar had what I thought was a real opportunity there to close themselves out. But yeah, apparently on Bank, they're just not good at the... What was it again? Was it Bank? I can't remember what they played anymore these days.
It was...
Oh my gosh, I've lost it.
Bank. It was Bank.
It was, wasn't it?
7-3 they lost
yes,
it. Also,
that's right.
like, it wasn't even like a tight game, really.
It was not very close, yeah. I was pretty shocked, to be honest, when we saw that match came up. I think we all predicted Daystar to win that one, and then they didn't, except you. You predicted Hasib. So maybe it's just... Yeah, I think maybe it's just the power of the DevMarter prediction.
Trolling.
You never know.
Well, you're actually beating me in predictions by 5% in this league.
I am quite proud of myself for that. Actually, no, I'm not. This league is not very hard.
This league is very easy to predict. What are the only upsets that we've had this league? Hasib beating Daystar, Jalita beating Fury, and Elevate beating Bleed. I think they're the only upsets we've had across every single playday. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it just means that maybe I went for some like upset and there wasn't an upset, and that is the difference between the 2 of us.
That is fair enough. That is fair enough. You've gone for the more exciting storyline, and I have not. That is okay. All right, we're gonna go ball.
I didn't go exciting today, by the way. I picked all the obvious teams today, and we'll all look silly if Daystar wins this game.
What are your chances, or what are their chances, do you think, of Daystar actually being able to get 6 rounds?
6 rounds, I reckon 15% chance of getting 6 rounds and a 5% chance of actually winning the game.
I'm thinking, all right, Hasib play, what, Fury today, right?
Yes.
Correct? There is a chance, there is definitely a universe in which they get 7-0'd by Fury, in my opinion. But, surely, if Daystar can get 6 rounds here, they'll be fine. It doesn't matter. Yeah. If they can get 5, I think there's still a chance for them to make it to playoffs, to be honest.
Well, that would involve Hasib getting 7-0'd, and Knock Knock would have to get, I don't know, like 7-2'd or something, like 7-3'd or something like that.
I think that is very possible.
Then, well, true, but even then it comes down to a tie on round diff, and then it goes to the next tiebreaker, which I'm not actually entirely sure how that would work out. We'd have to see when we get to it. But what's most important here, the win condition for Daystar, like they can't leave it to chance. They have to just actually get some points out of this game. And so they start their defense. We're actually utilizing the Monty, which is kind of nice to see.
So far, so good for Bleed. East is not really all that well contested by Daystar. They've been afforded a lot of control here. Now, though, that was not the play that we were spectating, was it? Okay, yeah, player outside of break door. That would have been so cool. Nevertheless, first bit goes in the way of Bleed. Good trade, though, from Neon. I think Neon's a bit stuck here, to be honest, in terms of his playmaking opportunity. Oh, they're actually going to translate it down to the ground for him. So they've realized there's a player running away, and it's going to work. Asfi is going to claim the second.
Very nice. Yeah, the players highlighted in the head-to-head by the guys on the desk was really looking into Neon and what he can achieve, and Turds obviously being an entry on the other side. Neon already had one pick. He's actually feeling quite a lot of pressure. He's still holding on to break room here. The flashbang, he's going to go and re-peek after that goes off. Likely to lose this fight. He's so exposed here thanks to the Selma opening up his position. He spots the player for a brief moment, but doesn't land the shot he's looking for. Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh.
This is very dangerous. Asfi should confirm this. Indeed, Neon goes down. Hoven has also been taken fairly low on the Monty, but it doesn't really matter because it's just Jack left. No impacts and no goo mines. No chance. No hope in hell. He's completely cornered and taken down. A very convincing opening round for Bleed.
Pretty straightforward, all things considered, for Bleed. Yeah, he says take, cut off the players inside a break room. Managed to land pretty simple entry, not just that, but even on the ground floor, they somehow have a drone on the rotating player down there. It's another free pick for Asfi to a player who wasn't even looking at him, and yeah, really big round from him, especially 3k on the round on Nomad. Yeah, honestly, all things considered, pretty simple round there. Dev from Bleed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Attack of border, you don't have to overcomplicate things. I think that's something that Bleed knows all too well. I like this, the strat. Like, it was, you know, people say, oh, you go for an office or you go for an armory take. Well, they didn't really like clearly do either. Like, in the end, they did execute through office, but the main part of the strat was just like taking east and then really putting the pressure on the people in break room and CCTV without overextending into them. Because often, like, if you're a CCTV or break room player, you kind of want to get cleared. That's why you've got stacks of util there. I really like the way Bleed just like exposed the position by opening up the wall into like waiting room, you know, of break room. This one to Neon's, not really going to explain it, but yeah, the one into the big square open area. Just open up that, you can kill them from east stairs. Bleed just open up some avenues and sit there for a while. Really cool. I like it.
We're going to go on a reattempt now of a different bomb site this time around, though, not the top floor anymore. Daystar have decided to go down into the ground floor instead. So Bleed, early control into detention. Reaps is going to pop one of the first breach charges, and once again Hoven looking to pose a threat on top of east stairs. No one is going to meet them on the other side. Once again, just a player inside of the 90 long hallway, and Mentalist is going to fairly easily be able to clear that position out for Hoven. Takes a bit of damage. I'm not sure where. Sounds like it's from his teammates. Yeah, but alas, it's all right.
I do like the Monty as well. Really just makes things so straightforward and simple here for Bleed. You can just get free information, and teams like Bleed are really good at utilizing that info.
I think they're Capcan
sometimes all it
somewhere.
takes is just waiting. Yeah, the Capcan trap hasn't detonated though, has it? No one's taken the damage. The Capcan trap's on that doorway, I believe, and they've now taken out. Good pick though from Reaps on the long angle into office, and now these players on this roam are just being picked apart. Reaps has found one through the long hallway. Here's a whole mountain of Capcan traps on this doorway. Reaps is farming. Oh, nice shot from KZB. Very stylish with the Boss G. But in a 2v4, it ain't going to be easy from here out for Daystar.
Oh, there's a player right around the corner from KZB. It's Mentalist, who just gets on a drone, perhaps at the wrong time. KZB's just seen the barricade open to a ghost, but it doesn't matter because Mentalist jumps up from that, lands the headshot, and KZB goes down. It's just Momo Rin in the 1 versus 4. Oh my god, that was so scary for Mentalist. He actually saw a phantom ghost open the barricade.
That's Vigil for you. So Momorin's going to try and bide his time and look for picks here, but Bleed will probably be figuring out where he is just about now by process of elimination. That C4 will reveal. Oh, he's got to be in here, I guess. Momo. Oh, nice shot there onto Asfi. Don't swing him one by one. Mentalist has got a good cutoff, but he doesn't need to swing this. Momo might try and contest. He does swing, and he's lucky that he finds the timing right. It's a free kill. 2 very convincing rounds in a row for Daystar. I love that little fist bump as well we saw between, I think it was Reaps and Asfi. Very nice. Are these guys all boot camping at the moment?
I thought they all lived in the same house together.
Do they now?
I don't know
I
how
couldn't
true
tell
that
because
is.
there was no terrifying clown on the back wall like there is for Jalita.
I mean, I thought they all lived together. didn't they?
The thing is, all their cameras are lit up like they live in gamer dens, like in the basement. So I can't tell whether they're actually sitting next to each other or not because there's not enough light to see
like
anything.
the interior of the place that they're in looks like the same, right? I mean, I guess we're going to see player cams in a little bit anyway. But
I hope so. Can we have a look at player cams after the replays
After
production? I don't know if that's
I
possibly.
swear, it looks like
I
the
would love
same
to.
house. It doesn't
I
matter.
mean, I haven't pieced it together. One day we'll see player cams again, I'm sure.
We'll talk about it again.
Chris, we want player cams, please, mate. With bleed, thank you. It's coming. It's coming, guys.
It's
Don't worry.
happening.
Production are onto it.
Production are cooking
just-
in the kitchen
I can hear
right
them.
now.
I can hear them. They've they got out the saucepan. They
Oh,
chucked some-
yeah.
There we go. Okay, so
Yeah,
oh
yeah,
yeah. Well, in Hovin's
yes.
camera, you can actually see that's Turd next to
Yeah.
him. Reaps and Asfi must be sitting next to each other because they were the two that fist bumped.
Yeah.
Who's in the
And
middle then?
Mentals looks like he's in.
He's on the edge,
I don't
right?
know, maybe he's not. Maybe
Is he
Mental's
in
on
the same
edge.
room or is he? Because it's the same curtains in Mentalist and Hovin. You know what I feel like? We're in GeoGuessr right now. It's the same curtains in the 3 cams. No, I want to have a look at Bleed production. I don't care about Daystar. I want to have a look at Bleed.
It's alright, it's alright. We have identified they do in fact
Yeah.
play together in person. That's exciting.
I have
That's
a side topic as well, Mandy, to do with these player cams.
Hey.
Who sits in the middle? Usually you have your in-game leader sit in the middle, which would be Mentalist, but he looks like he's on the edge.
Yeah, that's a good question. It kind of looks a bit like... I have no idea. It kind of looks like Asvi's in the middle. No? Am I going
Well,
crazy?
Now, Asfi's name is... Oh, hello. There
It's
you go.
matter,
He's
'cause
taken
Daystar-
down.
I was going to say, yeah, they're kind of like clawing back this one a little bit.
Well, they found one pick. Don't get too excited, Mandy.
I mean-
If Neon drops and finds another one here, I'm on the same page. Oh, come on.
Oh dear.
Third start, don't fumble this. And Mentalist just found a 2-piece. Yeah, I think Neon is a little bit cooked here.
I really
Lead.
thought... Yeah.
Circling, and yeah, he's done.
I really thought Neon was going to do damage there, to be honest. I was like, oh yeah, he's doing it. He's running out on balcony. And then he didn't once the players and customers. That was disappointing. Nevertheless, yeah. Lead with another attack. To be honest, I think we were so distracted, we didn't see enough of it. But it's going to force Daystar to take their tactical timeout. And I think previously, ED has mentioned to us that he does find it a little frustrating that he's got to take the tactical timeout pretty early with these guys because they do struggle to get that momentum in the early game and actually find their footing. So yeah, once again, super early tactical timeout for this team. I think we've seen them take it on round 3 for the last, like, every play day almost, Dev. And yeah, it's been pretty rough.
Yeah. It's hard. I almost wonder at this point, like, do you keep taking the tactical timeouts early in the game? Because I, to be honest, haven't actually seen it have much success. Like, do you just kind of let it roll on and then take it where you would typically take a tactical timeout? I guess the problem here is that obviously border defense, while it's not free border defense, you should be winning 2 ideally, at least. And they've just been picked apart. Like, Bleeder really, for the most part, just sitting out on windows, opening lines of sight and holding their angles and being patient, gathering information, and Daystar just keep exposing themselves to what Bleed are fishing for picks.
I agree with that. That round in particular, it looked like there was very little entry work going down from Bleed. I mean, the 3 players that we were doing the most spectating on were the players like outside of break, balcony, outside detention, outside main, that type of thing. And yeah, I'd have to agree with you. A lot of these gunfights are happening perhaps too early. I think with Daystar, they don't really look like they know what they're doing in terms of power positions, pathing, going back into the bomb site. They just look pretty lost on the map, to be honest. And yeah, I think Bleed have just got a really good understanding of what they need to do to find some of these early free picks that are going uncontested.
Well, I don't mind the Solace pick here from Daystar. Just try and starve some of that information. But I still think Bleed are going to be pretty solid here. Like, it's so hard to count out this team. They're the best in the region for a reason. I guess the standings don't currently reflect that. That's something we could be talking about, Mandy. This is a bit of a redemption opportunity
Well,
for
are
Bleed.
they the best team in the region?
That's what I'm just asking you.
Because, like, no, but you
They
just
lost
said
to
that the
Elevate.
standings don't reflect that. What do you mean they don't reflect that? They aren't, though.
Because
Elevate's
no, because
best
Elevate
best team in the
exactly.
region. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't
Oh,
think
this
my
is some
grade is
serious
working at 100%
semantics.
capacity. Absolutely.
Look at
lost
this
it.
execute! Look at this execute! They're going for it! The EMP has
Oh,
come
C4.
out. Another EMP. No, it got EMP'd. The C4
Oh
went
my
out, but it
God.
got EMP'd.
Oh my gosh, you can see it
Genius
on the
from the
ground.
Thatcher.
Oh my
And
gosh.
it's still disabled. Reap's able to cover to perfection now with the Glaz. That is beautiful. And that is a way to use Thatcher creatively. Everyone just thinks of him as countering wall denial, but no, you can use him. There's the C4 finally
so
taken
cool.
down. So smart. And now the shield taken out as well. Reaps takes another kill away with him. While Mentalist has gone down, this should be a pretty solid post plant. It's really hard to kill Reaps here on this balcony, even low HP. KZB doesn't have time to do anything other than just jump on the kit, and Reaps is there for him. Beautiful rush there from Bleed.
Yeah, really solid stuff. Completely catching Daystar off guard. And man, the EMP onto the C4 that landed right next to the planter of Mentalist going down as well was really the cherry on top of the cake for that particular execute for Bleed. That was really awesome. They did that really quickly. Completely caught off Daystar off guard. They were just simply not ready for it. And even the pieces of the puzzle for the defense that might have been able to deny that was somehow denied themselves as they tried to land the C4s. They tried to go for swings. Reaps just there for the cover. Really well executed from Bleed in record time.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Yeah, I'm loving it. 4 rounds in a row on the attack. Now, the last time we saw Bleed play this map, it was against Hasib's Warriors. And remember, they actually really struggled at the start. They lost the first 4 rounds in a row. And then they switched it up and won 7 in reply. So, yeah, I don't know what to say about that for Bleed. It was actually their defense they were on last time when they lost 4 in a row. Maybe they're just a stronger attacking team than they are a defending team on Border. But I think that, as we've seen, Bleed are a team that once they find their momentum, they can be very hard to pick apart. And so starting strong this game, even on their favored side, I think will give them a lot of momentum moving into the second half.
heading out to defuse a bomb.
Bleed looking good so far, and it's a pretty grim story for Daystar if they don't get a single point out of this, or even 5 rounds is what we were theorizing to maybe be enough.
Yeah.
Very unlikely. Yeah, they're essentially out of playoffs contention from this game alone.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
And right
That's
now,
right.
it's certainly looking to be that way.
I mean, if they get less than 5 rounds, then there's almost nothing. There
0%
is nothing.
chance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a 0% chance, right? Like, so
Yeah.
if this is a 7-4 or worse in favor of Bleed, then Daystar are cooked. There's no way that they can jump over Hasib, and then it'll just be whoever has a better round difference after the Hasib and Knock Knock games will make it through to playoffs, which would be pretty exciting for the South Asia region. I'll just say that. Like, obviously, Daystar, a team from SEA, but we've never really had a South Asia region, a South Asia team go forward and not only represent teams that represent the region at a major, but really take any of the big names down from Southeast Asia. So it would be a big opportunity for Knock Knock and Hasib. Daystar got to fight for their chance to be in that conversation here.
Reaps looks like he's found a potential hole in the bomb site. Rotation from all the way down at the bottom east going to tell us that Castle Barricade being taken down early does mean that they've got access looking into the bomb site now. There is a player just on the other side of the rotation going into... Oh, actually misdroned. On the soda machine inside of Tells. No, they know. They're going to send in a grenade. No, it's not going to land, though.
They don't know, I don't think.
They don't know. I think you're right.
KZB should have a decent idea here, but good coverage. It doesn't matter. They didn't know. They were ready for it anyway. Momo Rin, though, does have a big opportunity on this retake. Him and Hijack have now gone back upstairs. Oh, that's a big pick. 2v2. Daystar's best chance thus far of finding a round win, and it comes down to this retake. How do they play it, though? Oh, just rushing on in. That's a risk and a half. Hijack now has to 1v2. The timing wasn't there. The C4 is gone. And the Hijack doesn't know where the second player is on the long angle. Turdster's got him dead to rights. A nice easy lockout for Bleed after they made that execute work. That is 5 attacks in a row on Border.
Yeah, look, valiant effort there, I thought, on the retake from the last 2 players of Daystar, and by the time it actually hit that 2v2 situational moment there, they sort of like fumbled the bag a little bit. Reeves being able to find his easy pick from inside the bomb site, not that well contested, and then Turd as well on the cutoff from the bottom east stairs as well, being able to find the last player. And Daystar, Once again, sort of crumbling to a fairly simple direct take from Bleed, finding a hole in the defense and exploiting that to perfection. Daystar really looking not competitive at all in the server right now.
That's such a shame to say, but it's just how it pans out so far. Well, Daystar need 5 rounds at bare minimum to stay in the conversation, and even then they would need a bit of a miracle out of the Hasib and Knock Knock games to have any chance of making it to the playoffs and getting in the top 6. I mean, we didn't expect Daystar to be contesting with teams like Bleed, but looking back on their stage, getting 7-1 3 times, potentially on their way to the similar result, or even worse, in this game here, does not bode well for them. And Bleed really are just taking no prisoners. They're fired up. Their most recent game was a quite gutting loss to Elevate, as we said, particularly because they didn't even get any points out of that game. They're now 2nd place in the standings instead of 1st, and it will come down to how they go in this game. I mean, if they get as many rounds as possible, if they don't drop any rounds, then they'll be looking really solid for taking down or taking over Elevate on the standings.
Hovered with early control on top east as well. Player inside of Mezzanine is going to rotate all the way back inside of Break, but last time around, Asfi over on the balcony has been pretty lethal in taking down these players early on. C4's going to be tossed out onto the balcony, and it does sink onto Reaps, but only to half HP. Doesn't take him down. KCB in a world of hurt at the moment. It's going to look for the peek outside of the balcony, aided by the Yokai drone of Hijack, but it's not going to work.
Nice! That was really good there. The
Very
staircase,
nice.
infamously difficult for Montaignes to play on staircases, and it did allow that impact to get right underneath his feet and deal maximum damage. Now, KCB, oh, he's completely shut down. Asfi and Mentalist are both low HP, but numbers are in favor of Bleed. Despite that, they could easily let this round slip away. They have to be ultra cautious. Neon, oh, he's so aggressive right here. He's looking for more, and he is punished quite handily. What little chance there was has almost dissipated now for Daystar.
Getting a bit over-aggressive there, I thought, was Neon trying to desperately look for another pick. Well cut off by Reaps. 10-1, by the way, is Reaps at the moment in the server. Pretty nuts, but nevertheless, Jack in the 1 versus 3 is going to shut down Turd, but this round should be over fairly shortly unless Jack can make some big work happen at the moment, the top floor.
Bleed in their Elevate game, we marked that they struggled at closing out numbers advantages. For their sake, I hope it's not the same story here. That's a lot of damage from Mentalist there. Mentalist is low HP, only 1 bullet required. He doesn't need to overpeak this. This is how you start losing 3v1s. Jack just needs to land 1 bullet, and it is straight between the eyes. Another one! That's the down onto Asfi! The first chance Daystar have had, and it comes down to Jack's heroics. A 1v1 from the guy that is 10-1 at the moment, Reaps. The Chinese demon ready to take on this Legion. Diffuser in hand. And he forces it down. Jack, oh, he baits it well, but it doesn't matter! Massive from Reaps. Game sense of a god. The spray through the wall. No second chances needed. Match point, 6-0 for Bleed.
And from here on out, Daystar literally needs to be perfect. If they didn't have to look competitive earlier, now they do. Bleed with a 6-0 lead at the moment in this series. We have not had an easier looking game of Rainbow Six in a very long time, Dev. I'll tell you what, this has been a pretty simple affair for Bleed on Border.
That's right, and Bleed, funnily enough, haven't actually had many one-sided games. It's all been 7-4s and 7-3s so far. That's the only 2 scorelines from which they have won. They have, of course, lost to Elevate 7-5, but they haven't had any 7-0s, 7-1s. Daystar, on the other hand, got 7-1 3 playdays in a row by Jolita, Elevate, and Fury. So that's the top 3 teams outside of Bleed. If Bleed can 7-0 them, which is looking very possible now, not only is Daystar out, but they have just been shattered. The only team that they managed to beat is Knock Knock. They lost to both Hasib's Warriors and Direwolves. And these top 4 teams have completely dominated Daystar in every single time they've met in the server. Reaps right now, 11 kills, 1 death. and he's looked phenomenal. He's playing supportive roles, he's clutching up when it's needed, and he's back into form.
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, crazy game so far for Reaps, and overall for Bleed in general, I think they've just, looked really in their element on border, but honestly, it doesn't look like they're revealing too much, to be honest. Like, the way that they're playing it, it's fairly, I don't want to say standard, but it's just not, they're just not that challenged, to be honest, in all the ideas that they've brought in, whether it's complex or whether it's simple. And I think, Daystar have really got to change things up, I think, between now and Stage 2, so actually be able to look competitive. What on earth is Aspie doing? Okay.
Keeps running outside. He's actually,
keeps running.
I like this.
That's exciting.
Kurtz is in a really naughty spot. Oh, that is beautiful.
Oh,
Surely a
good.
second one. No, the player behind. We'll finish off Turdstar.
Oh my god. He almost just ninja dropped on that guy. That was crazy.
Unfortunately, still couldn't make it work regardless. Hijack is on a really awkward long angle here, but hang on a second. KZB, he's found a big pick. That's Aspie, the player in CCTV. That does make Bleed's situation a lot more claustrophobic. Oh, Ribs gets the eyes, and he gets the down. Now Daystar are on the ropes. 2 players left up. Without the map control they were looking for. Without the man advantage that they had garnered for themselves. And Reaps is hungry for more. Sprays, sees the cross. KZB is desperate now. These 2 attackers quite separate. As Bleed look to fall back into advantageous positions. Oh, wallbang from Hoven. Hijack in a 1v3. But this game has never been close. What a shot there through the wall. First one done. 1v3 was needed last round from Neon, and he didn't get it. Now let's see if Hijack can make it work. Oh, Turds is calling the early GG.
Oh,
no stuns, no flashes, nothing available for Hijack except his gun, and Mentalist swipes him out of the server. No contests, no chance. Bleed knock Daystar out of the playoffs with a 7-0.
Fun game for Bleed. They look all smiles at the moment in their team house that we spoke about a little bit earlier. These guys, the vibes are high. You've just got a 7-0. They're feeling good going into playoffs. Easy as you do it. Job is done. Business is taken care of. They are, what can they be now in first seed at all? Or do Elevate still need to be contested for it?
I guess we'll have to find out. That was a 28-minute game of Rainbow Six Siege, one of the shortest that I have ever seen, as Bleed are asserting themselves as one of, if not maybe, the best team in Asia. As we toss it back to the desk.
Thank you very much for that. Yes, with that, they have 100% secured second seed. What's wrong, guys? What's
Most
wrong?
of my rate games are longer than that. That was
Yeah.
the epitome of speedrun. Yeah, I mean,
That
look,
was.
coming into the day, it was really a case of are Bleed going to be able to easily brush off last player day. This is a match where they should be dominantly winning. Maybe not quite 7-0. That's the obvious extreme, but they came in, got the job done. And Reaps, a player who's round to round can sometimes be inconsistent, had a really good cost today, absolutely farmed, and we didn't need to see the likes of Turd Clutch rounds up. So yeah, really good performance from Bleed. Unfortunate for Daystar, we really did put them on the pedestal of being a potential dark horse.
Yeah.
Now that's all but petered out.
As I started to allude to there, they have locked in top 2, so no one can take top 2 away from them. They go directly to a semi-final, and now it's about the Elevate and Direwolves match to see whether they're first seed or second seed. Doesn't make a difference, though. Bleed are looking very good, Xenox. Very, very comfortable. I don't think this might be rough, but I've never seen a team look so comfortable and at ease.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really solid performance, mentioned a couple of times in the cast as well, a kind of bounce back game, redemption for last week. But, you know, Elevate's a good team. It's not impossible to lose the best of one. We've seen teams as good as Bleed, drop games in other regions as well. So I don't think they should have taken that too much to heart. I don't think they would have, but certainly showed this performance in this particular game that there is a gulf in the gap between the top teams in the Asia League and the bottom teams. Unfortunately for Daystar, that's going to be the end of them. No playoffs. And look, they kind of started well, and it all just fizzled out really as the stage progressed. They just kind of kept getting found out. So unfortunate end for them, but for Bleed, talk about peaking heading into the playoffs. That's a really redeeming win for them.
It is very, very unfortunate, as you mentioned, Daystar. I had high hopes for them, but that's just my bias of a former great coming through as a coach, that's on me. That's on me, and I'm sorry if I alluded to everyone else should be excited for that, but that's just not the case.
You know,
That is-
not to butt in too much here, but
Please.
the other big positive storyline for South Asia off the back of this matchup is South Asia is going to be in playoffs. Now, we don't know whether it'll end up being Hasib Warriors or Knock Knock. We need to wait for the other results for those two respective teams today, but that's a big improvement for that region to make it into the playoff bracket. Daystar now truly eliminated. All three of those teams, for context, are drawn on 3 points, but Daystar, especially off the back of tonight, are trailing massively in terms of round F. So
I made the comment last week. I said it's going to come down to all three lose, but who loses the best? Round differential is going to be the difference maker.
Could certainly be the case in which Hasib would be the ones to sneak through, but it is a 3-round margin between the two South Asian teams. So yeah, that's another storyline to tack on for all the rest of the night.
Who loses the best? There's such tact in that. Xenox, you really know how to make it sound incredible. But look, let's look forward for I guess Bleed as a roster, convincing throughout BO1 stage, a little blemish on their mark against Elevate, which I'm sure we'll actually be able to hear about in the interview shortly, Xenox. But has any of that opinion changed for you? Do you think that there is a contending team in BO3s that could really push this the distance?
I mean, yeah, because I think it's less to do with Bleed, though. I rate Fury, I rate Elevate, I rate these teams. Jalita Direwolves, maybe not as much, but I think Fury and Elevate on their day could certainly pull off an upset, and still would be an upset, even with Elevate having beaten Bleed last week in a best of one. I think ultimately Bleed deserved that respect, what they've been able to do internationally, what they were able to do at the back half of 2023.
Yep.
They showed again tonight that their qualities on full display. But I didn't look at last week's result as a slight on Bleed. I looked at it more as a positive for Elevate, what their best can look like, what we've seen from Fury when they're at their best as well. It's a 3-horse race, and Bleed have just kind of got their noses in front right now.
I guess it's all about perspective, isn't it? I think that it probably speaks volumes again to the opening statement of this show and the statement of this league as a whole, which is it is incredibly competitive. You know, on their day, Jalita could well and truly upset any team in that top 3. So it really just goes to show that I think from top 5 down, you know, even Direwolves, which we'll see coming up next, there is always that potential. And by the way, Direwolves could play absolute spoils for Elevate here. So I'm not writing that off the cards just yet. There's always that potential. Guys, I mean, what else is there to say? It's a short match, so there's really nothing to break down in that respect. We've already given the permutations for Daystar here, and Elevate, they're just, sorry, not Elevate, Bleed are just looking like a very comfortable form. I mean, do you want to open the conversation up a little bit and maybe talk about the league as a whole? You know, who really does have that competing factor? Who can really make it, I guess, to second place? Do you think that this will just be an Elevate win after this break? Is that what you're expecting?
Oh, it's so hard to say. I mean, I'm anticipating it to the top 2 to likely remain the same. However, Fury will capitalize upon any blemish if there is one from Elevate in that match. So I don't really know. Like you said, it's so difficult to break this down. Very dominant matchup, but that bodes really well, I think, for Bleed. They secure that advantage as well in terms of the bye, so they will skip the quarterfinals straight into semis. With the mid-pack being quite close, we don't necessarily have a great read as to what their path to the major would look like, but it certainly should be one that's favorable. As Jake said, probably is a 3-horse race, and so with only 2 teams getting that advantage, makes things very, very intriguing for that battle for the one and only slot to the major. I think irrespective of where the seeding goes, it's going to be super competitive, and it's going to be a case of who's better on the day at the end of it. So yeah, it's
fun. That's always fun, isn't it? Put it down to a chalked mental on the day that could potentially ruin your day. But it is time to welcome in Mentalist. That's a terrible segue. It's not even Mentalist. It's Reeps. Reeps, what is going on, man? I don't think we've ever had you on an interview before, have we?
Yeah, I did.
I'm going to ask you. You're known as a bit of a shitposter. Is this something that you that you feel is true? Is this a true representation of you?
I already hear my teammate laugh me through the table. Okay, I guess it's true.
Reeps, I have to ask: Did you want to do this, or did you get set up to do this?
I get set up. My manager, Historics, he supposed to SV, and then he said, no, Ribs. And then,
I
yeah,
do want to
yeah.
ask. I do want to ask a serious question though. Of course, you guys did lose to Elevate last week, but it was only a best of one. Did you take a lot of learnings from that game now heading into the playoffs?
I think compared to SI, I think we kind of sloppy after SI. We just like didn't take it seriously. But after the Elevate lose, we just like we gotta focus out. We gotta lock in, or we're gonna lose to the spot to major. So yeah. learned
Now,
a lot.
Reeves, assuming everything goes okay for you and the team, we're expecting you in the grand final. Who do you think is going to be the other team you'll be fighting for that major slot in the grand final?
Fury. Hopefully we don't get found again.
Well, I mean that actually identifies a conversation for us on the desk. We constantly think about who it's going to be in that grand final, but it's good to hear that you kind of follow. I think it's Jake's sentiments most of all in that Fury are probably the second most competitive. Today, look, I don't like to dwell on easy games, if that's a way to put it. But what's the mentality like coming into a game like today? Because to be completely honest with you, that looked very calm, very easy, very collected in the server. What kind of prep do you take into this?
I think before the game, Julio said the fundamental is not good as us, so they're probably gonna do some aggressive, do some aggro play. So we just calm down, hold the angle. We have good info, so we just take their aggression really well. Yeah, just
a big brain, mate. That's all that matters. Reaps, we always give everyone the floor here to, I guess, say what they wish to say. Keep it PG, keep it family friendly. What would you like to say before we let you go?
Help SV. Okay. Anyway, thank you guys for supporting Split Esports.
Look at him behind. Say hello to him for us, and we'll chat to you soon, mate.
Thanks, Reeves.
Thank you.
Oh,
Poor Reeves, he's been stitched up there. He has been so
He got-
stitched up. He's gone
Yeah.
in a top farm for the team and basically carried them to the 7-0, and then they throw him out of the bus and force him to do the interview. That is just, that is horrible. That's terrible.
And he really, I mean, he is known as a shitposter. I've never met anyone like him and Dird are a match made in heaven. I tell you what, they are very interesting on the same team. But look, one takeaway I actually had from that is that last question. To be honest, and I'm sure the viewers at home would understand, that's kind of like a throwaway question, right? Like, what prep do you bring into a game like this? But to get that kind of answer where it's like, no, Julio actually prepped us and warned us that something was going to happen. They listened to that feedback, and then they go in there and demolish 7-0 guys. I don't know whether that speaks volumes about the team, whether it speaks volumes about the management, but all in all, Bleed look incredible. They are headed into playoffs in either first or second seed. We're going to have to wait and see. Fortunately, not for too long. Elevate versus Direwolves. It's coming up after this short break.
What just happened? It happened too fast. When there's 4 people on basement on a turtle, why is no one watching garage? Turtles just walked in. It's questionable. It was a nice clip, nice shots. Yeah.
It was a nice play from Lee.
Everybody is turning his back to him.
Why is Elevate doing it?
This is the third showing his gun skills. He's just going from helicopter and killing everyone.
Man, that speakeasy guy and that RP guy, they're just absolutely trolling. I don't know what those guys are doing. They need to just stop trolling, really. Yeah, they're griefing. That's all there is to say about that.
10 seconds remaining. Bomb diffuser has been dropped. 5 seconds remaining.
Oh, what? How could they lose?
Drop.
Wow. Not even close. Not even close from Stun Heart.
This is a very good clutch from Pete.
They've got elbow control. They can just sit, plant default, hold the cross. Ash can play far back, but well played by B. He took advantage of the situation, but I'm not sure Ash running at the last guy in the 3v1 was super smart thing to do.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
You win every 1v1, so that's like
Look, 1v4. Oh,
5 seconds.
everybody is giving free picks.
That's just well played. This guy just isolates the ones really well and hits some nice shots. That's a really nice clutch.
Souffle swiftly steals that away. Seal as well claims his 13th kill. Looking for number 14. 15 would get the game in his hands.
I heard of jumping. And I prefer the jumping, but I think I could do better. Like I can just hide or no. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure. It's a good play. As I win.
Actually, I think they didn't have the proper information about this guy in laundry. So they all were just blindly rushing and going for the plant. I think lack of information costed them.
The 1 HP clutch. I sat there in TeamSpeak after saying, bro, he was 1 HP.
Bomb located by attack. 15 seconds left. Bomb diffuser has been dropped. 10 seconds remaining.
Ace. Oh, okay. Good play, good play, good round. Good round from No Cap.
Crazy reaction time. Insane flicks.
This is just Onigiri show. Just what he loves to do. Like, he's very good mechanically, so he's just abusing that skill. Skilling, swinging everything and killing everyone.
Oh yeah, Onigiri is just crazy. That guy is just nuts. There's not much more to say about that. He's just, every fight he took, he won. Yeah, that guy's nuts. That's a nice clip. That was really well played. I'm pulling up the Wikipedia for this one. I'm going to go with Speakeasy R6 as primary entry player for my super team. And then we're going to go and we're going to get Reaps96 from Bleed entry. We'll have two superstar entry players. I have to pick a coach from neither of those two teams. I'm going to go with the GOAT himself, Rando Sando R6 from Denmark. You know what? Because I was so impressed with the Lycolis shotgun on Oregon. We're getting Lycolis just to play mirror. Why not go for Joe Gore from Dire Wolves? He's a new player they picked up. I think he used to be on APR. Last player, Onigiri from Gillida. I think he's a sub this season, but he might not be. We'll go with Onigiri. So we've got all the frag power in the world. Rando Sando, mastermind behind the scenes. Easy team. Easy wins.
The first player came in my mind is PJ from Fury, I think. Yeah, PJ. I think the second one is Harvard from Bleed. He's a very good player. He's a very good player.
Well, it's time. Direwolves might be able to spoil this final little hurrah for Elevate. This is a matchup that is undoubtedly going to be the closest of the day. Whether it's like that in the server or not, that's going to be yet to be seen. We really don't know what these two teams are going to be like going head-to-head, but it does feel as though Elevate are obviously going to be the favorites going into this. There's every world in which Direwolves play spoils. They've got good enough players on their rosters. They've got good enough performances in the server to do so, but it's about converting it on the day-to-day, and right now it is Wednesday, my dude. Guz, nice matchup for match 2 of the day.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this planetary day thus far. It's been quite enjoyable and quite a brisk one thus far. 7-0 off the bat from Bleed. Very dominant showing from them. Second match, though, will determine who actually finishes first in Asia. There's still a world in which, if Elevate produce a dominant enough result, they will jump ahead of Bleed on round differential and win that head-to-head in doing so. So a big game for them. Direwolves as well, they're still competing to be the top of the mid-pack in an attempt to jump above Jolita.
Now, I believe in that permutation, guys, it is a 7-2 that they 7-2 or better. They need to get to stay in first seed. But regardless, the bigger point, I guess, is making sure you top 2, right? So a win in this game will secure it. I haven't actually looked at the permutations. Nope, a win in either case, whether it's regulation or overtime, will lock them into top 2. So it's promising, but Direwolves, honestly, they have played spoils before, and I'm sure they will play spoils again. Consistent from Jogor across the entire league at the moment, a 128 EPS. Xenox, this is a performance that I think probably needs... The admiration that we've given it, I think, has been fair, but considering their 5th place and have only won 3 games, that is a phenomenal EPS.
Yeah, it's been a strange old stage for Direwolves, kind of the better than the rest situation where they were, good enough to beat Daystar, good enough to beat Hasib Warriors, but, their games against Fury, Jolita, both losses, and Bleed as well. Gives them one kind of final chance against those SEA teams now where, for Direwolves, it's a matter of can they get at least one over Elevate. Otherwise, if they don't beat Elevate, their only wins this stage would have come against Hasib, Knock Knock, and Daystar. That doesn't really fill me with much hope then going into the playoffs. They have the lowest round differential out of the top 5. The truth is, if they don't win this game, they're not really in any kind of position, I don't think, that they're actually then going to be able to challenge for Manchester.
No, and to be fair, to make a claim to that conversation, you do. You have to be competitive in these games. You have to be pushing BO1s. You've got to be looking like the better team in some of the rounds at the very least. But speaking of a team that have actually looked really good on their day, guys, Elevate, coming into this stage, I was a little bit skeptical of what to expect. Obviously, Enhaikel, a bit of a debutante, shared the imports, if you will, brought into this team. I genuinely didn't know how they would blend. You're talking tier 2, tier 3, Europe coming into Asia. I genuinely was worried about where it would meld, I guess. But it's come together so nicely.
Yeah, it's still weird to think that only a couple of weeks ago they suffered that 0-7 loss to the hands of Fury over on Consulate. I remember casting that game, and it did not look at all like the Elevate that we're now seeing over the last couple of play days, culminating into that win against Bleed. As mentioned, it now puts them in a position where, as you mentioned, a 7-2 win or better will actually propel them into first place. But more importantly, any win of any description will lock them in top 2, which again gives you that bye, that favorable seeding. I don't think this is going to necessarily be an easy game for Elevate, but as you can see on the numbers here, favorable in so many regards. That defensive win rate, really strong, 79%. I'd probably hedge my bets it's the best in the league at the moment. And so for Direwolves, breaking that down is going to be a real challenge.
Well, a debut at Tier 1 is always incredible, but when you consider that both of these two players have yet to play at that level in this Blast R6 ecosystem, it's quite phenomenal to see both of them doing so well, Jake.
Yeah, it is. I think Jogor has impressed everyone so far at this stage, that he's actually been able to kind of back up the hype. He continues to perform really well, and also on a team that, as I said, fundamentally isn't actually playing all that well in a lot of these games against these other top SEA teams. He's the standout. Now, that's kind of the concern. It's Jogor or bust. If he doesn't play well, they don't play well. Whereas I don't think there is that same kind of concern for Shed. He's not the superstar of the team. Statistically speaking, you've still got Speakeasy and Enhaikel, who actually perform a little bit better than him. One thing that Shed, though, really does actually have over his teammates is his entry. He does lead the way 7-3, so he does have a +4. Jogor, of course, leads the way, I think, across almost the entire competition with a +8. He is number 1, so you're looking at a pretty big gap there. Statistically, yeah, Jogor has kind of got over Shed as an individual, but as a team, Elevate certainly over Direwolves.
Yeah, both of these teams have been so exciting to watch inside of the server, both for different reasons. Shed having to adapt to the Asian playstyle, Jogor more so having to adapt to the higher tier of play in comparison. One of the main reasons I decided to go with these two was that storyline in combination there with Shed actually in that Bleed Esports matchup top-rated player, had +3 entry, really strong, 92% cost. So he's a real menace inside of the server when he gets going. And as evident by operator selections, they're both going to play similar roles.
All right, well, it's time to turn our attention to the Vetoes. And I actually think the Vetoes could play a little bit of a part here. Direwolves just currently are not looking super comfortable against the best teams, so they're definitely going to need something where they will feel at their best. Don't ask me what that map is, because honestly, I'm not the stats man. The stat man of this league is James Devmarter Stewart, and he's not here, so I'm going to give it to the better stat man, the scat man. Guys, what do you think about this one?
Gee, that's a little bit harsh.
That's a good song, Rob. That's a good song.
It's a fantastic song.
Yeah, just having a quick look back in terms of map history for both of these teams to get a gauge on what they've actually been willing to play, and Chalet has been a huge one for both of these particular rosters. As far as looking, Divers have not played Oregon at all this stage, and Elevate played it once, played a 1, it was a 7-1 over Knock Knock. So maybe it's something that Divers have been willing to pocket and hide. It's a different storyline to the previous matchup where we saw Border and like, whoa, what the hell, why is Bleed going here? And then I made, the fair argument, I think, that it was a very one-sided matchup, and any of the 9 maps, they'd be good enough with fundamentals to win it. This one's a little bit different, where it's more competitive, and maybe there's a little bit more on the line here for Direwolves to show in terms of trying to build momentum into playoffs. Equally so for Elevate, who very much want that top 2 position as well. So I find it hard to believe that either team would be too unhappy with where it's landed, and given the lack of historical data, it's very difficult to make a case that one team over the other has really won it out, unless I'm missing some glaring result somewhere, but I don't think I am. And so it doesn't really change my prediction going in. Elevate should be winning this game. I don't know how comfortable it's going to be. Direwolves at their very best should be able to push something like a 7-4, 7-5, maybe even OT.
Yep.
However, Elevate, if they've really switched on and have learned a lot from that bleed win, carry that into this game, there is also the possibility that it is relatively one-sided as well. And keeping in mind, if they want first place, 7-2 or better. So they should just go in with the mindset of winning every single round as best they can.
And not only that, they have to win Elevate. They cannot allow this to fall into the loss category. Doesn't matter whether it's OT or whether it's a regulation loss. As Fury's final game is Hasib, you would imagine they are going to win that game, and would emphatically. So the round differential could really come back to bite Elevate. They must win this matchup. And, well, it's time to get underway. Let's go ahead to the stat man.
Call me the stat man, but I reckon I could be the scat man. Bada bim, bada boom, wibbly wobbly, dibbity dobbity, and we've got Elevate versus Direwolves with high stakes, Mandy.
Yeah, this is an exciting one, especially I think
Can't
for
hear you, Mandy. I'm
tonight.
gonna be real with you right now.
We've anticipated all these games to be super one-sided, and so yeah, I think this is going to be the one that I think we're hoping to be close at least, but nevertheless, for Elevate, it needs to look pretty competitive and convincing. So I'm excited to see what they bring into the server and see if they can look as good as we hope that they will.
And like Guz said, a 7-2 or a 7-1 or a 7-0 for Elevate will confirm themselves the #1 team on the standings. Bleed cannot jump over them. Bleed have already played today. Elevate can steal that first place, which I think would be a huge upset. Everyone was looking at Bleed to be the best team this year. Fury potentially. Elevate's rework, bringing in some imports over from Europe. It was a big gamble. We knew they'd be good, but we didn't know how good they would be. Unfortunately for Elevate, though, as Rob put, they really need to win this game. If they lose, then there's a very good chance that Fury is going to be nipping at their heels and jump straight on over them and take their second seed away from them. So huge stakes here for Elevate. For Direwolves, less so. There is a chance that they could jump up into 4th place. However, they'd just be playing the same team anyway, so it doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. Elevate need to give us a convincing showing here, but player camps have been quite exciting for these guys so far. They have a lot of energy going into these games, and they certainly know how to have fun. And I think against this Direwolves roster as well, yes, you need to be paying attention, because otherwise they will take rounds off you. But so far, Elevate have been a pretty entertaining team to watch, all things considered.
Yeah, I really enjoyed having a chat with Rando as well. Or Rando Sando, I don't know what he prefers it, but the coach of this roster. Really solid interviewee. We were very lucky that he dialed in. And yeah, it was really interesting to hear like the way that Elevate have been practicing since they brought in Shed and MC over from Europe. obviously and Haikal as well, but he was not from Europe. He was just a local ranked star. Yeah, I'm really curious to see how these guys go. Not only today, obviously, seeing if they can lock in that #1 spot, but moving into BO3, as we have not yet seen Elevate play best of threes.
Looking forward to the best of threes, especially in this region. I mean, I think the top 4 are so tightly contested, or yeah, for the major spot, that I think once we get into some of those longer format games, I think it'll be really entertaining, especially for us on the cast as well. Whereas I think these best of ones, certainly towards the last couple of play days, have started to peter out, I think, because it's quite clear the division at the moment in this region. So nevertheless, we're still going to watch this game play out for Elevate as they look to secure themselves in that second seed. And starting out in the defense is the perfect place to begin their run.
Yeah, and Bleed will be enjoying watching this game as well, because it's 3 rounds. They have confirmed themselves #1 seed in the league, which is cool. And obviously it changes which side of the bracket you end up on, like first versus second seed. If you're first seed, you end up playing the 4th/5th place team in the league, whereas if you're second seed, you end up playing the 3rd/6th place team in the league. So that'll in theory be the side of the bracket where Fury ends up on, assuming Elevate do manage to win this game and Fury can't jump over them. So that really is why Elevate and Bleed both want to be gunning for the #1 spot, because whoever's in #2 spot will likely be versing Fury.
That could be not a fun time, especially with Fury back on the rise as well. They really looked like they were struggling at the beginning of Stage 1, but I think they've shaken off some of the rust and they look a lot more in it now. And even Reeves in his interview just a few minutes ago pointed out that, yeah, Fury are the guys that they're going to be looking out for in that grand final, and they really don't want to be facing up them early on in the brackets. So here goes Elevate on their roam. 4 of the 5 players back in the bomb site now. I'm not exactly sure where Haikal is, but he's actually all the way in tower, looking to contest all the way over onto the entry of Seal, but he actually falls off from there early on. Seal's able to get inside tower pretty easily. No damage taken. 5-on-5. Now we work our way through the mid-round and see what they can do.
Attackers have located a bomb.
A lot of work to do in the mid-round. Open the hatch, quite slow with the Maverick. Got to be careful as well not to take any damage. I like the way that Seal is actually peeking down this. You never know when a player might expose themselves and you might get a freebie. Big advantage. Like, playing with a numbers advantage on a basement attack of this map is so advantageous.
Alright, so E-hatch open. What are Direwolves going to do next? We've got Felax, who's just jumped on the Bravo drone at the moment to try and seek what he can do as well and get some info on the site. Now, he has identified that there is a player inside of Freezer, there's one inside of Laundry as well, and is going to use this Clutch drone to try and enable his teammates to get inside the bomb site and try and disable some of the utility in here remotely. And same thing is Jogor as well on some of the Rotero drones. They're going to see how much of the bomb site they can break apart through the mid-round without actually having to take a gunfight.
Well, 40 seconds to go, and Direwolves are actually looking reasonably ready to execute. However, this gas deep in Laundry will make things awkward, and a C4 to follow up. So Direwolves really have only achieved baiting utility out. Now, the Warden is on a long angle, but he does get taken on down. Opening pick goes away at Direwolves, and another gas goes out here as well. MC still has 1 left in pocket. As Seal looks to poise himself, getting deep. Out the smokes go. Warden is dead. Nobody to deny. No C4 here as well, but MC with the gas will take out Seal. Where is that plant? A good smoke bang, though, from Speakeasy. Great game sense, bit of audio, and it's him and MC to lock out the round at the end of it for Elevate. A bit touch and go there, but nice way to lock it in.
Yeah, valiant attempt there for Direwolves to try and execute in through the front side of the map, all the way down inside of Laundry, but unfortunately stunted out by some great smoke placements from MC. By the time that Direwolves actually went in for the execute, the rest of Elevate were so poised for that execute to come in through. Not only did a player die to the smoke trying to entry into the bomb site, but they had to reposition that plant 2 or 3 times before they could even get it down halfway, and by the time they actually found a safe spot inside the smoke, Speakeasy was there to take that plant down as well. So yeah, really well composed there from Elevate, forcing Direwolves on a bit of a ruckus through the bomb site, and yeah, they're able to claim that one fairly easily. But you know what we say, Dev, on Oregon, if you are going to win the map, you got to be winning your basements. You know?
You really do. If you ain't winning basement, then why are you playing this map, right? So the fact that it got close actually bodes pretty well here for Direwolves. The guy said it on the desk, but I actually think, as much as everyone has predicted all of the, the favored teams to win today, like there's pretty clear favorites for each match, this is the one where there's probably the most likely to be a little bit of a split. Despite Elevate being really good, like Direwolves are definitely like the 5th team looking in at potentially challenging top 4. And we've seen that in their results, right? Like they had pretty close games with all of the top 4 teams. They lost to Bleed 7-4, lost to Fury 7-5, Jolita 7-5. And I think that really tells you what this team's capable of. If they lose to Elevate here 7-5, then that actually does knock Elevate out of the top place on the standings. And, well, Direwolves are already looking really solid here. 2 early picks, poised well to lock out their first attack.
Good cutoffs as well on the big tower, dedicating 2 or 3 players to ensuring that Shed went down early. Rotation hole completely punished. Not only is that free tower control now, but it's also a way for them to get inside of Attic. MC is going to try and at least fulfill some of that loss that Elevate has found themselves in early on and claw his way back inside a tower, prevent that entry from coming through.
Speakeasy needs to get aggressive here on the clash. Can't. I like this. So Elevate are taking a lot of gambles here. MC here, very advanced. Speakeasy's trying to cover his behind. The way that Elevate make this work is by finding picks back. And that really means isolating these ones, taking risks. Ape's done that really well. It's clear that Elevate have a really clear idea of how to play this. MC's found a big pick. There's a trade on back, but there might have been enough done here by Elevate. They've turned a 3v5 into a 1v3. Never mind. I take that back. I take it all back. Direwolves, a good lockout at the end of it. The Bees forcing Speakeasy back, and the final kill ends up quite easy.
Yeah, solid attack there from Direwolves to be able to convert the man advantage. They got super early on. They dedicated a lot of players to moving their way on through Big Tower, making sure that rotational couldn't be reinforced back up, capitalizing on the entries coming through as well. Even though the rest of the Elevate players that were left behind in the wake of that early game tried to get aggressive and make plays, those were shut down as well by Direwolves. They expected that aggression. They played the slow game and they shut them down, and they're able to convert the man advantage from there. Solid round there from Direwolves onto the top floor. And they're looking competitive so far, Dev. Keep in mind as well, it's worth remembering, they need, 3 rounds to, for Bleed to be able to lock in that first place seed going into the playoffs. So Bleed are pretty excited right now. They are big fans.
Bleed are definitely Direwolves' biggest fans right now, and it is funny that it happens to be in a match that really doesn't have many repercussions for Direwolves. Like, they could win this 7-0 or lose. Oh, sorry. Yeah, they could win this 7-0 or lose this 7-0, and they're still going to be versing the same team in the playoffs, right? Like,
yeah.
Unless, I mean, if Jolita win tonight and Fury doesn't, then they'll be versing Fury, but that's still outside their control. Like, these guys aren't going to be moving above 4th place, which means they will be versing either the 4th place or 5th place team. It's going to be Jolita or Fury.
Well, this is fun from Elevate. They've repicked the clash again on Speakeasy, but this time around, they're making sure that early control cannot happen over in Master. Not just that, but they fully reinforced off Attic as well. So they're not looking to go and play that rotation into Tower anymore, realizing that that was shut down early, and instead they're going to keep it closed for as long as possible. Not only is the wall electrified currently, but Shed's got another one in his pocket that he's going to use to trick the wall once they try and get it open. Speakeasy as well is going to fall back from this closet position relatively quickly. So Elevate in general looking like they are playing the more cautious game this time around.
It is interesting to me that they're still running this clash. Is this going to be a run out? Oh, I love this from Ape! Doesn't quite work out, but Speakeasy was calling the players on the balcony. And now when you're on the balcony, but not the balcony itself, but like the awning that covers the balcony, you're completely exposed to anyone running out small tower or showers window. So I like the idea that unfortunately didn't pan out for Elevate. And now N Heichel's in an awkward position, but he's a real gunner, and so he gets in with a shot, is traded on back, and unfortunately for Elevate, they do lose that numbers advantage from a 5v4 down to a 3v4. I'm going to be honest, Mandy, Isles are looking really solid on this bomb site. There's 2 attacks in a row where they are just dominating, mincing up, Elevate. And now, oh, okay, good one from Speakeasy. He needs to be careful to deny any refrag. Shed also did a little bit of damage earlier onto that player that was coming on through, but no kill as of yet. And of course, Seal has rotated to the kids' window. Direwolves looking very solid. One more round, and Elevate can't stay in the #1 spot in the league.
Yeah, another quick attack as well there for Direwolves. They fully capitalized once again on the early game. 2 rounds in a row now, we've seen them really have a grip on the early game in the top floor, being able to find the first pick and then converting it from there through the mid-round as well. Elevate, even though they tried to play a more cautious game that time around the top floor, they completely changed their strategy. It still didn't work out for them. They still looked overzealous trying to fall back into the bomb site, taking some ill-advised gunfights, and Direwolves completely punished them for that. Keep in mind, Dev, Direwolves, they can shoot back. They are not just some team that will kind of like walk at you, right? These guys are absolute gunners. And I think Elevate have probably got a little bit too much confidence against these guys.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you on that one. Direwolves are playing really well today, and it's not like... There have been some games from Direwolves where they look a little bit lost, they look like they lack direction, but a player will go nuts. Like Joe Gore, for example. In this game, it's actually Seal who's really fragging out. But Direwolves are playing this so smart, even little minor things. Like, instead of just brute forcing their way through Attic, they rotate one player Attic, but not aggressive. One goes on the kid's window, several master. You just put pressure everywhere. It's how you lock out these numbers advantages. Make sure that you're not overextending. Make sure that you're able to refrag, but you've got really solid coverage of the map. It just goes to show that like Direwolves are learning week to week, and they are figuring out how to take on even the best teams in the league.
Right, so having lost the top floor twice, Elevate are now able to go back down into the basement, having that bomb site unlocked for them. And I think they've done the right thing here, have Elevate and not extend it out into the map, especially with the way that Direwolves have been so good at finding these early advantages. You really don't want to afford them those gunfights within the first minute of the round, so instead they're going to play the safe game and go all the way back down into the comfort of the bomb site. But what that does mean is that Direwolves have been afforded free real estate of the entire map, and that means the early round can be played out pretty quick, and they can make these motions through the mid-rounds happen as well. And they've got a lot of tools to do that with. Not only do they have the secondary Heartbreak charges on Capital, but they've also got the Maverick and the Hibana as well. So anything they might need to get open through this mid-round will be opened up pretty easily.
Yeah, it's really just more about the time management, right? Rather than the actual utility available.
Yeah.
Elevate did lock in this basement defense last time, but it actually got very close. And it really came down to MC using the smokes really well to burn time and eventually get the opening kill, and Speakeasy to deny the plant despite not having smoke. Now, funny to me, Manny, that despite Darwell's going for such a smoke-heavy execute last time, Elevate's actually dropped the warden completely.
That's interesting to me as well. It felt like if that warden was going to be in the right place at the right time, it could have done some real damage. Maybe they're just thinking that the info is more important here. I mean, I can see Ape at the moment on a camera. Maybe they're trying to use the info through the ground floor to actually figure out exactly where Direwolves are coming from, so they can posture themselves for the execute earlier. That's a re-aggression quickly there from NHiKal, who lands his headshot onto Souffle. That's a good early advantage for Elevate. We haven't seen them get one of those in a while.
That's really nice. Very risky from NHiKal, but it does net result. Speakeasy has found one onto Joe Gore. Nice shot from NHiKal there as well. And the execute not able to happen at all, as it's just massive aggression. Good from Felox, though. He's actually found 2 pieces back. 3v2 for Elevate. Still numbers advantage, but this is very fumbleable for the defense. Very possible that Direwolves can make this work, and Felox is about to take another fight. Speakeasy gets him, and this should be a done deal. Pika, 2 flashes. He's about to walk into what seems like a crossfire. There's one. Good trade, though, from Shed. Well played by Elevate. It started really strong. Bit of aggression, maybe even enabled from those Valkyrie cameras, and they converted that man advantage handily.
I think it was pretty clear that Elevate knew exactly what was going on in that round. They anticipated the backtakes come through. Now, whether it was off the back of NHiKal going for that aggression through the back stairs and finding that pick, or whether it was through the Valkyrie cameras on the ground floor, I'm not sure. But nevertheless, Elevate seemed to really know that back take was going to happen rather than the front side, and they had all their players postured ready for that to happen. And Haikal, especially in his position inside of Shaiko, not only does he find the early pick, but then swings to help the player in bunker. That was Speakeasy, who got a double of his own as well. So solid round there for Elevate. Onto the basement, played really well, and much better anticipated than the previous attempt as well.
So, Mandy, question remains, Elevate, they've won their 2 basements, but can they win anything else? Because they need to win every round now. In order to retain #1 spot, like they need to clean sweep, they need to win here, they go in kitchen meeting, and then they need to go probably back to dorms, win that, go back to the basement, and I guess there is no more chance to go back to the basement in this half. And then they would need to move on to their attack and win 5 in a row. It just seems like such a far cry. I think Bleed are sitting here cheering, chilling. I don't think Elevate are likely to retain #1 spot after this game.
I would have to agree with you, to be honest. Direwolves are actually playing a pretty excellent Oregon so far. Like, they're being really quick about their processes, and they're not stopping and stalling out, and they don't look lost in the server, I think is a big thing, right? Whereas I think for Elevate, they look a bit more nervous. I suppose, yeah, I don't know. I think you're completely right about that, to be honest, Steph. I think if I'm Bleed sitting here, I'm feeling pretty good about jumping into that first place at the moment. I would hedge my bets on that as well. Unless Elevate can completely prove us wrong, which, you know what, that has happened before, so you never know.
5 rounds in a row from here is where it'll take us. Speakeasy, oh, that's a really long angle. Maybe don't contest that with the SMG-11. Just locking out the site. I like the way that Direwolves have already got a nice breach on the meeting wall. And that does look deep into sight, especially with the DMR and a long scope like this one.
Direwolves looking postured to try and claim and execute in through meeting at some point. So early control inside garage. Not just that, but Seal is really having a good think about doing big tower here as well. At the same time, the rest of the players of Direwolves, they're kind of just looking to probe the map, really. I mean, that line of sight going to meeting does make me think that's what they're going to go for, but nevertheless, Joe Gore all the way in through the top floor, and his entry not only finds Haikal, but Arpe as well. Souffle is going to double down on the early picks as well, and find one onto Shed. 5 versus 2 man advantage for Direwolves is pretty significant.
Yeah, yet another round where Direwolves are in the driver's seat. Speakeasy, you heard him just to your left. Did he not hear it correctly? His teammate has found a kill. Pika seems to be aware of this. Pika does have flashes. Oh, and the position is revealed. Speakeasy loses his fight. MC in a 1 versus 4. With the diffuser planted, this will need to be the retake of his life. Welcoming him into the Asia League. There's a big task ahead. That's the first kill onto the planter. Low HP now, but Direwolves have taken very strong positions. There's doors barricaded. MC's got no bloody clue. 2 players around the corner. Direwolves steal the lead away from Elevate and lock those into second place in the league. Bleed will remain at the top of the standings.
The entries are absolutely relentless for Direwolves on this attacking half. Elevate, it doesn't seem to matter what they do. They cannot shut down Direwolves on the early game whatsoever. And it has been a different player every time as well, Dev. It hasn't always been Joe Gore getting his boots in the building and finding that early advantage. It's been Seal. It's been some of the other players as well. It has been such a rounded game so far for Direwolves to find such a strong advantage against Elevate on the attack. And I think the question is still posed, Dev. Can they win anything that isn't the basement? They haven't done it yet.
Yeah, this is actually... Like, forget about the fact that Elevate have now fumbled the top spot in the league, which means that they will probably have to first Fury in the semi-final. They might not even win this game at this point. I know that sounds kind of ridiculous, but Direwolves could actually beat Elevate here. Elevate might even lose second place in the standings. They might not even get straight into a semi-final. Wouldn't that be insane? Because if Elevate lose this game, and then Fury wins their game, then Fury jump over Elevate. And Elevate are out of the top 2, and they're going to have to go play a quarterfinal match.
Oh, I'll tell you what, if you're Elevate, you really don't want to be thinking about that right now. They are not looking groovy in the server. Direwolves, though, they are certainly looking hot on the heels right now on their final attacking attempts. Elevate are going to go back all the way up to Kids and Dorms, and I think the safe game is the way to play it at the moment. No more clash, no more peeking through rotation holes and going inside of Attic and Big Tower and that type of thing. They're going to hunker on down in the bomb site, use these armies, use some of those Goyo canisters and smokes to deny the late rounds and zone the execute from coming out. And honestly, I feel like that's the way to play it if you're Elevate right now. Speakeasy's just taking some early damage. He's stuck here inside the closet.
It's not good. Yeah,
That is bad.
That's quite poor. I don't know how he's going to escape. Maybe Shed could use a Kiba barrier to block off the doorway and enable an escape. Phones are ringing. Speakeasy could silence it by walking near that mute jammer. I think it's actually already silenced for him. There you go. Shed's getting aggressive. Shed could have used his Kiba to support his teammate. Instead, he's taking a fight, but thankfully, he wins it. Speakeasy's still aggressive, though. He's trying to play around these mute jammers. A two-player advantage for Elevate. Jogor's got the info. He's got the audio. He's got good headset and good ears.
He's out.
Speakeasy has managed to escape and reinforce off that rotate hole. Very close there from Jogor.
I'm not going to lie, Zev. I actually thought that wall was double reared. I did not realize there was a rotation hole like either. I think it was just the way that we were looking at his point of view. But nevertheless, good play there from Speakeasy to be able to get away with his life, and Shed as well to find the early pick downstairs, support his teammate. Jogor is going to look for the refrag, though. There's a player inside of security just around the corner. Meanwhile, Seal on the top floor is going to try and make Attic work for the attack as well.
MC's a bit left alone here, and he doesn't seem to have a mute jammer, so if Jogor does have any logic bombs left, if he does, he could just send that on through, and that could enable an entry here. He's actually gone outside. They're going to try and play for plant. He's tempted to go bot white. Jumping on inside Jogor, but the Vulcan canister detonates, and that is going to burn basically the rest of the round. He realistically needs to go for a kill here down below. But he's also the one with the diffuser. Big from Seal. Big double from Seal. 9 kills on the round. 9 kills on the game. Ape's gone down. MC's the last one. He takes down a first player, but he doesn't know where that diffuser is. C4 goes off. Jogor dodges it. And MC doesn't quite have the information. He's looking for the player, going for the sound cue, but he has to retake in a 1v2. Elevate are being manhandled by Direwolves on the defense of Oregon, and Jogor locks in the final kill as well to make a comeback from a 3v5 happen. Direwolves devastating Elevate on defense.
Excellent pivot through the mid-round there for Direwolves, realizing that they didn't really have the control over inside of Master, but what they did have was double window as well. Not just that, but Jogor down in the ground floor as well, able to make his entry work all the way up through White Stairs and get the bomb down as well, dodging the C4, dodging the vertical. MC was so close to being able to deny the plant in the last couple seconds there, but nevertheless, Direwolves in a pretty unfavorable position, able to find a weakness in the defense of Elevate. Seal as well, going from the backstab in through Attic was really, I suppose, just a nail in the coffin for that attack there for Direwolves. 4-2 half is pretty damning.
Can I tell you, I'm just reading the Twitch chat, and I want to say, I see a message from Mentalist after Direwolves found their third round. Do you want to know what it says?
What does it say?
Mentalist. GG's, guys. Wrap it up. Forfeit to save mental.
Oh,
That
no.
is some BM from Bleed.
Oh, no.
I mean, Bleed is sitting there back, chilling, that they know they got their best position possible out of tonight, right? They got their full 7-0 win, and that did put a lot of pressure on Elevate's shoulders to get, well, a 7-2 or better, and now, of course, that has gone awry. And this is at the point where, like, it's more than just first place, it's up for grabs. Like we said, Elevate could fumble second place on the standings if they lose this game and Fury win theirs.
There's a real opportunity here for Fury, especially with their matchup right at the end of the day against the Sea Warriors, if I'm not wrong as well. So we're certainly in for a pretty monumental day of Rainbow Six in Asia, aren't we? Especially if this goes in the way of Direwolves from here on out, who, by the way, have now gone on to the defending half on Oregon. And of all things that you would consider here, you would think that this is where they can claim some rounds, right? Especially on the basement. Roam clear now for Arpe, who's on the Dokkaebi, TMR in hand. He knows there's a player inside of Attic, but they get away with their life. That's Souffle over on the other side. Not just that, but Jogor is shut down and Cal. Souffle gets taken down on the cutoff though, but not out just yet. And now he's dead.
Yeah, one pick back is good for Elevate. There goes the Dokkaebi's call once again. The second out from Arpe and a complete forfeit of the map now from Direwolves. So they found their one pick and they fell back. But to be honest, taking down Cal, obviously a very strong player, but taking down the Grim, pretty valuable. You know, the Dokkaebi is kind of sitting there without much util left now since that's all been used on the roam clear, but the Grim's Bs would have been really useful for the execute. If you look at the defensive side, like what have they lost? Oh, just a gun really, like Souffle had already put down all this utility. So there's no doubt who that exchange favors, and it is Direwolves. However, Shed is really poising to do some damage here. He's forced Jogor back. Jogor didn't want to get too close, too deadly with that Monsi around. And now the hatch is being opened nice and quickly here by Speakeasy, nice and safely as well, worried about C4s. He wants to finish it off, but he just wants to make sure that he doesn't get shot or C4'd in doing so. A little bit more, and the hatch is open.
It's not just the Grim Bees that have been taken away, Dev, but really just, to be honest, an extra gun. Going down into the basement or making that translation work is always a hard problem, especially in Oregon, and I think, yeah, it's one of those problems where you just really need to throw your bodies at them, and it's quite tough now with the 4 versus 4. Now, while Arpe has used a lot of his utility, he still has 2 flashbangs. And I think that cannot be understated when you're trying to clear out some of these power positions and initiate yourself in through the execute. Shed is going to provide some info for his teammates. With the final 20 seconds left of the round, it's do or die to Elevate.
Still a C4 for Jogor, but a big swing from MC. He does find one. Speakeasy joins the fray. Another big kill from MC. Big ups to that player. Big ups to Speakeasy. Elevate looked a little bit rough around the edges at the start of the round, but they collapse on site. No plant intended. Simply blitzing on through, steamrolling over that defense. And good signs, winning their first attack onto the basement. Not an easy task at all.
Yeah, great use of the Monty as well from Elevate. I thought took away the attention of a couple of those Direwolves players. Of course, the one inside of Freezer, but even that player inside of Freezer seemed to try and call one of his teammates over to try and deal with that as well. Not just that, but then MC being able to claim all this space off the back of the Monty, being able to zone out these defenders, playing something more claustrophobic back on the bomb site was a real done deal there for the crossfires of Elevate on the attack, landing that execute. Basement execute is not an easy affair, and Elevate do it with what looked like pretty easily there from our point of view.
Yeah, very much so. Elevate pretty happy about that. But what's the prize that you get for winning a basement attack on Oregon, Mandy?
You gotta do it again.
You gotta do it again.
You gotta do it again.
I was going back down to the basement, and yeah, it's a really strong bomb site. I feel like, to be honest, the Kaid pick's a bit useless. Speakeasy is so efficient with that Maverick, I don't think it's going to make much difference. Yeah. I don't mind some aggressive mute jammers, but I don't know how impactful it's going to be. It's actually a double reinforcement of the T1 wall into meeting to allow Jogor to play quite aggressively here on the stairs. I quite like that. Seal, who's been having a phenomenal game, by the way, almost hit 10 kills so far. He's on the roam too.
Elevate looking to do the roam clear of the ground floor. Seal's been pretty dangerous so far on the server, and Elevate now playing the cautious game against him. Info has gone out, but like you pointed out earlier, oh, that's a nice shot from Cal. Headshot onto Seal. I thought the drone work might have been a bit tricky with the setup that's gone down from Direwolves, but that's an early pick that's gone the way of Elevate. Things looking good so far.
They won a 4v4 on this site. Can they win a 5v4? You'd think so. Especially with Seal gone. Like, Seal's just been so frag-centric this game. By far the top fragger on his team thus far. I really like this Monty pick. Like we talked about a lot last round, right, Mandy? But
Yep.
yeah, just taking Freezer is so easy. Even if you've got someone who plays like Sapper does at the bottom of the stairs with a shotgun, even if you're with Smoke, you're not going to burn that much time against a Monty.
It's worth remembering, though, that Souffle is all the way in Tier 3, and I have a feeling, Dev, that Elevate probably aren't going to clear him with the time that is ticking away. They look a lot more focused in trying to get through the ground floor instead, getting these hatches open and having a look in towards the bomb site. I highly doubt they're going to be turning around and worrying about Souffle in the top floor. I don't even think they know he's there.
Well,
Or maybe they will.
They're droning Tier 2 now. I'm not sure if they know about the Tier 3 player yet, but they likely will very soon. Shed is going to try and climb the ladder here with his drone, and he's going to see this Jaeger in a second. Indeed, he does. Doesn't matter. MC swings him from the windows and takes him on down. Very well played.
That was so efficient.
Yeah, Elevator very happy now. 5 versus 3.
That was so quick from Elevate. I honestly had no idea that they knew that he was there at all, but the moment that they identified that there was a player in T3, 3-away crossfire, Shed was there to support on the Monty as well. Perfectly dealt there of that situation. Now 35 seconds left to go. 3 versus 5 should be a pretty favorable position here for Elevate. Now it is the basement, so there are still some good power positions for Direwolves, especially on this backside of the map. But with this numbers advantage, surely they can make it work.
We're going to leverage the Grim and the Monty in tandem, but Speakeasy, a big C4 kills Philox's teammate. All it takes is Speakeasy to find the final kill. What was going on there, guys? A bit of a fumble for Direwolves, while the round was never looking like it was theirs. Elevate certainly didn't need any extra help.
This is looking like a very strange game of Oregon. Dev, attacker-sided Oregon so far in the server.
Elevate can only win basement, and Direwolves cannot win basement to save their life.
Exactly. It's so odd, right? What has just happened for Direwolves? I mean, the roam game looks so good. Well, until the early pick came around for Elevate, but even then, Pika was able to fall off. It looks like they had tower control, and then all just really fell apart by the time it hit the execute. They dealt with tower very easily, and then from there on out, Elevate converted it from the numbers advantage. I'm feeling pretty nervous now for Direwolves. Maybe it's just the basement curse for both teams, hey?
Could well be. Opposite curse, though. Elevate curse to always win it and only win it. Direwolves curse to not win it. But yeah, at least for Direwolves, like, they can just move on to another site. I would not be too surprised if they have a bit of success on Dorms, even though Elevate struggled to do so. Really depends, like, how you interpret this defense. Elevate really leaned into that clash. Speaking of clash, wouldn't be a miss against Amonsi, like we're seeing here.
I wonder...
So we've got the Legion, though. I don't know. I want to see something to counter this clash, because Shed's had too easy a go of it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking as well. I wonder what Direwolves have thought of in terms of, oh my gosh, that is so dangerous.
Very lucky.
Wow, Souffle is lucky to get away with his life there. Nevertheless, yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing as you, Dev. I wonder what Direwolves have thought of to try and deal with the Monty. Now, I think the Legion's been present a couple times through their defenses, but hasn't really come into great effect. There are 3 sets of impacts, which makes me think maybe they're prepared for it. But maybe that's reading too much into it as well. Might just be what they've decided to bring. I don't know.
I think you're right. Like, 6 impacts, 3 smokes, and goo mines. That's all chip damage that will kill a Monty pretty quickly if you chain them together. So I'd like to see that. Joe Gore, aggressive. He does find Arpe. Ika's a little bit worried about being pushed from below. He's actually got a tiny little angle. He could take down N-Highcal here. A bit of damage goes out either direction. N-Highcal still hunting. But thankfully, Pika can escape pretty safely.
No one was there on the cutoff, even though the vertical pressure was there, and that means that Pika can get away. Shed, he eventually does take that space, but they aren't actually able to claim the kill for it. They're just, forcing the player out of that position. And here come the impacts that we were speaking of earlier. It does a little bit of damage onto Shed, but actually not that much.
Nice little free look there, maneuver. Highcal can come and try and support. We need more of these impacts to come on over. Where's Souffle? That's my question. He's the main player that can deal damage to this Monty. Jed ran in the corner. Oh, hello. There's Joe Gore. Very aggressive. Oh, nice peek. Shed almost gets him. Bit of damage. And that will scare Joe Gore off. Shed's playing this so aggressively here. And Highcal, unfortunately, was not able to capitalize on Joe Gore's fallback. as the breach has been enabled, and a big kill there. Jokor has hit the floor.
Oh, and Shed's made his way all the way
Oh,
inside
no.
a pit and attic. That is a big impact, and the second one come out from Souffle will take down Shed. Not just that, but he'll take down MC in that position too. Pika is going to double down on through the execute to take down Elevate. Direwolves win a defense.
Wow, they do indeed. And with that, they also retake the lead, Mandy. Elevate looked pretty solid there for a hot minute, but that Monty going deep, he did not realize he was going straight into the Lion's Den. The one operator that had the most utility to kill him was that Legion, and Souffle doubled down on that, also taking out the player on the attic window. Really solid here from Direwolves. They're just one round away from stealing points off of Elevate, which is
Exciting.
unreal. Like, Elevate need to win their next 4 attacks in a row. Otherwise, their chances of making the top 2, staying in the top 2, are pretty much done.
You know what, Dev? I'm proud of us. We called that impact thing really early, and it actually happened. Go us. That's awesome. Yeah, I don't know. Direwolves, like, they genuinely looked really prepared for that against Elevate. I think, yeah, Elevate tried to make the most use of the Monty combination with the execute in. But yeah, by the time they actually hit the bomb site, Direwolves looks really good on the crossfires, and the refrags in particular I thought were really smooth from Direwolves. And yeah, Elevate's struggling a lot on this second half. Yes, they've won out 2 on the attack on the basement, but other than that, yep, that last round was pretty convincing from Direwolves. Oh no, why have they done this? They've gone back down to the basement. No, no, no. Oh
So
dear.
what, you reckon it would have been better to go to a tertiary site?
I think so, to be honest. I mean, maybe they think they have the solution now with the whole, you know, the impact squadron.
6 impacts again. No smoke though, so I don't know. I would definitely be like going all in on chip damage.
Absolutely.
Any form of chip damage. Oh, okay. Well, that's a lot of damage. 5v4. The question is, will Direwolves get back safely? Because we've seen a lot of situations where they haven't been able to get back safely. Shed is really marching on forward. Look how brave this Monty is. But if he can get baited on through, we might see the impacts come into fruition. He's forced back by the Vulcan canister, but that's really thanks to the Twitch. MC doing great work with those drones at clearing this util.
This is an interesting interaction as well. So because the Aruni gate is there, they can't really throw impacts to where Shed is at the moment, correct?
True.
Am I wrong about
No,
that?
you're
Maybe I'm
right.
wrong about
You're
that.
very
I'm right about that, right? Yeah, so alas, they will have to hold on to them for a little bit longer. Anyway, so he's still on the ground floor, having found the first pick, is going to have a look in on through Zulu, and we'll hold on to this for a little bit longer. Those are some nice Legion mines as well. They're a bit tricky to shoot out, and that will mean that the multi will be kept at bay for a little bit longer. Speakeasy is going to make quick work of this E-hatch, as we've seen him do before. But there goes Arpe through the floor, through the vertical, onto Pika to even up the man advantage.
I don't know why Pika is over-aggressing there. Oh, this is really good. Seal might even be able to detonate the Vulcan canister! And he does the impact once again as the Monty's demise. Elevator looking lost. Direwolves on the cusp of the biggest upset tonight, maybe the only upset tonight.
I think it might be time to get off Monty, maybe, for Elevate. I think Direwolves have got the formula to deal with it. Every time Shed has tried to give them some space, it's been dealt with very well now by Direwolves. Oh, but big 2K there for Elevate. It doesn't matter though, the rest of Direwolves spring into action and they can win out another defense. Oh, the Gourmine.
The tactical timeout called far too little, far too late, Mandy. Elevate have been struggling. Direwolves are cruising this one. Yeah, they couldn't win their first 2 defenses of the basement, but third time turns out that is the charm. They figured out the recipe to deal with that Monty, and now the onus is on Elevate. These guys might not even win this game from here on out. It's going to need to be quite a comeback. Like, there's no 2 ways about it. These guys have got to get on their bike, and they got to do it right now. 6-4. And a loss here pretty much cements the fact that they will not make it top 2. Fury in their game later today against Hasi's Warriors will likely steal all 3 points and comfortably cruise past Elevate into the playoffs.
Oh boy, that could be an exciting one, especially off the back of Reeps' interview from earlier, right? Fury and Bleed potentially in the grand final on other sides, on opposite sides of the bracket as well. Oh boy, you know, that could be a fun one, hey?
Yeah, wow. It does feel kind of right. Like, we expected so much to change this stage. Like, we were like, oh, Elevate's so new. You know, Fury, first few play days, not looking so great. But if Elevate lose this to Direwolves, in a way, order has been restored. You know, top 2, Bleed and Fury, opposite sides of the bracket. Elevate still on the outside looking in, just like last year all over again. Because it's kind of crazy, like, Elevate have had some great games. They beat Bleed, for God's sake. They 7-0 to Siege, 7-1 Daystar. Oh, but how about that loss 7-0 to Fury? How about losing right now to Direwolves? There are some serious question marks around this Elevate roster. Like, there's so much pointing upwards for them. And yet, massive red flags.
It's tough to get a read on the team, I think, for Elevate. I am quite a big fan of the Elevate roster, at least this current iteration of Elevate. And even then, I think this particular match against Direwolves, I don't know what the attitude is for Elevate going into it, but I think has exposed some weakness, I think, in the roster. And Direwolves that I think are probably playing a really good game of Siege at the moment as well, are definitely punishing Elevate a little bit. I think it just looks like Elevate are kind of tunnel visioning into an idea at the moment that they think is going to work and overcommitting, in my opinion. I haven't really seen their capacity to stop in through the mid-round and actually go and reassess what to do. And I think, yeah, Direwolves are playing a really good game and it's punishing them for it right now, to be honest. And yeah, I think Elevate, yeah, they should be a really good roster, but some small teething issues that I think in their game philosophy is going to let them down.
Maybe Direwolves are just the bogeymen of Elevate on Oregon. Because, you know, the last time these teams played on this map, it was actually back in September, and Direwolves won 7-2. 7-2. And typically, Elevate would get the better of Direwolves, even with the old rosters, even historically. But here, it seems like the story goes back deeper. Ape has found his pick. Nice work from him. As we are on a tertiary site, this is Elevate's best chance to bring it on back. And of course they need to. No second chances now with match point staring you in the face.
Big tower hold for Direwolves on the defense is a pretty peculiar strategy, but nevertheless, Elevate are looking to probe the map. They haven't committed themselves to one take as we've seen them do previously. They're just looking to try and get what control is afforded to them at the moment, and it seems like Small Tower has been the way. And Highcal's snuck all the way inside a dining and has got to look inside a kitchen now. Jogor, though, taking out Speakeasy directly behind him, not able to be traded out just yet, and the vertical pressure is there from him as well.
Possibility to look for an entry onto site. Oh yeah, very aggressive there from Seal. MC, who's, by the way, having a phenomenal game in the fragging department. 2.0 KD at the moment on 14 kills. Ika sneaking on in. He's looking for a flank onto this player above. He's likely to find it. Round in the corner. Shed knows about him and takes him on down. Elevate. Plant down. Looking to lock this one out. Highcal has the cover. Oh, but he gets double peeked. Well played. Somehow, he managed to get the down on one of them. And that does put a lot of pressure on Jogor. Okay, one. Impact doesn't quite confirm it. Two more to find. Could go and pick up his teammate, but too risky. Another player has now retaken above. He won't find the second. Elevate are pushing us the distance here, Mandy. They know that a win is needed. And they're looking to try and fire up as we move into what could be the final round of this game. Definitely the final round of regulation. The last chance for Elevate to push OT.
Tactical timeout as well for Direwolves to do a bit of a reset too. They know all they need is one from here on out to be able to close it out. And that last round looked a bit back and forth, but I think ultimately Elevate taking a step back, playing a slower game, and one that I thought opened up a lot more options for them on the attack was what they needed. It was the medicine they needed to fight in the way that Direwolves have been bringing into the server. And I think, yeah, this is a great opportunity now for Direwolves to take it nice and early, making sure that Elevate don't have too much of a grip on this game. Just, you know, reset completely, see if you can come up with a plan to go and take them down. But for Elevate, though, that was pretty exciting, if you ask me, Dev. They really strayed away from the linear push and brute forcing the Monty, have someone follow it, and instead played this really, like, probe style. They looked for all these chances through the map, tried to take the free real estate, and then capitalize off the back of that as well. Kept Direwolves guessing, and I feel like, to be honest, that is the formula against Direwolves. Keep them spread out and try and isolate the 1v2s and those type of mini scenarios through the map, because, yeah, I think Direwolves ultimately will just, I don't know. I feel like if you're too linear against these guys, they will shoot you. They will hold crossfires.
Yeah, very much. And my concern still is very much on Elevate, right? Like, they might have won the last round pretty handily, Mandy, but remember the last time we went to kids' dorms? Direwolves smashed that. It was a flawless round in their favor. Elevate tried to use that Monty, and it was the first time we really saw Direwolves fire up with a solid counter for it. If anything, I'm actually wondering whether the tactical timeout from Direwolves was a good move, because it's also given Elevate a chance to talk about how they want to crack into this Storm's attack.
That is a very fair point, to be honest, Dev. And yeah, I think Elevate being able to talk strategically here is definitely something that should be mentioned as well. Yeah, keep in mind, you can talk when it's your opponent's tactical timeout as well, right? So yeah, I think you actually made a very fair point there, Dev. I didn't really consider it until you said it, but strategically, Elevate are starting to overtake Direwolves here.
Oh, no!
That's a great first pick. That is a great first pick on Souffle.
I mean, this guy's just nuts today. MC, 16 kills. It's only been now 12 rounds. That's going to be really punishing. Also, it's onto the Legion, Mandy. That's, in the last round, the Legion was the real playmaker. Souffle holding onto Attic.
Ooh, this could be dangerous now for Direwolves. Felux is in a interesting position here in Closet with the shotgun on Thorn. Not something you see every day, but should be pretty tricky to clear out if you Elevate. And Hykel is going to look to see what damage he can do, though, on the rappel as the rest of his teammates try to work the rest of the map. And Hykel is the only person here currently contesting this side of the map because a lot of the intention is instead turned in towards Attic and other areas that Elevate could be trying to take. Deimos as a pick for Speakeasy is a curious one for me as well. I wonder what he's trying to collect out of this intel. Got a drone down below. Maybe they think there are stray roamers in the ground floor.
Well, if there are, he of course could track them, but he just wouldn't know which operator it is that he's got to track. For Elevate, you've got to actually scan and ping, find out what operators there are before you can start targeting them with Deimos' gadget. Jogor's the main player on site. Peak has found an aggressive peak. That was Hykel, the one upside down rappelling on the balcony. Jogor's got another big one as well. Elevate fighting from behind. 3 versus 4. And Speakeasy needs to be careful because he's about to get swung as well. Ape can't get it done. Direwolves with the upset none of us expected. They can barely believe it. A convincing 7-4, 7-5 over Elevate.
Oh man, and for Direwolves, I have looked so shaky through stage 1 to finish off the final group stage play day over Elevate is a monumental win for these guys. Absolutely smashing it out on Oregon. I don't think that can be understated. Elevate are an excellent team. They've grown to be a super strong team here in Stage 1. So to see Direwolves take this win in regulation is a massive win for them.
Forget about number 1 on the standings, where Elevate stood at the start of today. How about keeping on to that number 2 spot? Because the playoffs are coming up tomorrow, and if Fury win their game, Elevate are cooked. They have gone down into the quarterfinals. They have left this up to chance, and they are going to have to be the biggest Hasib Warriors fans now. The upset that none of us expected, it's come true, and I'm sure they'll break it down on the desk.
Yeah, unfortunately, Elevate, that is a dire situation that they find themselves in now, Guz, considering the conversation about the final game of the day. We'll maybe go into that a little bit later, but this is not the performance we had hoped for Elevate, especially going into playoffs.
Look, I know it's a meme with Jake and I, but it literally is top floor diff in this match, right? So you look back in the first half, Direwolves lose the opening pick twice on that site. They lose it, and they still go on to win the round. Basement, very much a similar story or similar theme in the sense that Dire was able to defend it successfully twice, Elevate never winning that site. So it's one of those cases where it's a very site-specific issue. For Elevate and a strength of Direwolves, when that clashes, we see that really close result, 7-5 in the end. Direwolves get that win, and it's quite a big one at that one. I don't think any of us completely wrote off Direwolves and being able to pull this off, but they have looked shaky this stage. I think we had every right to back in Elevate, especially after last week. Elevate just didn't stand up tonight, though.
No, we always thought it was going to be close, or it had the potential to go close. Xenox didn't mean that we necessarily imagined that a win would go Direwolves' way, especially in regulation. Does this now change the conversation for Direwolves heading into playoffs?
No, it doesn't. And the main reason for that is they've now only gotten up to 12 points, which is, as things stand, can't get into the top 3. So they sit 4th. Well, 4th plays 5th anyway. So even if Shalita win later, then it doesn't really matter if they're 4th or 5th. They don't stay. They don't change their side of the bracket. Bleed now locked in for 1st. By the way, we can say that that's guaranteed. Elevate needed to win, get all 3 points, and accumulate the round differential. So disappointing, considering Elevate had a lot to play for. But what's even more not disappointing is the fact that for Direwolves, they actually would have been better off probably letting Elevate smash them. I say letting. They would never do that, but they should have let, so that they would be on Elevate's side of the bracket in the playoffs. Not to be, they came out, they wanted to win, and they wanted to perform. I spoke about that in the pre-show discussion, Rob, that you want to be performing well heading into the playoffs. That's monumental for Direwolves that they've been able to pick up this win and just maybe alleviate any kind of concerns that we had for them. I looked at them as maybe the best of the rest when it came to the top 5, but you know, clearly now it's a case that on their day, they're still more than capable.
With a MC life game, I guess that it's an unfortunate look for Elevate, unfortunately not being able to get that across the line, going 16-9. I mean, guys, this is going to be maybe a loaded question, maybe it's a snarky comment, but I mean, realistically, is this an individual diff moment, or do you actually think that the team has played better in the actual occasion?
I think it really just links back to the site diff discussion I was having before. Sure, individual performances and stuff were impactful in this match. You know, Seal was strong on entry, Jogor as well, 3-0. That entry battle was really, really important. But even when Direwolves lost the entry on that specific site up above, that was the big difference maker. They got themselves off to a 4-2 half, attacking into Oregon. It's always difficult to bring that back, and Elevate had their backs against the wall then for the remainder of the match. Sure, they responded really nicely first 2 rounds of their own half, but it just wasn't enough to be able to reclaim that deficit, which was really unfortunate for them. And I tell you what, Reaps might be the scriptwriter for this bloody league, right? Because off the back of this, it's incredibly likely that Fury are going to win their game tonight. They'll get seeded into 2nd, and that sets the stage then for the Bleed Fury grand final, because they won't be met on the same side of the bracket. So just something to keep in mind. Obviously, I don't know if that was always going to be the case, depending on how things played out. It may have always been that way anyway, but it's pretty much now all but confirmed. It's just a formality now for Fury to win later tonight, and then we have them 1st versus 2nd, Bleed Fury.
Yeah,
well,
I mean, sorry,
go
confirm it for him.
please.
It was like if Elevate had won this game, then Fury would have got Bleed on that side of the bracket had the Elevate got the round differential. So you're right, Guts. Like it's a big change up now.
Certainly is, and we'll now speak to Harambe after a very good performance. Harambe, loving the goatee, my friend. That actually, I feel like that's made you look more knowledgeable. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing fine. I'm happy. We win the games. Nice.
Yeah,
that's,
look,
that's
I'll be
so
honest
nice.
with you, mate. Going into this game, the conversation around Direwolves was obviously, you know, they're better than the least, but they're not doing well against the most, if you will. You know, you were struggling against the top 4 teams. That conversation now changes a little bit. How do you feel like the team started to progress throughout this stage?
In the start of the stage, we didn't win against Fury or Galeta or Lead because we were too nervous playing the games. So I told them to just like relax and play like how we played in scrims, and we played perfectly, I think.
Harambe, there's no guarantees, but if you do happen to win your quarterfinal, it would be Bleed that you'd be facing in the semifinal. Do you approach that challenge with positivity that you got to beat the best to be the best?
Last time we played, we choked a few rounds, so I think with the condition, the situation now we got, I think we can win them.
I agree. I think that could happen. In this game, though, more specifically, I was mentioning it, 2nd floor for you guys, that objective was just so strong. You decided to take the tactical timeout before that final round, going back up to dorms to defend it. What did you say to the guys to get the game over the line?
Actually, not much. I just told them to focus on rounds. So just don't look at the scoreboard. Just focus on the round and just bring some specific operators. I'm not gonna leak that.
Oh, sorry, I'm just choking on my own saliva at how good you've performed today, Harambe. It's incredible to see that Direwolves are now getting over that hump. Is there anything you'd like to leave us on? You know, a note for the playoffs.
Hopefully, we don't choke in playoffs. Hopefully, please, we don't choke. Please.
Harambe, I know you won't. Don't you worry about that. And with that, do I get one? Do I get one? Do I get a goodbye?
Woo! Yeah, guys.
Yeah, we love you, mate. God damn. Oh, god damn, I miss these old interviewees. I'll tell you what. Whoa.
Look, I don't want to steal Diver's thunder too much, but they brought triple trap that final round, by the way. It was Malusi, Thorn, Legion. So that's...
Well, technically. God,
Sorry,
man.
Harambe. I don't want to ruin your chances of making the major, but it's not that hard to look at what operators are doing that round.
Harambe, come back and let this man know. It's okay. We'll make sure he's not on the broadcast next time. But look, good signs, Enox. I think a little bit encapsulated there by maybe the nervousness of this roster going up against some of the bigger heads and potentially maybe feeling more pressure considering there is only one major spot now.
Yeah, potentially. I also kind of look at tonight as really the pressure was off. They didn't have much to lose, realistically, for Direwolves. Had they lost this game, they were going to stay on the same side of the bracket. They were going to play 4th, 5th quarterfinal. So they didn't really have a lot to gain, but they didn't have a lot to lose. But clearly showing in a match where maybe the pressure was off, that they can rise to a different level. The downside is, though, the pressure's back on come playoff time. Come tomorrow. So they're going to have to play tomorrow, and it's going to be a big game. Win, and you go through, lose, and you go home. Mentality has to be better for Direwolves. The beginning of the stage, they didn't quite have it. Big game from Seal, 14-6, and I think for Direwolves, what needs to be the case, if they're going to have any kind of success in the playoffs, Rob, it has to be a team effort. Jogor cannot be the solo man. They need more from Seal. They need more from Pika. They need more from Souffle. Those guys need to stand up. Felix, unfortunately, having a bit of a rough stage, maybe less expectation on him. But if those 4 can all play well, yeah, Direwolves can still be a threat.
Well, it's the fact of the matter is, Direwolves, they win their final game of the stage. That now puts them in the right step as we head to the playoffs. But of course, that's still yet to be unfolded. We have 2 more games to come. That's after this short break.
I'm pulling up the Wikipedia for this one. I'm going to go with Speakeasy R6 as the primary entry player for my super team. And then we're going to go and we're going to get Reaps 96 from Bleed entry. We'll have 2 superstar entry players. I have to pick a coach from neither of those 2 teams. I'm going to go with the GOAT himself, Rando Sando, R6 from Denmark. You know what? Because I was so impressed with the Lycolis shotgun on Oregon. We're getting Lycolis just to play mirror. Why not go for Jogor from Direwolves? He's a new player they picked up. I think he used to be on APR. Last player, Onigiri from Gelida. I think he's a sub this season, but he might not be. We'll go with Onigiri. So we've got all the frag power in the world. Rando Sando, mastermind behind the scenes. Easy team. Easy wins.
The first player came in my mind is PJ from Fury, I think. Yeah, PJ. I think the second one is Harvard from Bleed. He's a very good player. And I think he plays very well and he don't afraid to get kills. I think the third one is the Souffle from my team. He's a well-rounded player. Like he knows how to play support, he knows how to entry, he knows how to when to pick, when to not pick, and where to catch a flank. A really good player. Probably the Sepper from Gleda. I think he's a clutch master. He wins a lot of clutch against us and other teams. So that's why I think it might be the Ape from Elevate. Ape is very unpredictable. Like you don't know when Ape is gonna pick or flank or do anything. It's really unpredictable. Yeah, I think the best coach in the Asia League is Studio right now. I think the champion coach.
It starts with Fury. It's gonna be good day. So many games. He got an MVP and have a high KD in each map. That's why I chose him. So the second player is gonna be the star from Bleed. Pick him so he can disturb the enemy mind during the game because he type a lot in the game. And the third one, Ape from Elevate. He also have a high KD in each game to maybe go back to Bleed again. I'm gonna choose Mentalist. Mentalist playing this game for a long time. The fifth guys, let's say I9 from Fury, who is the coach for Lead, and I think I'm gonna choose him. I mean, their play style changed a lot during the past year, so I'm gonna choose him.
Okay, I want like maybe Mentalist and IGL and Reeves, and then Good J playing duo with Reeves maybe. Yeah. Okay, we have 3 now. Okay, so we need 2 more players. Let's just add some star player. I think let's just add Onigiri as the 4th guy, and who should I pick? Oh, maybe just I pick F from Adelaide. Yeah. Coach. Can I pick myself as a coach? Or maybe Pengu. He just fly to Talon as a content creator. Okay, just pick him as our coach. Thanks.
Okay. First I will pick Jake from Fury. I think he's the best gunner. The second is Shed from LFA. I think he's IGL from LFA, so we need a brain for us. The third one would be Jogo from Direwolf. He's a friend of mine, and I think he's a good player. He can play flash or support or infinite entry. Fourth one is, I think it's Risk96 from Esports. He's a very good gunner tier. So I have the best 2 gunner from this region. I think it's enough. And the last one, I think I will pick KZB from my team. He's a good player, a good lurker, can do really good from behind. Yeah. And coach, I will pick the lead Esports Julio. And he's a very good coach, W7M coach. So I think he'll be.
All right, it is now time to find God damn it! Let's try that. Hello, welcome back from the break. It is time to get underway with our final 2 matches of the day. Unfortunately, they are not going to be as competitive as what we have just seen. Elevate and Direwolves. That was an interesting one. That's all I got to say, Mandy. I genuinely didn't actually think Direwolves were going to beat Elevate, and certainly did not expect them to beat them in regulation. I thought at the very least they'll make it competitive, but they really showed up.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. I really thought that Direwolves were just, we were in the conversation where we were saying like they could be knocked out of that top 4 conversation, right? Like they were not, it wasn't 4-4. It was like, yeah, they were in the bottom 4 now, right? We were saying that they weren't really gonna be in contention of that major spot, but yeah. I think having won that game against Elevate, like they look super competitive. Maybe it was just the particular map that they played on. It was just something that was super proficient on, or something like that. But yeah, that really blew us out the water. I think no one expected that. No, we didn't. And we move on to a game that. Really feels quite certain, Dev. Maybe that's just me writing the Jolita copium a little bit too much, but it does feel as though this should be wrapped up relatively convincingly.
Yeah, look, I do love these guys, Jolita. If there's any team that I'm a bit of a simp for in this region, it is actually Jolita, maybe Fury, maybe second. I think I just love the Thai teams in general. They go back. We had an era of Thai dominance, and these guys were at the top back then. Of course, IDFC, he was out, and we had Onigiri in. Now, Onigiri's taken a bit of a break, but you still got the old guard, Sapper, DCH. You still got the dynamic duo of Mr. Punch and Mark, and IDFC is a phenomenal player as well. These guys had a great start. Like, they took down Fury, the back-to-back champions, and also probably these guys' closest rivals, just in terms of the 2 teams from Thailand that have always been at the top of Asia. Unfortunately, they couldn't back that up against Elevate, and they ended up losing that game. And it was kind of the loss to Elevate and the loss to Bleed, which, to be fair, are the top 2 teams in the league as of this current second. You lose those 2 games, and you farm everybody else, like 7-2 Hasib, 7-1 Daystar. That's actually looking pretty solid for these guys. Yeah. And so after last year was a bit of a yikes, where like they all left Elevate and it was a bit of a shambles, and then they've reformed as No Cap and they struggled to make it to the top. Like, I think they're on a massive upwards trajectory, and I do think that, like, realistically they do have an outside shot at the major, and they certainly are the favorite team in this match.
It's a perfect way of putting it. The outside chance really comes down to the teams like Jolita and maybe even Elevate probably enters that conversation now after the loss in that previous match. But again, I love recency bias. Let's go ahead and talk about Knock Knock, who have notoriously struggled at the moment. It is there's no hiding it, Mandy. They are unfortunately sit 7th place, and look, there are some positive signs, but overall, it's been really hard for them to compete against these Southeast Asian teams.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they still have yet to get a win against a Southeast Asian team. The one win that they do have on the board at the moment is against Hasib Warriors, which is a South Asian team, and Hasib Warriors got a mystical, magical win over Daystar the other day, which was pretty incredible. But yeah, I think for Knock Knock, they just haven't really looked that competitive in the region at the moment. Now, they do have a look in at the moment on the playoffs, depending on how today's matchup goes, but they need to look a lot better in the server to actually have that chance in leaping into that 6th place position.
Yep.
And in this matchup today against Jolita, that is going to be tremendously difficult. I think Jolita are one of those rosters that have been on the rise very much, whereas I think Knock Knock, it's hard to pinpoint their improvement over the last couple of weeks. It's been quite stagnant right from the beginning.
It has been. And look, the problem is we spoke to, I believe it was Hasib's coach last week, and he gave us some really good insight as to, the struggles that South Asian teams have had, obviously prior to this league and, well, really prior to last year as well. South Asia really did not get great representative in tournaments, and especially when it came to leagues, we didn't see them enough. They weren't competitive enough. Now they're kind of, being thrown into the mix with Southeast Asian teams in a league, and it is going horribly wrong for them. But we need to give them time, Dev. We need to give them that space to develop, and at times where it has to come.
100%. We've already seen it. Obviously, Knock Knock did take down Hasib Warriors, their countrymen. Well, not countrymen, but their fellow South Asian region representatives. And of course, then Hasib Warriors took down Daystar. So a big game from them has shown that South Asia can fight. They do have something going for them. But yeah, I do think this game is still a real outside chance. The thing is here for Knock Knock, they can actually make it to the playoffs without beating Jolita, because Knock Knock and Hasib are currently tied on points. Technically, Daystar is too, but there's no way Daystar can make it out of bottom now. And the way that Knock Knock can make it through is just by, if they lose, just get 2 rounds. If they get 2 rounds and Hasib Warriors get 7-0 by Fury, then Knock Knock still go through. Which means that every round better than a 7-0 Hasib gets, Knock Knock just need to do one better than that compared to a 7-2. I know it's confusing. The short way of thinking about it is Knock Knock get as many rounds in this game, even if they lose with no points, and that might actually take them to the playoffs.
Keep it competitive. Keep it clean. Keep it fun. Let's go to the vetoes and see whether that will shape the conversation. I don't believe there will be any map that I could see in this series that would blow me away. Again, I honestly, like, the Chalet is probably back on the board again. There's no consulate. Chalet gets banned out last by Knock Knock, which means we're heading to Clubhouse. Mandy, I mean, that, from my opinion, that feels quite bold.
I would be inclined to agree. I'm just really happy not to see Chalet in there, to be honest. But yeah, Clubhouse should be a fun one, I think, for Knock Knock. Should be a good map to go and test their fundamentals on, especially. I don't actually know how much of Knock Knock we've seen on Clubhouse, to be honest, on the broadcast, but like, I think this is a great map for them to try and claim some rounds in a really methodical way. It's one of those maps where if you've got a good game plan going into it, the rounds are very winnable. And I think against Jolita, yeah, if you can take it to the fight there, it's very possible, I think, for them to be able to do this. Now, I think the one asterisk to that is that they are, I believe, starting out on the attack as well. Since they got the last ban, they therefore do not get to choose the side, which means Jolita do start out on the defense.
Yep.
So it will be a little bit more challenging for them to claim some of those rounds from the get-go, but we'll see how they go.
I guess it leads us into that second half, should that conversation really be able to roll in a little bit of what Knock Knock have, right? How many attacking rounds can they gain? What can they look like heading onto the defense? Because that's where they will make their final stand. It's tough, Dev. It's going to be tough for them. They are fighting an uphill battle, not just against their opponents, but of course against playoffs. They really need a result here.
Yeah, I'm just really excited to see Knock Knock go to club because we haven't seen it the whole league so far. In fact, it's been banned against them quite a few playdays. It's been banned by them a few playdays. Jolita, on the other hand, they actually took down Hasib Warriors 7-2 on this map. They also got 4 rounds off Bleed on this map, so this is a pretty solid map for Jolita. I just think Knock Knock need to do as best they can.
Yep.
And we'll see how that goes out. I just want to clarify something I said before. Knock Knock need at least a 7-3. So if they lose 7-3, then if Hasib Warriors end up losing 7-0, then Knock Knock will win because there will be title round difference and Knock Knock have the head-to-head. So really, anything worse than a 7-3 loss here for Knock Knock, that's GG. Dunzo, Hasib Warriors have already confirmed themselves in playoffs. But anything better than a 7-3, and they're increasing their chances round by round. Hey, if they can do what Direwolves did and pull off an upset, then I'll be happy as well. But maybe not against Jolita. I love these homies too much.
I don't think I've ever heard the words knock knock repeated so many times, so knock knock.
Who's there, Rob? Oh wait, he can't answer.
He can't
Maybe
answer.
the joke. Yeah. Either way, we've got ourselves a game, guys, where there's a little bit on the line. Knock knock, as Dev, so clearly explaining, in terms of what they require, what they need to get out of the bottom 2 to make playoffs. I'm gonna be completely honest. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, it's not every day of the week where we're pitching a match, and potentially the one after it, as whoever loses the least worst will be the one to make it into the top 6. But that's unfortunately where both teams are positioned. These are one-sided matchups on paper. But the first one should give us some very clear answers, as mentioned by James. Depending on how this match plays out, there's every world in which the next one will already have Hasib locked in. But there's also a world in which, if Knock Knock are competitive in this game, even if they lose closely, Hasib will definitely have to fight for their spot top 6.
There's every world as well where they kind of look at the approach of what we just saw from Direwolves, the underdog, the team that no one actually thought could get the win. Well, maybe this is a world in which Knock Knock could give us a surprise. They are fighting for their playoff life here for what could be the final game of this stage for Knock Knock if they cannot find the result that would get them into the playoffs. For Jolita Esports, in terms of what is on the line, Guz, now at the moment sitting in 5th place because of that Direwolves win. If they get all 3 points here, they would go above Fury, but that would only be temporary. Of course, Fury to play after this against Hasib Warriors. Jolita would need an absolute miracle to somehow get themselves into 3rd. Why would you want to get 3rd? Well, it would be on the other side of the bracket to Bleed Esports. As it stands now, it doesn't seem like Jolita's going to get out of that 4-5 bracket, barring a Hasib win over Fury. We'll see what happens here on Clubhouse to begin. Jolita on the defense. So it could get a little bit ugly here in this first half, but it does mean, I would say, there's more pressure on Jolita. They need to get the defensive rounds here on a map like Clubhouse. Knock Knock, in my opinion, have got 6 rounds where they can see if they can surprise their opponent.
Yeah, I think surprise factor is going to be huge in this particular matchup. Is there a world in which Knock Knock can catch Jolita off guard? I think there's probably a fair argument to be made here that for Jolita, this match doesn't mean too much outside of confidence. I honestly don't think that avoiding Bleed in the bracket is going to be that impactful, provided Fury don't drop the bundle later in the final match tonight. You're either going to be versing one or the other in the semis anyway. Maybe the quarterfinal seeding will be a little bit impactful. I don't quite know, but if you're looking at taking that spot to Manchester, well, you should be backing yourself in against any team anyway. As far as the bans are concerned, we see Habana and Ying. Habana on this particular map of Club is very prominent, especially with how convenient she is for bot floor attacks. Ying as well, execute heavy, frequently banned out in the current meta, especially with defense not playing a whole lot of Warden. To close things out, it is the Fenrir who continues to be a menace and continually banned out. And Tubrow, a lot of hard breach here on this map, and so getting rid of him should alleviate some of that pressure.
Yeah, and speaking of alleviating pressure, if Knock Knock get absolutely obliterated here in Clubhouse, and then no pressure on Hasib Warriors to follow. We did actually speak to Hasib Warriors coach last week, and he basically said to cheer on Knock Knock, which was really good. The camaraderie between the South Asia teams, that they want to see Knock Knock do well. Unfortunately, it is either an us or them mentality for today. You can't have both of them into the playoffs, so as much as he was speaking candidly last week, I'm sure this week he's watching and hoping that they do fall pretty comfortably here to Jolita Esports. Knock Knock on the attack first. Again, I think surprise is probably the word here. Can they mix things up? If they play default Siege and they try to play into Jolita, the more default way. I don't see a world in which they're going to be able to win this. But if they're able to bring some surprise factor, it doesn't necessarily mean just rush down Secret into blue, but I just mean in terms of the way they're going to play, probably outside basement. Basement's kind of difficult to play a full surprise factor on the attack, but right now they've got double shield set up. Montaigne, Blitz, Grim. What are they cooking here? And this is what I'm talking about. If they can play a little bit unconventionally, it could throw Jalita off.
Yeah, I'll be quite intrigued to see how Jalita defensively look to respond. Limited impacts remain, but DCH does still win that first pick through front door, catches beat off guard. Listen to Dockerby could prove to be costly. DCH will win another, so the trade does not land from Rattler. Not really an opportunity now for the Shields to get to work, and the attack is over before it begins.
Yeah, I mean, I will say though, basement on Clubhouse is where you kind of want to try some funky stuff. It's not going to be the end of the world if you lose these kind of rounds. Go for broke, see if you can maybe get a little bit lucky, a little bit fortunate. Again, you play this conventionally, it's always going to be quite difficult against Shalita, especially on a site like Church Arsenal. The only win so far this stage for Knock Knock was, of course, against their South Asia brethren, in which they took them down 7-5. That game was on border. They had a 5-1 lead in that game, but Hasib started to bring it back. It wasn't that long ago. They were pretty competitive against the Direwolves. It was 4-4 at a point in that game on Chalet, and then Direwolves won the last 3 rounds. So, certainly been some shining moments throughout this stage for Knock Knock. 2 versus 4 here. Does DCH is quite low. Outside of that, though, they are in the best position to close this round out.
Yeah, Sapa has a full read through blue, and the Monty will be easy to hear. And so it should be a pretty tidy round here for Jalita. Really just coming down to an opportunistic play from DCH front door, stalling it out. Pinch now to come through, and the kill confirmed by Mark. So it's pretty rock solid from Jalita, not showing all too much respect in round 1, and truthfully, that's the way you've got to play this sort of matchup. Try to meet Knock Knock on the exterior, break them down before they can get set up. It's probably going to be the name of the game here defensively. Second floor we go for round 2 as expected. Bedroom Gym. I suppose CCTV and Cash is going to be a little bit more of an intriguing storyline throughout this particular matchup. I'll have a quick look at actually the stats for Asia. I know in OS it struggled for defensive teams. And here in Asia, it's actually been very, very defend-decided, 83%. That said, it's been somewhat limited. Obviously, we've had Chalet speed ahead with by far the most players at 9, and then a whole bunch of maps at 3 players total, Clubhouse being one of them. So the data is a little bit limited, so I wouldn't take it into account too much. But I think if there's any objective Knock Knock are likely to get around on the board, it probably is Cash CCTV. But if you want to look at it from a more glass half full perspective, arguably the other 2 primary sites an opportunity to just throw something at the defense. Doesn't work out round 1, the double shields that were never allowed the time or day to get into blue and actually make a play happen. And so we'll see what the approach is here for the second round. It's triple hard breach, and I think an open jacuzzi breach here from Jalita.
Not since the opening playdate and the first game on that playdate have we had an overtime. And I would imagine with the Direwolves and Elevate game having gone the way it did, and that probably is about it. I don't think we're going to see OT in either this game or the final game. I don't know if that means it's been a competitive league or it hasn't been a competitive league. We've got some top teams. They're all around the same level, just no real lengthy ones. Into Garage for Envy. Andy Jones through Secret. A pretty early movement from Knock Knock is, well, good movement. Bring the gridlock as well. Right now, their objective certainly will be to clear out this cash position, which is not really being extensively held. I don't think Jalita are putting too much stock into this extension. They're not fighting for it tooth and nail, even with that keeper barrier. Well placed, allows you to play in from con doorway. Which is where we see Mark. Impacted hand. We've seen a lot of teams start to really employ the impact grenades to deny this breach into the cash wall. More so trying to just force movement through the doorway. Triple extension, no rotate, hold top red. Does mean if that wall stays closed, entry through cash just becomes a little bit more annoying. Oh, good shot from Mark on the exit. That's a wonderful shot. And keeps control of Con with this keeper barrier. Re-swing this and find another kill, and that could just about be the round. Already going to be quite difficult from here, considering they are struggling to get this cash control.
Yeah, keeper barrier is still posing problems. Can Knock flush out this position? Proving to be a challenge, but they do find that pick. Good angle there from Sandy as the ball will now be opened up. Still a minute to go here as well for Knock, so a good amount of time. Mr. Punch is repositioned aggressively inside of Logi, which could make or break the defense here for Jolita, depending on whether or not Knock identify that. Rotation though from the attack over towards the Jacuzzi breach. Envy with an opportunistic play on the bulk, but doesn't get rewarded. It's Sapper inside of Jim. Jacuzzi opened up. 30 seconds now on the clock for Knock.
Well, suddenly becomes a winnable round. Good breach, good control and position, and Sapper in a very aggressive position. Should get thrown down in Jim. Sandy, well, that's an easy kill.
Oh no.
What am I watching? That is a dangerous position to be getting on cams. Well, Knock have just obliterated Jolita in this round. That is a disgustingly poor defense from Jolita across the board. What the hell did I just watch? They've literally just walked in. No one's paying any attention. Why are you prone on main stairs on cam? What in the hell? With like 25 seconds left in the round.
Yeah, I mean, DCH was on the Maestro that round, but outside of direct plant denial, there is no world in which you need to be sitting on cams, especially considering Mark is already dead. Mark is, at this moment, Mark is just spectating Sapper. He could be flicking this information right now. So I don't know if they just thought it was going to be an easy win, Jolita, and got a little bit lazy, or if there was a poor miscommunication there. But you're right, Knock were quite simply allowed to stroll in towards side. Pretty uncontested, main stairs as well, proving to be a good point of entry. And on a site that, at least globally, tends to be quite defender-sided compared to the likes of CCTV and Cash. That's a good free punch from Knock.
Yeah, I mean, if Jolita's going to play like that, then Knock is every chance in this game. I think they really need to switch on, because they kind of looked like a team that, for all intents and purposes, just didn't really pay much mind to Knock there. Essentially just opened the front door and went for a sleep on the couch. And those kind of rounds as well give Knock hope, and so, well, you know, if they're going to play like that, we can just continue to play our way and back ourselves in. Great start for Knock to get an attacking round on a primary site before we even get to the tertiary, of which Jolita have actually opted to send us to, rather than looking for a repeat of Gym Bedroom, which I honestly think they should have. Because for all intents and purposes, could have played that site a million times better. Knock take advantage though. Sandy was great pushing up main. They had options through Jacuzzi. They had options through Con. Played that round so well. And it looks as if it's going to be a swift and early entry. I mean, the fuse is interesting because it's like there's no real direct counter. There's no bandit on the board. If there had been... yeah, I'm a little bit confused here. No one's really going to be playing at that wall. Unless it's to just open up floorboards and play lounge down below.
Yeah, I'm starting to get the impression this could be a bit of a strange game. Well, we'll see. I mean, main wall opened up nice and early here from the attack is a big positive for Knock. It means that there'll be phantom pressure from that position for the remainder of the round. And the opportunity to play the post there as well. That said, Diffuse is being rotated over towards Con, so it might be a cash hit here ultimately from the attack. Another fuse from Sandy. Can send that through, clear utility. Banshee may be dealt with as a result. And is. Mr. Punch holding the door aggressively as the exothermic is deployed. Envy finds the first. I believe that was Conwall. Completely uncontested. No impact trick necessarily in response there from the defense, despite having impacts in pocket. It's a good position for Mr. Punch, but likely only good for one if he's traded properly. Keep a barrier though to assist as IDFC finds one back. Mr. Punch taken low on the cross, now caught on an island, but he still wins that fight. Rattler falls. Mr. Punch not traded yet.
Maybe a little overzealous there from Sandy. Well, this just kind of turns into a fragging fest. Judy pushes up red, gets a nice kill on to Punch, who was low. 1 versus 3 now, 30 seconds left. No kit. Probably anticipating some kind of flank as soon as he makes his way in towards Cash. Yeah, Muck swings in a timely manner. So they lose the primary, but win the tertiary, so they at least make up for that blunder in Jolita's account. But yeah, some interesting plays happening here from both sides, to be honest. I think Mr. Punch very fortunate. You said a good position. I felt like it was a super aggressive position. Could have easily lost his life. Fortunately, had a keeper barrier to help him, and even that, he still almost died to the little foothold down below, underneath the keeper barrier. It was a nice swing that get one on the balcony.
It's one of those positions, right? And I think I framed it. Maybe I didn't mention it, but it was something running through my mind. It's like it's one of those positions. You're good for one. If you don't get droned properly, you can't really, realistically, as an attacker, expect somebody to be there. It's not a common position, so you die there. But then you should be getting traded by the con window position, or somebody else coming through logistics. The keeper barrier then made it a little bit more challenging, and despite that, he was still taken low. So without the keeper, he definitely would have died. So he definitely got more value from that position than ultimately he should have. And you framed it as a bit of a frag fest in that particular round, and I think going forward, that's going to be the telling story. We're going to see that continue, and we're going to see some more structured and, you know, I guess, constructed team play in this match, or is it going to just be people running around and finding their own playmaking opportunities? I'm not entirely sure. I think Jolita, maybe though, reading into that, are going to bring double trap this time around, so that should punish that kind of play style. If Knock Knock get a bit lazy on attack and don't drone properly.
Back to basement we go. Last time out was a double shield setup for Knock Knock. And yeah, it didn't work. They lost that round pretty quick and convincingly. Another early entry, and Envy finds another opening kill. Was able to do so even in the round prior. DCH gets caught on the Legion. Another good start to the round for Knock Knock. Mr. Punch wanting to maybe fall back down bottom. Main couldn't even make his way down. Sandy was already there in bar. Been a standout performance right now from Sandy. 5 kills already. 2-player advantage now for Knock Knock on a massive primary side of Church Arsenal. This becomes such a pivotal round. This also makes life a little bit more annoying now for Hasib Warriors in the way that this game is playing. It's a daunting task to think that, well, if Knock Knock are going to be very competitive here, well, Hasib Warriors are going to have to match it against Fury.
Oh, I don't think the impact MP landed there. And no, the hatch will remain electrified off the back of the Kaid Claw, which has been well hidden there by Mark. Opening blue hatch, though, at this point of the round, not a necessity for Knock Knock. They have such a strong player advantage. They can really posture for a couple of different things. Send one through dirt, get kitchen hatch opened up. Triple wall as well should be an option with range hard breach on Envy. It's all about just simplifying it here for the attack, leaving as few holes as possible for Jolita to exploit. That said, the defense, Sapper specifically, Nitro in hand, could be enough to maybe find something for free through Vert. Although he's warded off by the Ram. Not really safe now to play inside of Armory. Can in play. Envy takes a chunk of health. Hatch not opened up. Rattler now with the exothermic force to do so. There's 30 seconds now remaining. Plenty of time for Knock Knock. They have utility as well for smokes and flushes.
Interesting play here from Sapper. So quick throw with the Valve cams. DCH was just watching. He got a good little bit of information. He would have called out 3 in kitchen. IDFC knows there's going to be a big amount of players dropping in from this position. Smoke, though, doesn't really help. Can he deny a plant? Well, no one's actually sticking the plant right now. Fortunately, Bid gets the final kill. Knock Knock do win the round. Get a little bit messy towards the end, despite the 2-player advantage for Knock Knock, but still a well-worked round. Punishing that roam aggression from Jolita on the defense. They were able to find 2 early kills from that, compounded it. Took their time, got kitchen control, open up floorboards, and in the end, find a very very nice second attacking round already. And into a tech pause.
Yeah, it almost got a little bit scary there from Knock Knock, and I think that round probably quite well illustrates some of the issues that South Asia can have on attack. Now, we do frequently talk about overloading positions or snowballing an advantage. And so I don't want to sound too hypercritical, but Knock Knock in that instance, I think ended up sending, was it 3 players down the hatch? And the smoke grenade actually made it more awkward than it should have been. Good pressure there onto Sapper, but then IDFC, off the back of that smoke canister, was just given so much space here. The player on the hatch can't find him, cannot trade him, forced to drop, and ultimately gets the kill. But there was every world in which he could have then isolated the last 2 picks and actually won that out off the back of the smoke canister, and perhaps lack of pinch pressure through the likes of Blue or a Dirt or something like that to stop that armory pressure from advancing towards the plant. So I mean, it's overanalyzing to the nth degree. It's very small things, but those are the kind of difference makers that set teams apart, especially here in Asia. So good round from Knock Knock. Not perfect, but certainly good enough. And looking quite competitive at the moment.
Well, I don't think I expected more than at least 2 attacking rounds. At minimum, I would have thought they'd probably get 1 somewhere, but to get 2 already, 2 more rounds to go, this is actually a very impressive performance from Knock Knock. I think they're with every chance that they could, honestly, pick up a massive result here and throw a real spanner in the works for the final play day here of the group stage. Long ways to still go.
Bomb located by attackers. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, so we said the castle then brought out round 5, and good response from Knock Knock in terms of their op lineup. We see the Flores from Jittery. He's going to be so important in dealing with those barricades. Initial bandit trick off the rip, I'm pretty sure was successful there from DCH. We'll get confirmation when we see the cards as to what utility was expended there by the attack, as DCH rotates over towards Con. So I can only assume at this point in time that the exothermic was in fact burnt. Yeah, one left in pocket, that one being deployed now. Wall does eventually get opened up, but that may limit options elsewhere. They do have the Maverick, though, for backup. And so, sooner rather than later, Jacuzzi should be threatened by Beat. It would be a little bit strange to post the Maverick outside here, given there are other positions to hard breach. We saw Conwall as well. I suppose with Ace in pocket, maybe they can make exceptions, but Mute and Bandit could throw a spanner in the works. Could also be a case where Knock Knock just want to go straight from this side of the map. We'll wait and see. Sandy probing down below for a vert opportunity, waiting for this drone from Beat. He'll spot that it's clear, so Sandy can be alleviated from this position, and Knock Knock can begin to take some ground.
Yeah, and a reminder as well for Jolita, you could drop this game and it's not the end of the world. Again, this is not a team that I think is going to get out of the 4-5 position. But it's also not a team that's playing like they want to build good form and momentum heading into the playoffs. They are playing tomorrow night. It's not even a case of, oh, you got a week off, whatever, get ready, yada, yada, yada. You're playing tomorrow night. And the performance we just saw from Direwolves, I'd back them in over Jolita right now. Another kill for Envy. He has been great. Very impactful kills too early in these rounds when they're alive, when they are full of promise. 50 seconds left. A Knock Knock now with a player advantage. IDFC has done his job so far, but he's going to be required again here with the 3 players remaining. Mr. Punch and DCH have been a little bit lacking. Drone gets shot out with very little time left, little drones left. Knock Knock. This is where late round execution becomes so vital. Entry into Jim off the back of these smokes. This time, though, I think the smokes are definitely more beneficial. And a nice watch over towards that castle barricade. Envy gets another kill. The plant is successful. IDFC slow to get going. He was holding back towards Stash. Good kill onto Envy, though. Can get a second. Sandy can't win that. But IDFC and Mr. Punch are both so low. Body shots will do. And there was one just then from Rattler. IDFC position known. Little poke and a prod at the head. He expects one to be in con, I think. Or wants to reposition. Not too sure. He seems a little bit lost here inside a bedroom. Low on health. The Jittery eventually gets the kill. And it's a 3rd attacking round from Knock Knock. Just starting to really sense There could be a boil over here on Clubhouse. This could be massive for South Asia. And I'm starting to believe, guys. I'm starting to think this could be a real possibility. I can't recall the last time a team from South Asia beat a team from Southeast Asia in an official at Pro League level.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yep, final round then of the half.
Are you counting Daystar? I don't count Daystar if you're counting Daystar. I'm not counting Daystar.
Yeah, for context, I did just post a message in the Discord that there was a South Asia victory last week. But to be fair, Daystar are also by far and away the lowest rated team in the league. So this would definitely 100% count if you're not going to count that one. And honestly, in the context of this match, it could not come at a better time. If Knock Knock get this result across the line, they have well and truly put Destiny in their hands.
5 seconds to go.
And then the pressure of the world would be on Hasib Warriors against Fury, who are competing for second spot, to win that game and reclaim their spot in top 6. So a big first half already here from Knock Knock. If they go 4-2 up, wow, that would be a big statement. And certainly possible with the way that they've been able to inject themselves into the site with quite a bit of conviction and confidence really throughout this match. Rarely stumbling, which has been good to see. Monty in play then for round 6. And we'll see how much of an impact the shield has.
Well, they don't need really anything else here. This is a bonus round now for Knock Knock. Three attacking rounds is more than enough. And I think they can definitely get the job done on defense. Certainly a lot more riding on this game for them too. If they're able to win this, it becomes, well, overwhelmingly likely they will make it into the playoffs. Good kill for DCH. They're actually just catching on a little bit now that Knock Knock have been making some very swift entries. So if you want to deny them early, you can play these more aggressive positions. Other than just kind of sitting site, allowing Knock Knock to get pretty decent map control.
Yeah, midway point of the round. And we'll see if Knock Knock can bring this one back. It's going to certainly be a challenge from this particular position. Defense is peeled back. They have good defensive utility to play into, such as the Goyos. Canisters, the Azami keeper barriers as well. Mr. Punch on for a flank opportunity here too. I do wonder if Knock Knock have a read. I'm a little bit concerned based on their body language. Oh, Sandy, that said, oh, does have a peek. But he just hesitates, and Mr. Punch capitalizes.
Feels like the first time in a while that Knock Knock are at a pretty severe disadvantage in this round. And it kind of goes back to the opening round. That double shield play, they looked the weakest. This time, a singular shield, but still weak again. Unfortunately, with this being the final round of the half, no chance to rectify after it. Vulcan canister gets shot out. 35 seconds remaining. Again, big stack though towards Kitchen Hatch. This time they don't have the numbers to overwhelm. Smoke available for Rattler, but they need to honestly get a bit fortunate here. Rattler does get a good kill onto Mr. Punch, still a bit towards Logistic. But watching closely, Sapper able to get one, and Envy now the solo on the Montaigne. The shield play never really worked out for Knock Knock in this half. Does collect himself another kill, but that's all it will be. It's a little bit of a padding of the stats, but still, 3 attacking rounds, guys, more than we ever thought they would actually get. That is a sensational half from Knock Knock, and now they get to go into the defense.
Yeah, really good half there. The basement side, not all that convincing, and we even saw with the strong advantage, it was very kitchen heavy, forced on getting that plant down, forcing the retake from the defense. They tried a similar-ish strategy, although it never really came to fruition. After losing the first couple of picks, it was going to be tough. Good work there from Jalita. They responded accordingly. They then just made sure at the very end that they didn't feed the Monty, and were able to overwhelm that position. And the initial room clear there from Knock Knock. Certainly a challenge, and then the sack down Kitchen. Never really going to work. Envy on that shield, not probably able to get as much value as he would have envisioned with that selection going into round 6, but change of the halves now, change of sides. Knock Knock on defense. And if the map continues, at least as was the case heading into the night, very, very, very defender-sided here in Asia League for 2024. I mean, we could very much say that they're in with a very good shout at keeping this game close, which is important for round differential, but beyond that, they might even be able to win it.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
Well, it's kind of a pride factor now for Jalita, whether they really want to fight tooth and nail to get themselves back into a good position here. I mean, it's a 3-3 scoreline, not out of it. But you're under the attack now, and Daystar have got Knock Knock have got everything to fight for. Trying to get themselves into the playoffs. There's more riding on this game. But Jalita need to kind of get themselves into a mental aspect where it's like, okay, regardless of that, we want to win. And we certainly don't want to be losing to this team. Bottom 2 position. They've almost got to make this personal now and just see if they can kind of find another gear or two they can go to. I'm kind of backing in Knock Knock right now. Sandy gets a kill towards Lounge. Keep a barrier. A little bit of a nuisance. Says to Jittery, what are you doing? Lucky there wasn't a second play there from Jalita to go for a trade or a swing. Sandy would have been completely dead because of that keeper barrier.
I mean, it's essentially job done now for Knock Knock until the last minute of the round. They're happy to forfeit that space, play into the advantage. Nothing wrong with that. Beat with an Electro Claw can place that one. I think it was Moto Hatch. Oh, that said though, a chink in the armor. They slip up. Jittery gives away one for free. As Army's so critical late round, especially holding the back of Armory with those keeper barriers, and so losing that advantage, that utility, could prove to be quite costly. So good pick there from Jalita. Well, there's still a bit of confidence now that they can bring this round back. Third established, hatch open. They have the Grim as well, which is using those hive launchers currently deep in towards Armory. I think it's just going to be a kitchen stack drop.
Oh, he's looking to drop now. Indeed he will. Turn to the bomb chassis. Mark is very low. Still going to look to stick to plant. Gasmay Boss thrown out. Rattler's got one more. Will throw into that direction. No. Shots come out from blue. Rattler and Sandy both able to combine one for one. Thor versus 2. Plant goes down and IEFC can hold from above. Will have to now hold from above. Would I imagine anticipate a massive stack from main. Now, last week we saw a very interesting triple stack through this position. We're going to see it again. IDFC has every chance of being able to find every kill here. One, a second, and then a third. No, this time Beat gets a big kill. I was having deja vu flashbacks. Was it? I can't remember if it was Os or Asia, but you know what I'm talking about, cuz. And I was getting a little bit worried. But Knock Knock, they pulled through, and they get a big round win.
It was almost the exact same as well.
It was Chef Jeff.
I'm failing to understand why Envy isn't just jumping on the kit straight away, unless he has info up above and he's going for the floor bank. Just get on the kit and actually force the player up above to make a conscious decision if he wants to deny or if he wants to engage, and then catch him while he's in the middle of that. But they traded out eventually, so no harm done. Good work. I will say, these attacks from both teams on this basement floor have been very basic. All of them have just been, let's stack util from kitchen hatch and just drop. There was a good smoke babe in response in that particular round from Rattler, which actually made things quite challenging. The Grim util meant that the defense had to play quite static and far back. But yeah, that was a little bit basic for my liking from a team of Jalita's status, but it is what it is. More importantly, and the big story of this match, Knock Knock now leading.
Yeah, absolutely crucial.
5 seconds remaining.
3 rounds away from causing a massive upset. A bit of a ripple effect as well throughout the playoffs. It would confine Jalita to 5th. But again, really the highest they're probably going to get is 4th anyway. So 4th, 5th, yeah, no real relevance to that. But it does mean for Fury, if Knock Knock win this game, then for Fury it's a matter of 2nd or 3rd. They basically, though, don't really, again, have much of a difference. Elevate versus Knock Knock would be on the cards. A couple of little change-ups to what could be the case. It does kind of make the match for Hasib Warriors very intriguing too. Have they then got the potential to kind of follow in strides of Knock Knock? I think Fury is certainly a more difficult opponent. Of course, that game to come after this. And this game not over just yet. But it is trending into a direction of a knock win. Entry over towards Jacuzzi. HM is unable to stop that exothermic, and yeah, main breach opened up.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Well, Mr. Punch does fall on his excursion into garage. It was jittery down below. I presume he had the angle up through oil pit. Not enough to find the kill, but enough to send Mr. Punch to the ground, and he'll be one shot now for the remainder of round 8. So a small little win there for Knock Knock to kick things off. They've given away this control through Cash at the midway point of the round. So again, in terms of time management, pretty even for both teams. Good use of the rotaries here from IDFC to flush out Con. Con wall being opened up from Cash meant that nobody could necessarily aggress and maybe go for a jump out onto IDFC's position. See how Jalita push this. Yeah.
They got belt control. Opened up Con a little bit. You can see a couple of players in there for Jalita right now. Still holding defensively into logistics for Knock Knock, but Jacuzzi 2 has been opened up. So you got Con, Balcony, Jacuzzi, the Holy Trinity. Kind of ignoring logistics right now. No pressure coming from main. Don't see anyone on a flanking approach. It does mean for at least Knock Knock defensively can play from main stairs and logistics. Early Nitrocell, but it's a good one. It's a double kill from Sandy, but the push-in does come from IDFC and Sapper down out on the balcony. DCH. Sapper and IDFC is the duo. Sapper does win his battle towards Jacuzzi. IDFC in towards site player. Stash prone. Invi core. Leg was sticking out. Jittery. The man that kind of started this round off. Can he win it? Bit of a rotate through Con. Can't spot the planter. Nitrocell. Not going to quite catch the kill onto Sapper. Plant's actually deep into sight towards Stash, and it's a nicely worked round from Jalita Esports. Not every aspect of that round went the way they would have liked, but they managed the round well.
I mean, Sapper got dealt a huge bloody lifeline at the end of that round there. He dies. It could have been a very different end to the round. Second player, though, had to keep a barrier to play off, in which case probably would have been the same end result, a Jalita round win. A much needed round win. Defensively, a little bit more sound there over towards Jim Bedroom, despite not everything going their way in the round. Last 30 seconds certainly proved to be a success. Big nitro there from Sandy, but in the meantime, double trade back. Sapper got good ground through that 90 position as IDFC got space on site. And then from there, relatively clean conversion with Sapper just able to survive inside of Jim. We actually go to Bar then, round 9. So Knock Knock leaving no stone unturned in this match.
It's been a really good game. Yeah, both teams have not really been able to get away from each other. Last stage into the 9th round, so a bit of a surprise play here from Knock Knock. We'll see if it does work.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Big change up as well in terms of the attack and repick for Jalita, anticipating that they probably weren't aware that this was going to happen. But they've got a plan in place for it. They bring the Nook. Iron Dockerby, Capital clear above. Try and play it sneaky. I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Punch eventually actually kind of goes down towards basement. Could look to push up main on the Nook. See what the play is. Does have kit at the moment. Not sure if that will stay though. Big couple of rounds coming up though. Knock Knock so close. This is where the pressure can get to you though. Even as an underdog with little to no expectations. You're 3 rounds away. That's the reality. So now it gets a bit tough and Envy goes for a jump out. And Sapper's in position to get that kill, and it was on to the Echo as well. So no Yokais. One spotted towards Con. And so far, a very quick round from Jalita as they're going for a plant off the back of these smokes here from DCH. Still has an incendiary as well, but Genery finds a kill. That's on to Mr. Punch, and a second to follow as well. Never mind, a third in quick succession. Jalita thought they had maybe been able to find a weakness in this defense that they could exploit quickly. But Knock Knock the whole way through felt very comfortable. Sapper flashes himself. Little mistakes starting to creep into the game of Jalita. And IDFC all by him. He's lonesome inside a kitchen. Kit not in a good position. It's in the middle of sight. In a 1 versus 3, this bar stage site choice has been perfect from Knock Knock.
Yeah, they found the path of least resistance in towards the objective, but that's about as far ahead as they planned. They didn't exactly have the plant position set. Jittery clearly had a favorable angle and was able to win that out. Valkyrie camera in sight still standing as well, meant that Knock Knock had full information on that entire push, and that vertical hole that you see up above, I'm pretty sure was the catalyst for that defensive win. I find it very difficult to see IDFC bringing this round back, and the off-meta selection here in site choice from Knock Knock has proven to be great. Yeah, I mean, that full setup directly counted exactly where that plant wanted to go down. There's a reason the diffuser's down on an island underneath that line of sight. We saw the smokes from the Kappa Tower deployed to cover other rotation points, but not the actual line of sight up above. All things said and done, a pretty clean and easy round there from Knock Knock. Good work in denying the plant, and everything else going their way that round.
I mean, it's a classic case, though, guys, where teams like to try and go horizontally, go direct, ignore vert. And that's essentially what the case was for Jolita. They get an opening kill, maybe sensing there's a bit of a weakness in that position of the site. Go for a quick hit, play off with the smokes. If you do get that plant down, it becomes a different story. But credit to Knock Knock's defense and the vert play that they had. They were able to find the answer that they desperately needed to keep that round alive. And that's the downside to what Shalita wanted to try and achieve. You go for that plant quickly, and then the defense is switched on. So 5-4, and we go to basement. 10th round, Knock Knock have every chance now to get themselves match point. And arguably been the best match that we have seen this stage from a South Asia team. I think across the board, guys. I mean, there's surely been some moments here and there. You think back to Play Day 1, the first 4 rounds of Hasib were so clinical. There's been good moments as well from Knock Knock. Not too long ago, they really were putting up a solid contest against Direwolves. It was 4-4 in Chalet before they eventually got overwhelmed. Kind of somewhat similar to this game, except the difference is this time they're on defense and they've already now got this 5th round. So making some really big strides here in a very important match to get them into the playoffs. They could not have timed this kind of performance any better.
And potentially makes Hasib's road to the major even more challenging. Even if Jolita win the next 3 rounds, it means that Hasib would still be quite a good chance of making the top 6 early trade over towards the Jacuzzi entry. I will say losing the Warden not great, although you look at the attacking lineup here from Jolita and it's really now just those flashes on the buck anyway. So arguably it's probably a win for Knock Knock. If there was a super execute heavy lineup in terms of like smokes and flashes for Jolita, then maybe for Knock Knock not as favorable. But taking out the IQ when you have the Valk on the board could be the difference maker for gathering info.
.90 seconds left, pivotal round. Jolita wanting to keep the pressure on. It's been a bit back and forth, so I'm expecting a response from Jolita. And as you mentioned, I think losing that water, not ideal. In fairness, no smokes and only a couple of flashes from IDFC. And Envy right now can sit the vault cams too, gaining some good information. I think B is not quite going to be able to trick that hatch, and Moto will get opened up. And wasn't able to actually retrieve that claw either. Previous lineup, Archer salted towards bot main, anticipating that push.
Yeah, and that lineup might be really influential. A Summer's going on triple wall. That should be indicating to Knock Knock that it might be a main breach hit. Impact EMP to deal with the Kaid Claw. Beat now under quite a bit of pressure, maybe forced back. 30 seconds on the clock, and the Hive Launcher being deployed to flash out some of these positions. Valcam bot main, so his position is known, but there's not much Beat can do with the wall open.
Yeah, but it does give him a bit of an idea as to how he wants to swing this. But from Moto, the timely swing from Sapper over does Beat's position. They all fall on site. Rattler now the solid towards blue in a 1 versus 3. Needs to deny the plant. Red ping information. the Kiba barrier blocking the vision of that plant from being successful, and Jolita have hit back. That Valcam still giving information towards bot main. What can Rattler do? He's still got 3 gas babes. He misthrows that one. No, it certainly was anticipating to be thrown towards bot main. Imagine that top right yellow indication is suggesting we're going to get a timeout at the end of this round. And Rattler really not going too broke for this. And close left hold, and Mark is going to win that pretty comfortably. Yeah, I think Rattler just kind of got stuck over towards blue. No one really came in his direction. It's a bit unfortunate the smoke wasn't more at the forefront of that push, but Jolita nicely executed attack. And they tie us up 5-5.
Yeah, the response there from Knock Knock in the face of the triple wall being open, maybe not as proactive as it really needed to be. As mentioned, the smoke not deploying util in the correct positions or not in a playable position to achieve that. It was, you know, pretty well announced by the attack. That's what they were going for, unless it was a pretty crazy bait. Ultimately, it wasn't. And a good round from Jolita, 5-5, the scoreline. And as I alluded to previously, even if Jolita had to close it out from here, if Knock Knock only lose by, say, 2 rounds in this particular matchup, then his SEIGE Warriors will be under a little bit of pressure to ensure that they themselves don't get smashed by Fury. It's a very important attack here from Knock Knock. An opportunity to, at minimum, push the game to OT.
I mentioned it before, start of this game, we haven't had an overtime since the opening play day, the opening game. And it did involve Jolita. They got that win, 8-6 over Fury. And I think we thought very highly of Jolita in that moment, and then it all started to crumble for the rest of the stage, losing to Elevate, losing to Bleed. Backed it up with a win against Direwolves. But then now struggling against Knock Knock. And a very turbulent stage for Jolita Esports. Very up and down. They lose this, it'll be probably more down than up. Breakpoint round, 11th round, 5-5. Who can get match point? More important for Knock Knock. They've got far more riding on this game. At minimum, though, Guz, round differential. They couldn't have done a better job so far. If they do go on and lose this, well, they'll be in a pretty good spot, provided Fury make quick work and easy work of his SEIGE Warriors.
Yeah, essentially, if Knock Knock going to lose it from here, his SEIGE Warriors would need to lose 3-7 or better. Unfortunately, his SEIGE did lose the head-to-head, so that offers them a little less leniency against Knock Knock. But that's, again, assuming we're in a world where Jolita actually go on to win this game. It's far from a guarantee at this point in time. 5-5 scoreline, both teams looking even. All DCH taken a bit of damage through that wall in towards Bar, but gets away with it. Pretty early peel here from 4 members of the defense. Still, though, one off-site, not lingering in dirt. I would
was a strip.
Presume they're close by, but that is certainly not the case.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it.
Did he get droned? I think he shot it, so...
He has now. I mean, even at this point, if Envy can just kind of delay by a bit of time.
Oh, that's
and
bold.
a chance, and he does get it down and the kill onto Mark. I mean, he gets his one. Anything else from here is a bonus. Getting pushed out by that frag grenade. Logic Bomb is ringing at the moment. It's a crouch peek from Mr. Punch. He's slow and he made it easy. Envy gets 2 on a lurk roam towards Strip. And no one else still offering any real help. Knock Knock still have 4 on site. So it's not as if Jolita can just now rush site. They got all 3 players remaining heading over towards Strip to clear out Envy.
Yeah, this should be 100% round over and match point to Knock Knock. Jolita. Or maybe that's the lifeline though. Envy didn't need to run out of that position. Probably could have still burnt a little bit more time and maybe taken 1 more with him. Not to be though. Now Jolita can get to work on the fundamentals. They have secondary hard breach. They have vert potential from the Ram, which I'm
Kitchen can get tonight. There's only
realized.
1 secondary.
Yeah.
Provided it's not already open, but...
Depending on where Jittery plays.
Yeah, it's not. One secondary hard breach. DCH. Are they going to be aware of this? Is there going to be an impact trick? If it is, it stays locked. No. Opened up. Nitrocell. Ineffective from Sandy. 20 seconds. 4 versus 3. Double stack drop over towards Kitchen is the way that it's transitioning right now. Flashes to drop. Hasn't quite come through, but standing in the open hatch is DCH. Sandy's quick with it. Down onto IDFC. Pistol will do the job. First shot, no. Second shot, yes. Lurk over towards Motor from Sapper's not going to be enough, but doesn't have the kit in hand. But Knock Knock, they have got themselves match point. 6-5. They also guarantee themselves 1 point, guys, and right now have got themselves from bottom 2 into the playoffs as things stand.
Yeah, that's a huge result for Knock Knock. And puts a boatload of pressure on Hasib Warriors leading into that final game. As a loss now will not be enough, at least not a regulation loss, depending on how this game continues to shape up. And a good round there. Started off with Envy over towards that strip position. Ended then with Jolita feeding down Kitchen Hatch. Not the best of clears in the room there necessarily from Jolita, but certainly props go to Envy to have the confidence to go for a play like that, sensing the importance of the round in the context of the standings. And they'll double down with the bar pick. Last time Jolita tried to sneak their way through Kitchen Hall towards a plant position. Did not contest Vert at all. And those lines of sight proved costly, so I do wonder if Jolita will play into the roam up above this time.
So having a very quick look though, what it means for Sid Warriors, guys, they need to beat Fury. Or as things currently stand, but at least need to get it to overtime. That point is so significant for Knock Knock. No longer are we talking just round differential. No longer are we talking about who can just lose in the best fashion. Knock Knock going for the win. A regulation win here, you would imagine should all but confirm it. Hasib would have to pull off a miracle against a Fury roster that is looking in the best form that we've seen them all stage. A Fury roster that 7-1 Knock Knock last week. Knock Knock have been able to do it on their own accord though, and not because other results went their way, and that's where they get the full plaudits and the full credit. Job not done. They would love all 3 points. They would love the win. This would be monumental for South Asia. Heading into the playoffs. Not just this win, but to have a team in the playoffs. To still have hope at a major run. Default shot out from IDFC up in towards Rafters. Only one logic bomb remains. And a slow and steady round right now from Jolita.
Yeah, looking for CC control across. Cash itself is, as we can see, not being contested. It's going to come down to the con extension from the Azami. Facilitate with the keep barriers. Then the fallback positioning towards bedroom. The one thing about this particular site and the roam up above, it is difficult to peel back towards the objective. In most cases, you are going to be cut off if the attack knows what they're doing. So it's often made or broken on the top floor. We'll see how Jolita go about chipping away at it, but it's beat to find the first. Sapper on the Ash falls. Knock Knock may actually see that now as an opportunity to peel. Although with that vert that they have established with those lines of sight, they won't currently. DCH elsewhere has been able to sneak in with stock, so he can open up into rear stage. Potential opportunity for that plant wing condition to open up here for Jolita.
$50 seconds. Jolita still haven't really got the vert that they would like, but a good kill onto Envy towards Secret does now give them a good lifeline. Had the pinch anyway, and the rotate coming from DCH, they would have got Envy regardless. Still looking to get more pressure up above. Good shot from Mark. Oh, and a second as well. This one's seemingly going to head to overtime unless we can get something big from Sandy and Rattler as the duo now. Now the solo for the Rattler himself. 20 seconds left. Logic Bomb, the final one. That has been expended by IDFC. Final flashes as well thrown as Rattler full white. Not a lot of time remaining. Could still look to deny the plant. One up above. Somehow finds that kill. Plant close right. Can he swing and get this kill? No, says one. Over towards Stock. One should be up close. Another really solid flash. One more to follow. But IDFC is very low. Rattler, can he find a way to create 2 1 versus 1s? Maybe expecting the push from DCH, but he hasn't pushed out just yet. He needs to be the one that makes the move. He should know this. At some point, needs to swing, gets the kill, tried to go for the reposition back in towards Bar, but just catching him at the final moment was DCH. We go to overtime. Neither of these two will get all 3 points.
Yeah, Knock Knock there displaying why the peel back to the objective is tough. They did make a couple of key errors, but Jolita shut them down. We saw Envy roaming, trying to flank on Echo. You think about how impactful Echo could have been there in the late round with the information, the plant denial potential. That could have been huge had he played a safer position. Then players up above also being caught off guard. The likes of Jittery caught moving forward. Then Mark on the trade shuts that down as well. In the face of the ACOG, AK-12, never really going to go the way there of Knock Knock. Valiant effort right at the very end there in the clutch, but not good enough. Knock Knock, though, with defense here in OT.
Should mention, by the way, since this game did go to overtime, the entire... I don't want to say lower because there's no lower or upper, but the bottom half of the playoffs bracket is all but set the whole way through. It'll be Direwolves versus Jolita. Winner of that will play Bleed. Locked in. Of course, with Jolita not being able to get the 3 points, they have no chance of getting into top 3. So, not sure who you'd back in that one, but they played pretty much last week, Jolita and Direwolves, so they'll run it back in that 4-5 matchup in the quarterfinal tomorrow. Bleed to play the winner. I think Bleed will go in as pretty heavy favorites over both of these two teams, to be completely honest. But Direwolves did pick up a big win against Elevate just not that long ago today. And the first overtime since the opening playdate. It's also the second overtime for Jolita this stage. They've occupied both OT matches. Knock Knock, again, that 1 point, massive. The second point, if they can get it here, would also mean an OT loss for Hissib Warriors wouldn't be enough. So still a lot more that can be gained for Knock Knock. On the defense, to begin this overtime, Sandy losing that shield top red. Keep a barrier, though, helps out, provides a little bit more support. In this position, only one E1D remains for Mr. Punch.
Yeah, good early clear over towards CCTV from Jolita, and uncontested over towards Jacuzzi as well. So good start for the attack. Time management, quite good as well. 2 Roteros remaining as well for IDFC in the face of the Azami, so that's going to be critical. I'm a little bit concerned, a fraction concerned as to how Knock Knock are going to look to deal with the mirror windows. They're not playing the Ash. Salma's now all expended. I'm not entirely sure where the last one was deployed, so something to keep in mind. Beats position, and the other mirror he's established. Maybe a difference maker in this round. One Logi, other bathroom. As we can see, neither contested, both still standing. And so that's probably the real last piece of the puzzle here for Jolita to unlock outside of the odd keeper barrier.
Little exchange towards the outside belt and towards Con. Sandy very lucky to stay alive, considering his health points is now down to 1. Minute remaining. Just a punch once again in this position of cash, but this time on the attack rather than the defense. Sandy towards bomb chassis, middle of bedroom, and a little stand up and a win for Rattler inside gym. And goes for a reposition. There's an entry in towards bathroom, but he's in a good spot. IDFC gets a big kill, needed that one, but he only creates a 3 versus 4, and he is still low on health. Pushing from Punch, though, is strong from Con. They can go for the plant now, behind the flip mattress. 30 seconds, but Beat got a kill on Sapper at that same point in which they wanted to get the plant down. Envy hasn't been cleared. He will be now. That's kicked down. 2 versus 1. Mr. Punch should be known. Shot from bathroom is good. There is a rotate hole, but prone. And therefore, position not known. Top main swing, unsuccessful, and Jittery gets the final kill of the round to give Knock Knock another chance at winning this match.
Clean defense there for Knock Knock. I think Jolita probably did pick the best path in towards the objective, doing their best to avoid feeding that mirror window bathroom. But unfortunately for them, reposition into Jim. Good work from Knock Knock. Played that position well. Player down below, then able to position main. 2v1. Very difficult position with time against that remaining attacker from Jalita. Good work from Rattler. Eventually traded. And as you saw, this push through from Mr. Punch, very influential in the round with the 417. In the meantime, though, Envy able to creep inside of Jim, then gave an opportunity for Jittery to make his way back up main. Jalita, once again, now trailing. They do have defense to lean into, but it was always going to be a rough overtime.
Good news for Knock Knock is that they will have defense once again if it does go to a 15th round. Just the one change up. Doc could be in place of the Blackbeard. No surprise that we go to basement here for Jalita. Bring the Grim as well, rather than doubling down on Hard Breach, or tripling down for that matter. Now they just double down. Maverick and Ace to do the job. Aggressive do we see from Jalita on the defense though? Will be 5 on site. Do they kind of play and employ what we saw from Envy on Knock Knock's defensive basement? Get some roam game going. You can see DCH on the Zolus up above. In towards CCTV. Again, could just make a swift rotate back down secret, and if he does, it'll be a pretty poor roam game. I think it will just be some secret pressure, some mainstairs pressure. Much as a minimized roam as there possibly can be, if you could even call it that.
Yeah, double stack over towards mainstairs here from Jalita, just looking to garner a bit of info. Chip away at the drone economy here from Knock Knock. Does just stall out their ability to establish Vert for a little while longer as well. Although that won't be a problem now as the defense peels back. I do wonder how Knock Knock are going to go for the execute. As mentioned, both teams have fallen foul of going for fairly linear direct stacks to the kitchen. See what it is this time around. With Jittery falling though and Hard Breach limited, now options start to become really important here, or decisions become important as options wither. Without the Ace opening up main wall for a push is probably not really going to be a play. And so we're looking at Knock Knock to really rely on that kitchen drop in combination with some other point of pressure.
Yeah, the way they're clearing out default, Cam and the Vulcan canister as well, anticipating there's going to be very much a Moto and bot main push. Not really seeing a lot of pressure over towards blue. Certainly no rotate towards dirt. As you mentioned, without the Ace now, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to clear out that upper wall of church. There's some pressure coming in from kitchen, which, by the way, the hatch has not been opened up just yet. And there's a... Well... I'm a little bit confused here. You still got like over 50 seconds left in the round. You have an open kitchen. Now you're all just dropping a Moto. It's been a really good game from Knock Knock, but not this round. Not at all. Double kill for Envy. Still 1 versus 3. Still time. He does have the kit. And he spot one in towards Arsenal. Well, if he had got that kill, maybe. I think he wants to just vault in and go for the plant. Bit of a nuisance in this wall. Has just been a bit of a beat up. 20 seconds left, still has time to maybe go for a bit of a walkabout, see if there's anyone holding close, but nice timely swing from Sapper, and we do go to that 15th round, a very unconvincing attacking round, not gonna lie, from Knock Knock. They've been really good in this game, but not that round.
So to the 15th and final round we go. Arguably, Knock Knock have already done enough, I suppose, to make top 6. Unless Fury have a real bad afternoon.
I mean, they just got to match whatever Knock Knock do here. If this ends up being an OT loss, Hasib match that, then they go through because of the round differential.
Yeah, correct. But that's very unlikely. But we did also say
I thought
that
this was going to be very unlikely. Yeah, that's the thing,
exactly.
right? So
anything is possible tonight, apparently. Yeah, we'll see how this round goes. Knock Knock will be bringing out the mirror for down below. And they'll also reinforce top floor. So they'll employ a roam that will be facilitated by the Mute and the Solace combo should make info gathering here for the attack quite a challenge. Jolita would have a lot of experience in playing into these sorts of setups, but it's important that they don't waste too much time or utility. Mirror will be in the backline on that objective. Do have the Ashe to deal with it. So important that utility is rationed properly in this round, otherwise it'll be costly.
Well, it'd be kind of disappointing if we get all this way and Knock Knock are going to be unable to get the job done. Really would like to see them get a big statement win for South Asia. Again, their place in the playoffs, as you kind of touted to. Much more likely now with this result, getting the 1 point. Dead Warriors versus Fury will be the final game of the play day and of the group stage coming up after this. Yeah, fascinating one. Sib will be fighting for their life, for their playoff hopes. As I said, would need to either match or do better than what Knock Knock have done in this game. That's an OT loss at the moment or a win. Comes an OT win for Knock Knock, well then that changes to an OT win or a regulation win. 2 minutes left in this round. On the defense again for Knock Knock though, it does bode well for them. They've been really good on their defense, aggressive at times. Going for jump outs, going for early aggressive kills. Sandy, there is one of those aggressive kills. Wanted more towards the balcony. A big kill on the IDFC. That is a lot of soft breach potential taken off the board here. No buck that can do some big damage towards Kitchen, for example. That is a huge kill.
Yeah, that's really big. Of the 4 defensive rounds that Knock Knock have been able to win in this match so far, only one of those was it off the back of losing the initial engagement. That was round 9, the first time they defended bar stage, and that was largely off the back of their ability to deny plan on a tertiary site. So back on the primaries, winning that early duel defensively has been a very difficult obstacle for Jolita to come back from. Have a minute to do so though. Rattler inside of stock certainly poses a threat. It might end up being another kitchen stack here from Jolita. Rattler's certainly good for 1 here if somebody wants to rotate over towards blue, although Jolita with 1 in dirt could be the case. 1 dirt, 1 main maybe, and then 2 hatch, or 3 hatch, 1 dirt.
Whoa! Big chunk of damage. I don't know if that dirt push is going to be really fruitful now. Plant from DCH apparently forthcoming. Double kill though. Mr. Punch gets 2. Mark actually ended up getting 1 as well from dirt. It's all fallen apart for Knock Knock in the final moments. B almost denying that plan, but it is successful. Needs to rush main stairs right now and clear kitchen. Mark still low, was dirt. And I think he's backed all the way out of dirt to go for the rotate in towards kitchen. In meat locker. Sapper. It's a double stack in kitchen. Beat half health. Knock Knock have come so far, but a win will not be on the cards. Jolita holding strong and get the 2 points to close out their group stage. They don't go very far, from 5th to 4th, but still it's a win, and they are able to overcome Knock Knock.
Yeah, they really have to grind away in this match, Jolita. Understandably not wanting to reveal all too much in the final play day. Honestly, I think the whole storyline from start to finish has revolved around Knock Knock. I want to give them the plaudits. They played well in this particular matchup and should have done enough. If they somehow do not make top 6 after this because their oppositions in his SIB managed to take down Fury, I would be absolutely shocked, but the ball is now in their court.
Yeah, well, speaking of balls, that's probably the biggest blue balls that we've seen for South Asia. I feel for the fans, but hey, they get themselves a handy point, and regardless of what happens from here, guys, South Asia will be in the playoffs, of course. So, look, it's not a win, but it's still a really solid result from Knock Knock Jolita. They do get over the line, and we get back to the desk.
Unfortunately, they can't get it done. Knock Knock, they take it right to the edge, edging us closer and closer, Dev, but unfortunately, it just doesn't pan out. It doesn't pan out.
Credit, honestly, credit where credit is due. Knock Knock played really well, particularly in that first half. I was really surprised that they managed to go 3-3 on their attack on Clubhouse. A lot of big wins, even one down onto the basement, which is a very hard site to crack. Even in the second half as well, like, these guys are going bar. I don't give a shit. Like, I have mad respect for that. They actually made it bar defense work, and almost a second one. Yeah, I've been super impressed by Knock Knock today, and I certainly wasn't expecting to say that. So you got to give credit where credit is due. I feel really bad. We've kind of been going in on South Asia for the whole stage, and we've finally seen like a big proper upset. I know that they didn't win the game in the end, but this feels like a win for Knock Knock.
I mean, it's a win for South Asia, period. I don't even care about Knock Knock. Let's congratulate South Asia on, really taking it to a team in general that I thought was going to absolutely wipe the floor, Mandy. I think it's really important always to contextualize a game going into it, right? There has been no evidence provided whatsoever that Knock Knock were going to get this damn close. They had it in their hands. Unfortunately, it just feels like Jolita kicked into another gear when it mattered most. But this is this is a phenomenal victory for Knock Knock.
Yeah, I mean, the way that I saw that game in particular was that it felt like Knock Knock was really setting the pace of that game. They were throwing more problems at Jolita than I think Jolita were throwing at Knock Knock. And the way I saw it was that Jolita were trying to solve the problems that Knock Knock had posed them with. I think, especially when you've got players like Sandy and like Invi going for these like sort of like pocket plays that just really threw Jolita off guard. I think we got at the point in the game where Jolita figured out what they needed to do. I think to shut down some stuff like that is probably where Knock Knock lost their rounds, to be honest. I felt like a lot of the rounds were won and lost by like a pocket play.
Yep.
Whether it was a solo or whether it was a duo. But I feel like it's a double-edged sword, right? It either wins you a round or it loses you the round if Jolita have got the right solution.
I feel like that's APAC in a nutshell, right? Like the way you explained it, right? It either wins you the game or it loses you the game. And unfortunately for Knock Knock, as you said, double-edged sword. Sometimes it goes swimmingly well. You get the advantage and you double down, you snowball on. And sometimes in that last round, you get caught off site, you get caught trying to rotate back, and Jolita lock it out. They were very quick to capitalize once they got into that site. And I think that is that's a hallmark of a team that obviously, they understand that they've done, I would say, the quote-unquote wrong thing. That's just they've let Knock Knock get to that point. But the fact of the matter is, the stomach for Jolita to just come back into this game after, I'm sure, what they would have been looking at as an overall net negative, it's positive. And yeah, I'm happy.
Good. I'm glad that you're happy. I'm
Thank
happy
you,
that
mate.
you're happy. I'm happy that I'm happy as well. And I think Jolita should be happy that we're happy, and we should be happy about Jolita's happiness, because they had 2 match points against them in this game, and they had to overcome that twice, and all of the adversity that comes with going up against one of the lowest rated teams after beating Hasib like last week pretty convincing. Well, not last week, but 2 weeks ago, 7-2, really convincingly. This should have been an open and shut case for Jolita, and the fact that they were hit with that adversity, I think that you're really tested not with the fact that you go down a match point, but what you do with that. And these guys, despite knowing that it didn't actually mean a lot on the standings for them, they were already locked into the playoffs, they couldn't really lift themselves up into 3rd place. This meant a lot, I think, just for individual confidence.
Yes.
If you're losing to Knock Knock, that is bad. If you're dropping points to Knock Knock, that's not great. But if you can start by getting a match point down, pushing overtime, getting another match point down, and then coming back 2 rounds in a row, I think that really says a lot about the conviction of this team. They're not perfect, but they're getting there.
That's it. And it is a very long journey for most teams. I mean, you look at where this roster of Jolita have come from. Talk about long journeys. This has been one of the longest in Asia at the moment, right? This team has been together for, I think, 4 years now, maybe even longer if my memory serves me correct. So that really just goes to
That's
encapsulate.
a dead question.
Yeah, it really is,
know.
right?
It was 84 years ago.
But it does, it just goes to show how long it takes to get from point A to point B. But a newcomer to the roster has been doing phenomenally well. IDFC joins us on the desk to break down a little bit more of that matchup. IDFC, a very interesting game, my friend. How did it feel in the server? Were you nervous?
Oh my god, that game was crazy. Actually, the game ended, but I feel like I'm still in the game. And it was so intense.
I'm going to ask just a really simple question here. What went wrong? Or was it Knock Knock actually playing incredibly well? How did you feel like the rounds were panning out in the server? Was it your mistake or was it Knock Knock's game?
I mean, the play style Knock Knock present us on this game. They were like kind of aggressive, and yeah, they played kind of pretty well today. Like, yeah, they actually insane on the team performance, and we were kind of choked on the process while taking on site and clearing the loamers and stuff. Yeah, kind of choked.
So IDFC, you've made it to the playoffs. Congratulations, but the job is not done. There's only one spot at the major, and there are a lot of teams between you and Manchester Opportunity. The team that you'll be versing should be Direwolves. How do you feel about going against Direwolves after what was quite a close game with them last week?
I feel like we're going to have a fun best of 3 match against Direwolf. I mean, they're having a pretty wide map pool to play against us, and yeah, we were kind of prepared well for the payoff, so we were actually so confident.
It's really good to hear. My question for you is, when you have a tough game like that and things are going wrong, who's the person on your team that will help things get back on track? Like, who's the person that's solving the problems, telling the team what you guys need to do to fix your mistakes in the moment?
To be honest, Zappa and Makele and DC Edge actually have a big tree talk on the Elder Talk, and yeah, they were kind of fixing the problems in the game throughout, and yeah, we won. Shout out to them for good plans, for having us a win.
Sometimes that's the difference between a good and a great team, my friend. Would you like to say anything before we let you go? Playoffs start tomorrow.
Yeah, payoff tomorrow. We're gonna try our best to be the best, and yeah, we gotta see.
Oh, I love that. I'll leave it on that, IDFC. Thank you very much for joining us, my friend. Best of luck.
Bye-bye.
You're gonna wait and see. That's stone cold. That's stone cold. Not Steve Austin, but it's stone cold, Dev.
Yeah, and should they win against Direwolves, they will play Bleed in a semi-final as well. So they've got their work cut out for them. It ain't going to be easy, but these guys have worked really hard. And like I said, through adversity, that's really when a team is tested. And, you know, you got to push yourself in order to improve. A team that doesn't show any resistance is a team that's not learning anything. And all I can pray is that Gelida, between now and 24 hours from now, they've taken some learnings from this game. They're ready to not get complacent, not underestimate their opponents, even Direwolves, who we've seen have their flaws, but also have moments of shining performances. And I think that Gelida, you know, they got to be careful. They got to really hack it out to make it through to the semi-finals.
They certainly do. It's not going to be an easy road, nor is our final game of the night. It's treacherous out here for Hasib Warriors. They need a point, and they need to do it convincingly. They go up against, well, it's little old Fury. We'll be back after this.
Yeah, I want like maybe Mentalist and IGL and Reeves, and then Gucci playing duo with Reeves maybe. Yeah, okay, we have 3 now. Okay, so we need 2 more players. Just add some star player. I think let's just add Onigiri as the 4th guy, and who should I pick? Oh, maybe just I pick F from Adelaide. Yeah, coach. Can I pick myself as a coach? Or maybe Pengu. He just fly to Talon as a content creator. Okay, just take him as our coach. Thanks.
Okay. First, I will pick Trick from Fury. I think he's the best gunner. The second is Shed from LFA. I think he's IGL from LFA, so we need a brain for us. The third one would be Jogo from Direwolf. He's a friend of mine, and I think he's a good player. He can play flash or support or infinite entry. Fourth one is, I think it's Wish96 from Lead. He's a very good gunner tier. So I have the best 2 gunner from this region. I think it's enough. And the last one, I think I will pick KZB from my team. He's a good player or good lurker can do really good from behind. Yeah. Coach, I will pick the lead Esports Julio. Yeah, he's a very good coach, W7M coach. So I think he'll be good for this team.
Okay, let's start with Fragger. So I think from our team, Zidux is a very good Fragger. From Bleed, it's a tough one. I will pick Hoven from Bleed as Flex there. And then I will pick Ape from Elevate. So that's 3 guys. And then I need a hard support guy. Like Lycolis from Fury is a very good hard support guy. So I'll pick Lycolis. Actually, I will pick one guy from Knock Knock, like the South Asian team. I will pick Chitaru from there. He's also a very good gunner and flex player. Coach, can I pick my coach or no? Yeah, I will pick Nasi Warriors coach Ashrit. He's a very good coach. Yeah, he does lots of stuff. So we don't listen properly. But yeah, he's very good.
Okay, I'm gonna start with the coach. I'll pick Julio from Bleed. That guy is a major champion, invitational champion. If I want to make a dream team, I think he's the guy, go-to guy, and he can even sub in when needed. For the first player, as an entry fragger, I'll pick Reeves 96. He's the most KD player or impact player in all of Asia. The second entry I would pick should be J from Fury. He's also a good entry fragger. He's close to Reeves in terms of kills, death ratio. I think for flex, I'd go for Speakeasy from Elevate. And I'll make him the captain of this team. Just because of his experience and his playmaking abilities. Fourth player can be DCH from Galida. That guy is a great support player. For the fifth player, mainly I'd go for Hoven from Bleed. He's he can play entry, he can play flex, he can change everything, and that guy is a beast in gunfights. So that's my dream team, and I think they can smash even the best team in the world.
I think this is in Consulate.
Bank or console, but my opinion is go to Consulate.
I think this is Bank and this should be Lockers basement.
Oh, Bank. Okay. Wow.
Shit.
Okay.
Yeah, Sky.
Oh, I think it's Skyscraper. Skyscraper spawn.
Oh, this is in Chalet, I think. I remember the rock and the wood.
Oh my god.
Wow. Okay.
Who even looks at that?
Oregon bunker.
This is definitely Oregon bunker.
I remember this is Oregon in the Anka. Oregon.
All right, it is time to get underway with our final match, not just of the night, but of the BO1 round robin. Dev, you look like you're just enjoying yourself here, mate.
I'm having such a good time right now. It's a lovely warm night in Melbourne. The night is but young. It's only 40 minutes past midnight, but I'm super keen because guess what? It's the final match of the round robin phase of this stage. That's right, you heard it here first. We're about to find out who goes to the playoffs.
That's it. And you know what they say, lightning doesn't strike twice in the same place, but it's going to have to for our final game of the night. If Hasib want any chance of going to the playoffs, they will need to do better than 1 point, Dev, and that is what is going to be the critical conversation here. Obviously, there are permutations for Fury as well. Actually, you know what? In fact, I'm sick of hearing Dev's voice. Mandy, it is a very interesting matchup here because, one, Fury need a win. Doesn't matter what kind of win. They need to win this game. They will go to second SEIGE straight through to a semi-final. Whereas Hasib, they need at least 1 point to ensure that they head to the playoffs. It is a tantalizing prospect.
Oh, tantalizing, you say? Well, I don't know. I feel like for Fury at this stage, like, they have essentially been gifted a ticket into second place, right? Like, Elevate losing out to Direwolves early on, as we can see in this graphic as well, means that Fury has this chance to actually skip out on the quarterfinal stage of the playoffs. And I feel like, to be honest, that's the story that I'm going to harp on about. I'm going with your lightning doesn't strike twice kind of theory, so surely Hasib Warriors do not get a point to Fury here. I feel like Knock Knock have done enough.
Like, honestly, from that, I would actually go as far to say that might be the biggest upset of the stage. I know that's a really wild thing to say considering Elevate beat Bleed and Fury had a couple of, let's say, missed games, but that win with Knock Knock, well, sorry, it's not a win. The point that Knock Knock have gained off of Jalita really does change the outcome of this game. And it also means that Fury's going to have a lot more pressure on them as well. As Sib can't cruise through this game now, they're going to have to be on top of their game, at the forefront, making sure they're opening the rounds, making sure they're changing this game. And Fury are probably the most, if not the second most adequate at dealing with this, Dev. However, when it push comes to shove, they have to turn up.
Yeah, and look, Fury do turn up. That's the thing, Rob. Like, they lost 2 games at the start of the stage, and since then they've only lost 7 rounds. 7 rounds in 4 matches. 7-0, 7-1, 7-1, 7-5. That's the only team in the league that's gone flawless back-to-back for the last 4 matches that they've played. And Fury are on a hot streak, and I think that they're cruising their way towards the top of the standings. I think these guys are going to finish in the top 2, because, yeah, there's a lot on the line for Hasib Warriors, right, where they're looking for a spot in the playoffs to get that 1 leg up over Knock Knock. But likewise, Fury have to push here and win this game in order for a chance to jump into the top 2 spots. So I'm really expecting big things out of these guys. I think they're in peak form. Yeah, some of the highlight players on this team have been a little bit slow. I know on the break, Rob, you wanted to talk about Crit J. He's like an absolute gamer. In the pre-match content, all of the players from different teams were saying, oh yeah, I want Crit J. He's my star frag on my team. He's still positive, but he's a little bit quiet, being shown up by BG, man. Once Crit J comes into form, like, it's all over for everybody. This guy is an absolute gunner.
It's very true. Crit J has made a very big name for himself. And if you don't know what we're talking about, I mean, it's too late now, but when we go into the match breaks tomorrow for the playoffs, watch the player content and watch how many players name Crit J in their starting 5, their dream team, whatever you want to call it. He seriously has been a very big pickup for this roster way back when, and now is just doubling down as he starts to get, I guess, better and better. Just a more quiet stage. Maybe he hasn't needed to be as big. You know, you've got the players like I9 who are taking, once again, that role of old. I9 used to be known as the best, most mechanical, sharp player in the region, and he's kind of come back into the fold since Crit J hasn't had to have that much of an impact. And like you said, 7 rounds in their last 5 games that they've lost, 4 games that they've lost, really starts to paint a picture as to where this roster is going, headed in to playoffs. But speaking of playoffs, Mandy, we need Hasib Warriors in the playoffs. Well, in fact, we don't have to have them in the playoffs. The beautiful thing about this is Knock Knock and Hasib are just fighting for that 6th place. But this roster, after their match last week, we were all super positive, thinking, hey, they've taken down Daystar 7-3. They are now looking on track to potentially take that final place. Can they do it today? I know you said lightning doesn't strike twice.
That's what you
is
said,
there?
actually.
I did say that.
Look, I think, for Hasib, they've actually sort of made history last week, right? I think it's the first time since the conception of the new Blast format that a South Asian team has beaten a Southeast Asian team, period, as I understand it. So they've done pretty good so far, but I think tonight's task is pretty monumental. It's an absolutely colossal mountain to be climbing if they want to get a point off of Fury, who, I think as the stage has rolled on, they started out slow, but in their current form at the moment, it's like peak time going into playoffs, and I think Hasib Warriors have probably drawn the short straw, I think, in the timing that they've played against them. But I mean, yeah, Hasib Warriors, they've looked like relatively competitive, I would say, in the server, especially after the back of last week's game and interviewing the coach as well. I think it gave us a good idea that, like, look, these guys are taking it seriously, they are practicing, and whether it's going to translate in the server against one of the titans of the region, I don't think so, but I wouldn't count them out.
No. Unfortunately, Dev, the saying goes, Hasib wants peace, but he's going to have to get war here because there's no other way in which they're going to be able to get this across the line. That is not their average EPS. Surely not. No.
Yeah, look, I mean, the stats don't lie, except for when they do, but these stats, they're not lying right now. I'd actually be more concerned with their attack and defense win rates, particularly that defense win rate, just 37%. It's pretty pitiful. And yeah, these guys have had a real rough slog of it. They lost every single match, 5 games in a row, and for the most part, it just got worse and worse. Their closest one was against Knock Knock that they pushed to 12 rounds, but you know, at the end of it, they got 7-0'd by Elevate. And finally, last week, they got their first win. They took down Daystar. It was the first time a South Asian team has beaten a Southeast Asian team all year long. Of course, now Knock Knock have taken points away from Jalita, which is pretty close to doing the same. But yeah, Hasib have got a long way to go, especially against an informed Fury who knocked out or took down Knock Knock 7-1 last playday. So yeah, I'm really excited for Hasib. They have a huge task ahead of them, but I think it's possible. And you say lightning doesn't strike twice. I don't think we've ever seen 2 South Asian rosters beat 2 SEA rosters in the same night or the same week back to back. Like, I mean, these guys are the ones that did it last week. Maybe they could go back to back 2 weeks in a row, take down 2 SEA teams. It would really just be a miracle for these guys.
It would be, and it has to start here. In the veto process, that's right. We're only putting permutations around the individual rosters. Now it's time to open the canvas a little bit more and paint the picture for you. Unfortunately for me, no Chalet, but it is nice to see a night without Chalet. I feel like we have not had a night since the opening playday without it. But we are going to be heading, I was going to say, surely not to Cafe. That would have been a bit of a, okay. A skyscraper? Damn.
Yeah.
I mean, help me digest this.
Well, this is exciting because we've actually never seen Hasib Warriors play it. Even if you look all the way as far back as like September last year, these guys still didn't play this map. They banned it a few times in their ban phases thus far in the league, and it's been banned against them a few times. It's not very a high priority map in this league, with the exception of a few teams that play it. And you know one of those teams that plays it, Rob?
Who?
It'd be Fury. Yeah, they've actually played it twice. Yeah, they got 4 rounds off of Bleed on this map, which, to be honest, isn't great. Like, I think Fury should be getting more than 4 rounds against Bleed. But that was the old Fury. You know, that was the Fury of Playday 1 and Playday 2, the one that was really struggling. Since then, they came back and they got a little bit of a fire up, and they went and they took down Daystar 7-1 on Skyscraper. So, I've no doubt that Fury are feeling pretty confident going into this map. I just think that Hasib need to have done their VOD reviews. They need to have really analysed Fury. They need to be confident, and they need to come in with a solid game plan and just make sure that they stick to their guns.
After speaking to their coach last week, Mandy, do you get the vibe, do you get the feeling that Hasib might have been fully prepared for this map?
Nah, I don't think so. I think, to be honest, I just think, I don't know. I feel like Hasib, with their current understanding of the game, it's probably too elementary, I think. And the thing that worries me about teams that haven't got like a super developed understanding of the game, especially like on the fundamental strategic side of things, is that Skyscraper is a really hard map to play if you don't understand how to play it, right? So I think, taking them, like seeing this go through in the pool is a big red flag to me. I actually hate how popular it is in Asia, to be honest. Like, it absolutely kills me that this map gets played so much. Especially, when it's quite a hard map to crack strategically, and even if you do have the map cracked down strategically, it can be even harder to execute because a lot of the ideas that are even like viable on the attack can be shot down pretty easily. So I think, for Hasib, I guess the one asterisk to that is that they do start on the defense side because February got the last map ban, right? So if there's anything that might help them out here, it's probably starting on the right side for it, really.
Get a little bit of momentum heading into that second half because you're going to need it, Dev. This is a scary prospect. The problem is, from Hasib's stats, it doesn't look like defense or attack are necessarily favored more than. How do we start to direct this conversation? How do we see Hasib get close to either regulation win or an overtime loss win? Doesn't make a difference. How do they push it there?
Well, the main thing here is that Hasib do start on defense and Fury are really good. They actually, historically, this is quite a long stat, so it actually goes back the last 6 months, but Fury actually have a 69% win rate on their defense of this map. I know, very nice, right? And that's just, you don't want to be going against them on defense at the start. And so thankfully, Hasib have defense to kick it off. Doesn't mean it's going to be easy, but I think that that's going to be a comfort side for them. And then they can worry about Fury's own defenses when they move into the second half. I do just want to piggyback off another point that we were discussing earlier. We were talking about CritJ, right? CritJ, the gamer, the young gunner on this roster, but it occurred to me that the one that's performing best on this team at the moment is actually BG Man. BG Man not only is a top-rated player on this team during this league, but if you go back to the Atlanta Major, get this, BG Man was the 13th best player at that event. Wow. Out of 120 players, and this guy didn't even make it past Phase 2. Doesn't that tell you about how good this guy is? BG Man, I reckon he's been a bit of a backseat sleeper player for a while. We haven't really been like talking about him. He's not like, oh, he's not I9, he's not got the tats and the cold look, and he's not CritJ the young gunner. BG Man's a quiet performer, but man does he perform. He's been so good this stage, and his international performances back that up. I think he is one of the fundamental star players of this roster. I really want to see him perform. I do want to know, though, because I can't help but look in our chat on the side, and so I hope production can tell us. But apparently Fury are trying to get their 5th player in and struggling. And I just want to know, is that BG Man? Because if it is BG Man that can't connect, I don't know, I'd be very concerned. Who is it? BG Man's all good, apparently.
Okay.
Thank God. I really hope BG Man is all good because I think he's just such a big part of this team.
Oh, jeez, that's rough. Well, I guess, you know, Fury...
Oh, CritJ's missing.
Oh, wow.
Ironically.
Wow, that's kind of ironic considering the conversation we've had going into this. Yeah, I guess that's going to be a little bit interesting. So CritJ out, and it seems like the coach in for Fury. If ever there was a time for Hasib to step up, it is now. It's time for us to go to Guz and Xenox.
Yes, it is, Rob. Thank you very much. And we get to see good old Mad Duck Ranger make another appearance, or Vaughn, whichever one he wants to go by. I'm actually not quite sure which one it is, but I think it's Vaughn in game. So we'll go with that one. But look, big game coming up. Hasib Warriors, we've already kind of laid it out on the table, guys, when it comes to what they need to do now. Overtime loss or better. Simple as that to get into the playoffs. For Fury, it's a matter of how much they value that bye. 2nd place versus 3rd place. The difference really is, more or less, you just don't have to play a game against one of the South Asia teams.
Yeah, eager to jump into this one. It's unfortunate for Fury that they'll be playing this one with a substitute, but it actually isn't the first time they'll have to have done that in this particular stage. They did that back against Dire Wolves. It was Dark that was exchanged out for the coach that time round, and we thought that was going to make things quite difficult for them. Because way back then, Fury were also mid-pack. They did get away with that one though, 7-5, and I don't think for this matchup it should change things up all too much. But with Hasib Warriors very eager to get a result, who knows? This could be another one of those funny games.
Yeah, could be. We'll see. Fury on the attack to begin as well. So defense, Skyscraper very prevalent. Hasib Warriors will definitely get every kind of opportunity to start well. Although in this particular region, admittedly only played 3 times Skyscraper. It's not exactly overwhelmingly favorites to the defense. 53% isn't really all that crazy. Certainly every chance that Fury will be able to do more than enough. Montaigne banked out by Hasib Warriors. Not really too surprising. Very strong operator when it does come to Skyscraper, pushing through a lot of these chokeholds. And the Ying as well for on-site executions, Fenrir, and so far, yeah, all 3 bands have been pretty much staples to this particular map. And yeah, it is Vaughn to confirm that one.
Yeah, it's going to be intriguing to see how the team of Fury look to play around CritJ not participating in this particular matchup. In terms of rating, he's been middle of the road, oddly enough. At least according to CGG, both him and Vaughn both share the same primary operators in the Dokkaebi and the Legion. So assuming that they play similar roles here on Skyscraper, that could be one saving grace, that the rest of the team doesn't then have to conform around Vaughn filling the support role or the more flex role. And so that'll be a big positive for them. Yeah, eager to jump into this one. I think irrespective of the sub, Fury should still be rather dominant. That being said, starting out here on attack, Skyscraper could be a little bit rough for them, so we'll see how they go.
Yeah, it needs to be said as well that for all intents and purposes, Fury outright dead set favorites. 8.8 million channel points on Fury, just the 1.4 million on Hasib Warriors. I say Giles, there's still quite a lot actually. Saw earlier though today that it's not exactly always the easiest to predict after Knock Knock. We have an almighty scare to Jalita Esports in our previous game. That one going all the way to 8-7. Jalita held on, got the win. Knock Knock had 3 match point opportunities, couldn't get the job done, and just leaves the door slightly ajar for Hasib Warriors, guys. It's quite simplified. 6 rounds, you go to the playoffs. Anything less than that, and you will be heading home in second last.
So IQ in play then for the first round, and that will be a strong counter to the lineup presented here by the defense, namely Zdux on the Valkyrie. Been a big fan of Zdux throughout the stage. He's certainly had some good moments. And it's not too surprising to see that he is one of the top-rated players on the team. One of his strengths lying in entry as well at a +3 heading into the night. It's going to be a map sweep from Fury. They'll kick things up over towards Geisha off the back of the exothermic. Dark to take control top black stairs. And so Zdux will be the first to be pressured.
Yeah, good pressure onto Geisha early into the round as well. Means that for Zdux, kind of difficult to peek and move around this position. Pressure on both sides. Can just kind of play behind the box. Flash, but Nitro Cell. Pretty decent. Vaughn able to kind of just watch that explosion. Zdux might actually look to see if he can confirm whether there's someone there or not. The timing, unfortunate for Vaughn, but I9 in a good position to get the immediate trade. As Vaughn was looking for another flash. Clear out that Geisha position. They do get the kill. A 1-for-1 trade. But it is the coach. That is down. Mad Dark Ranger, Vaughn. And that's a very small win, I think, for Fury, taking Zdux out of this position to Geisha as well. 60 seconds left. 4 versus 4. Still good drum and mezzanine control for Hasib Warriors.
Well, that engagement goes the way of Dark. Good pick on the IQ. T control obtained. Frag grenade can be used to dislodge this castle barricade, and Taha under immediate pressure, ultimately forced back. So it will be a 3v4 skirmish on the objective itself. Doesn't bode particularly well here, unfortunately, for Hasib in this opening round against a weakened Fury playing with a substitute. They have flashes to dislodge this position, and so Taha sees white, rips the Nitro. Placed right, but not timed correctly. Like Coles eventually will kill him with the Kiba taken down.
Ooh,
2. Now Diddy position known inside of Lounge. Like Coles crosses will survive. Dark falls, but the trade comes through. And it must be said, not a bad start from Fury.
He got it down there as well, so it was a 1v2. He got 2 in that little position. But yeah, Fury, far too clinical. Certainly some moments in that round where Hasib Warriors had every opportunity, but you're losing primaries already. Offers an exhibition, very strong sight. When it does come to Skyscraper, defense should very well prevail in this matchup. Fury is going to be very difficult to beat on their own defense in the second half. So for every attacking round Fury can garner early in this opening half, it's just going to make their life so much easier in the second half. Great start. Good early Geisha control. Sweep across was pretty clinical. Won the battle over towards the mezzanine pretty quickly. And they just kept that flow-on effect going. Nice push from Lycolas through Dragon. Immediate change up from Hasib Warriors. Give up on Office and Exhibition over towards Tea Room and Karaoke now. Reminder, this is our last game tonight. Last game of the group stage, and playoffs for Asia League begin tomorrow. Short turnaround. And that's the question here for Fury. Will it be a short turnaround? Will they have to play tomorrow if they don't get the result they're searching for? Or will they get the week off?
Yeah, certainly time will tell. But a good first round, it must be said. Vaughn doing his job relatively well. Despite dying, he was pivotal in just fulfilling that basic hard breach role. And that's just important that he just chips away and gets his basics done. Anything from there is really just a bonus for Fury. Vault to come through from I9. It's aggressive through bathroom. Looking for Black Stairs control, and we'll see how Hasib respond.
Opening kill for I9, and already the blitz employed with that Montang ban, probably indicating Hasib don't want to deal with these shield operators. Bring it out. There's a chance to get the kill onto Doctor. So much control already established still with over 2 minutes on the clock. All of top black in control. Talon shield placed down. Coupled with the blitz shield, there's shields everywhere right now for Fury. Collis on the repel. Smoke. Probably not really actually aiding him all that much, to be completely honest. A little bit of a delay. Shield dealt with. Vulcan canister. Blown up. And a very fast start to the round for Fury has subsequently just been stalled out a little bit.
Oh, Doctor had a small window of opportunity there to maybe pluck one back for free. BG Man crossing that particular position. Minute 30 on the clock, the pacing slows. I9 can continue to spot for info and sees one top main. You just need to formulate a quick plan in dislodging these crosses, and it relies on I9 going deep. Also on I9, putt disconnecting. Zedux 1v5 round all but over at this point. I don't think the disconnect would have had the biggest of impacts. It's really just the beginning of the round. Explosive from Fury. Good use of the blitz. Plant will be confirmed by Colas. Repel already being held back to the staircase. So 2 main stairs, so Zedux not really with any place to go. Drone comes fourth. Zedux timed again. And with 30 seconds on that fuse. Despite winning that kill, he should not win this round. Impact to come through. I9 takes chip damage. Well, I9 started the round, and it looks like he'll end it. Flash comes through. Pistol shots follow. And it's back-to-back rounds for Fury.
Yeah, very fast-paced round from Fury to begin, and that was enough to really overwhelm Hasib Warriors. Full top black control from there. Looking down the hallway, sides became very vulnerable very quickly. The opening 2 kills really gave them a significant advantage, and Fury never looked like succumbing in that round. Got stalled out momentarily, but then dealt with that and got full site control. 2 opening attack rounds here on Skyscraper, and so far business as usual for Fury, and as expected in this matchup. I9, I think he's ready for bed. Aren't we all, mate? Aren't we all?
Well, he put Hasib to sleep in that round, must be said. Defense not really dealing with that shield all too effectively. Black Stairs was weakened. Technical pause now called. Fury, I'm sure, eager to jump back into the server. Good start for them. Not really looking too much like they're playing with a sub at the moment, which is a big positive for them. In some ways, Skyscraper, you can hide your sub on that hard breach roll pretty easily, and they don't have to do anything too advanced to get their basics as their job done, so... If you can find what
you don't need to hide Vaughn at all.
Kind of make for of it. Well, you have to a little bit.
Not
and that's
really.
No, you do.
Bloke's turning 38 this year, mate. He's full of experience. He knows what he's doing, okay? He's got experience on his side.
I'm not saying
he's been here before. He's played before. He's been to an SI, mate.
I'm not saying it in a disrespectful
Not as a player,
manner.
but...
I'm not saying it. Yeah, actually, to be fair, he went 6-9 against Star Wars, so he didn't do too bad. But you don't have to, like, super hard hide him, but
No.
I'm just saying that you can exemplify his strengths and just getting the basics done pretty easily on this map.
Imagine he just plays Deimos and sits on top of the roof tracking people. Just calling out where they are. That's your role.
That'd be interesting.
I mean, if you've seen SEIGE do it, he's getting on in age as well, so...
Yeah, might only have a
Sad.
couple of years in him. 2 more years.
Just waiting on Doctor to get back into the server, so we can continue here. 2-0 start for Fury. Got to feel a little bit for Hasib Warriors. They would have been watching on. I mean, the start of the night tonight, I don't have Sprabuni's statistics. I don't know if you've got it either, guys. I'm not throwing you under the bus. If you don't have it, that's fine. But my gut feeling is that they would have been pretty highly the more favored team statistically to hold on to their 6th place spot. considering the round differential that Knock had. The two teams and who they were playing against. It's why at the start of the night, I'm sitting here saying, well, it's a matter of who can lose the best. And then Knock go on and force OT and get 1 point changes everything for Hasib. No longer is it a case of, hey, we just need to make sure we hold on and get to, like, say, 3 rounds. Imagine this was a situation where all Hasib needed 3 rounds. Now, not the greatest start because you're on defense to begin and you've already lost 2. So even in that world, I'd be starting to worry for them already, but far more opportunities to come back if you only need the 3 rounds. Far more possible, but hey, they need to force OT. At minimum, force OT. And not the best start. 2 defensive rounds, 2 opportunities on the primary sites, and Fury win out both comfortably. A long, long way back now for his Sib Warriors. As Doctor's back in the server, we'll see if they can mount already a bit of a case that they are going to be a competitor in this match.
5 seconds to go. Attackers objective to locate bomb. Keep us secured.
So into round 3 we go then, and Hasib now with full 5 players inside the lobby. We'll see if Fury look to keep up this pace. Based on the lineup, it would suggest that it will. Doesn't get much more rush heavy than this with the Deimos in combination with your more traditional rush operators. Taha down below could be a threat though. Might be another case of Fury trying to exploit through bathroom, but we actually see positionally Hasib ready for that this time. Nicolas this time on the karaoke rappel though. He'll be self-sufficient with the smokes. Solus has been targeted, so good prio there from the attack. Should force Taha out of that room below, free up some space on the staircase. And with the diffuser in the hands of BG Man, he's likely going to look to push there. Unless they look to go more direct, although that's pretty risky. I don't think they're going for it.
Fast entry. So far, BG feels like he was dodging bullets for a little while there, but eventually does go down to Taha. That's Kit, by the way, so Kit in sight. And I mean, I did speak unironically about the Deimos for form, but it is I9 bringing it this round. Only 1 death mark remaining, so he's gone early on those. Still 1 EE, 1D for form. In fairness, another fast-paced round for Fury. And I9 with the Vendetta does get himself a kill on to Taha. So all is dealt with. 90 seconds left. Back to a 4 versus 4. Can make his way up Black Stairs. Dark still on the balcony. And there's going to be that final death mark. Off it goes, zipping away onto Hasib Wants Peace, who is holding towards Black Stairs. Frag thrown from I9. He still has got that ping advantage. They got the push as well from the balcony. Get the kill onto Hasib Wants Peace. Dark got traded. In fact, trade's now going the way of Hasib Warriors. Did it with a double. And all of a sudden, down to Mad Dark Ranger himself in a 1 versus 3. For the 37-year-old coach stand-in for tonight in place of Crit J. He couldn't, surely.
I don't think so. I will gasp quite loudly if he wins this. I mean, it doesn't have any info anyway to play off, so with some info becomes potential, but with these circumstances, it is unfortunately all but impossible.
I believed a little bit.
No, I didn't.
Like, I say a little bit, I mean like 5%. You didn't believe any percent?
I believed about 0.1%.
Oh, that's something. Well, big round for Hasib. Needed that. Absolutely needed that. Couldn't go 3 rounds less on the defense. They're on the board. Every round is going to matter so much, especially on this defensive half of Skyscraper over to XE and Office. I personally don't pay too much attention to the current statistics of Skyscraper in Asia League. I know it says it's like 53% defender sided, which is not a lot. Basically says coin flip. I'm going to be completely honest, in a lot of other regions, that's not the case, and it shouldn't really play out that way when Fury go into the defense as well. So I'm not paying too much mind to that. There's always reasons you can, if you go and dig into those games, there's probably like a top team versus the bottom team, and they started attack or something like that. It skews the statistics, especially with such a small subsample. The defensive rounds are going to be so important for Hasib.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, certainly is. I really don't think Hasib can afford to slip up too many more times here in this half. Almost looking at them having to win the next 3 straight, which would reflect a perfect rotation, include a tertiary site. So it's certainly a challenge, but they need to lay those foundations down if they want to push this game to overtime. Again, to reiterate, they are only searching for a single point towards the standings in this match. That's enough to secure top 6. 6 rounds, all they need. Unfortunately for them, though, Fury, they have every reason to gun for full 3 points in this regulation win. Gonna bump them up to 2nd, then elevate down. Elevate, oddly enough, will actually play the 6th place team tomorrow, if that's to be the case. Map clear at the moment from Fury, as we have to see that mirror window through T facing top black stairs, Ash in response. And I think it's been forfeited by the defense. Outside of this hold, it's Zedux again over towards Guiche.
Oh. Oh! Oh, he got him! Long range shot. Zedux gets the kill onto Lake Halls, at least takes 1 with him to the grave. PG Man in a good position and got the trade. 4 versus 4. These rounds have been very close. Tip wants peace. Apparently so, because he's on 0 kills. 90 seconds left. May have to give up that drum control. Never mind. He no longer wants peace. Wants bloodshed. Kill onto Dark on the Mez drop. And that's a big moment of the round for his Sib Warriors. Certainly can now just play sight. Don't have to continue this extension on the roam. I9 clears backstairs barbed wire. Vaughn's still outside. And unfortunately has not been able to make an impact in this game thus far. I think you mentioned in the game against Direwolves, he dropped 6 kills, 9 deaths. So that was at least a kind of game where he had good moments. But so far, here on Skyscraper, has really struggled on the attack.
Yeah, it's been rough. Can Fury try and bring this round back? 3v4 not completely unsalvageable, but again, it's going to be a bit of a rough challenge in isolating these picks. 3 flashbangs for BG Man could prove critical. But with only 3 players left, they're all likely going to be pushing from this west position. Sim just need to establish angles and work together. If somebody is flashed out, BG Man is that threat. Outside main breach. As I9 has been given some space to crouch forward. This could be an important part of the round if his army falls, but I9 whiffs.
Yeah, that might have been the moment that Fury had as a win condition. That is now gone. Down to just I9. Position known. Vaughn can't make entry. 0-4. Dinny gets 3 on the collapsing towards site. And a 2nd round established now for his Sib Warriors. And well, the stark difference that we've seen in the last 2 rounds to what we saw in the opening 2. I'm not going to lie, guys. The opening 2 rounds of this game, it was like bully mode from Fury. Fast pace, quick entries, quick kills, total dominance and control. We go to attack pulse, and on that other side, his Sib Warriors have transformed into a team that looks very strong defensively, not giving up ground without at least maybe taking 1 or 2 with them. Difficult to push over. Yeah, I mean, there's still 2 more rounds to go this half, but if they can get to like 4 defensive rounds, I'd feel very confident for them that they can maybe get a result here.
Yeah, I mean, potentially, but again, it's very much a 1 round at a time approach here, and it needs to be for Hasib. If they want a 2-4 split in their favor, it's going to come down to the tertiary site, which we'll now see an appearance over towards Barbecue Kitchen, round 5. This, to me, is the most important round of the half in the context we find ourselves at the moment. Gives Hasib the opportunity for the 4-2 split. Probably then mounts, some proper pressure on Fury, who by all accounts may have came into today expecting a relatively easy win, like the majority of us and I suppose probably the community as a whole. But that might not be the case, especially now with sub in play. You're going to have to grind away at this game a little bit, especially if they want all 3 points. But it's BG Man to step up and deny the spawn peek from Taha. So good read from him. And Fury more than happy to play with this advantage, and a team that's quite reliable in playing into these advantages as well.
Yeah, it's a catch-22 moment there, I think, for Taha and for Sib Warriors. You've won a couple of rounds, you've got a bit of advantage. Look to maybe double down on that and get aggressive, but unfortunately loses. It's always easy to, reward if he hits that shot and Taha gets a kill and it's a 5-on-4. We're sitting here singing the praises of the Sib Warriors. Instead, now it looks like a round that could go the way of Fury. Still need a lot more work to be done. Gemini in through Dragon, gets rid of the Sawyer Gate. And the Yokai spotted as well. The power of the IQ scanner. Collis is trying to find out where that really is.
So Fury don't look to snowball the advantage too quickly in this round. Minute 40 on the clock. Geisha extension still in play. BG man though to help flush it out. And the rest of the team now pinching over towards Drum. Doctor formulates a response though with the Nitro Cell. Oh, did I not see him? Surely saw him. The heals in towards Geish. Perhaps not initially, but Hasib now on an island. Top camera though, giving information to the defense, making it tricky for him to be cleared, but like Coles finds an opening elsewhere, doubles down. Zedux can't respond fast enough to that, not his fault. Hasib looks for the trade, also delayed. Dini now, well, he's good for one, but no more. Tertiary side, I said it was probably going to make or break the defense here, and maybe Hasib's chances at winning this game. Unfortunately, it does not go their way, and now places even more importance here on the final round of the half.
Yeah, I don't want to be too critical, but in that moment, you got like a double stack of karaoke, one player out in the hallway. You're just far too vulnerable. Giving up way too much. No real Geisha control, no Mez control. You're just completely on an island. And like Hollis just gets a free push in. I mean, the second kill on the Zedox is not even looking in his direction because he's got other positions he needs to look at. And it's not a case of a misplay. I mean, he's looking at that doorway. If you got two players looking at the one doorway, that's a misplay. Like in this moment here, look at Zedox. I know it looks like he gets shot in the back, but he's looking at I9. Like he's looking at other players. If they're double looking at the same position, then I9 probably gets the kill onto Zedox anyway. So then you got to kind of question if that is the case. Then it comes down to positioning in the first place. I mean, really well done for Fury and put the pressure on early. Taha is probably kicking himself that he goes for that spawn peak, but again, as I said, it's that risk versus reward. Everyone knows it. If you hit the shot and you get that opening kill, you look like the hero. You set the round up nicely for the defense. Instead, he made them quite vulnerable. One more round to go in this half, and to be completely honest, it's must win for Hasib. Need this third round. Otherwise, it's going to be incredibly difficult to envision they're going to be able to break Fury's defense so many times over that they can send this one to OT.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Oh, BG got the pick in the previous round, denying that spawn pick. It's important that Hasib don't give away anything for free here back on the primary site. The expectation being that they should win this round, but will it be enough? The Blitz is back in play. I9 will be looking for some pressure, presumably through Black Stairs. There's not a ton of utility supporting the position for Hasib at the moment. So I hope they have the systems in place to support him. Otherwise, he may be forced to forfeit it. Currently rotating, as BG does actually find that pick again elsewhere. Once more on Taha, like the previous round. And with Lycolos doubling down, a 4-2 split for Fury, looking very promising.
Yeah, I can't hate though what Hasib were trying to do by being a little bit more aggressive, because they know if they just sit back site, they give up map control, and Fury are able to kind of do what they did in the opening 2 rounds. It's a case of column A, column B, and in the end, they just aren't really able to hit some shots, and that's really all kind of comes down to. Fury just a little bit more clinical in their gunplay. Like Colin's going for the Italian already. Does get punished. That was very aggressive. I9 hadn't really even got position in towards karaoke, and they hadn't even cleared out T-room. So that was probably a little bit jumping of the gun from Lycolos. I9 low, Dark low. I know Dini is as well, but it's certainly a winnable round now. And Dini, as I say, his name finds the kill onto Dark. I9 still low on that blitz. Not a real utility though. Oh, the moving Talon Shield of Vaughn on the Ossa. Still 0-4. 60 seconds left, trying to just keep control. Looking down that hallway. BG Man still flashes. One smoke up for I9. Triple stack here on the Black Stairs side. Vaughn has made his way in. Just a bit of extra cover to go for this plant. Again, no real utility to stop this. turns around, plant goes down, BG Man to play cover. No blitz in play with I9's death. Doctor gets up close, does get the kill. He got off the kit. He didn't even stick it. The kit's not even down. Doctor with a pistol in 1 versus 1. Oh no! Fury win the round anyway. It's a calamity here on Team Room and Karaoke. What a salvage from BG Man. Vaughn got off the kit the last second, lost his life. Fortunately, BG Man clutches.
Yeah, just a small moment of panic there for Fury. I'm almost certain the plant could have been stuck behind the shield, as he would have been protected for a little while longer. The fact that he was even allowed to be threatened whilst in that plant position was a little bit questionable from Fury, but they did all the hard work before that point in time, and then they tidied it up after that diffuser was dropped anyway. So 4-2 half. Things looking good here for Fury. There's every world in which now Fury 2 primary sides back-to-back have match point. And for Hasib, they're going to have to grind away. They need 4 more rounds to make top 6.
Yeah, I mean, this is very difficult task now for Hasib Warriors. Nicely done for BG, man. Dev was hyping him up on the desk. 7-3 from him, like Colas. Kind of did give away his life a little bit on that rappel. The early portions of that last round, despite the fact they got an opening kill. 4-2 for attacking rounds from Fury. Really nicely done. And I will say this as well. I know we come into this game with full expectations Fury should win and win comfortably, but it is a danger game. Like, it's the last game of the play day. We already saw what Knock Knock were able to do in their earlier match. You cannot discredit if Hasib play at their very best and Fury, with a coach, are down 10-15%. You just don't know what kind of result you could get. They have to be switched on. Yes, Vaughn struggling to really get involved. I think he can be more impactful on the defense, a little bit easier for him to just kind of lock down, hold in position, force Hasib to push into him rather than him having to play hard breach and bring shields on the Ossa and kind of just do what he's kind of told to do. He can just hold a position, and I think that way he can get a little bit more involved and get some frags. Hasib Warriors are going to have to be really impressive here on their attack. Straight over to Office and Exhibition here into the 7th round. VIP single wall gets opened up. Salma's thrown. Taha still watching on the rappel. Born deep sight. I mean, a good position here. Shouldn't really have to peek too often or too much. I don't know how aggressive he's going to be over towards main breach. Does still have the Kaid claws. I9 one in back pocket, but there is a Thatcher on the board, so not really the full defense.
Yeah, not a bad response in the other round here for him. Hasib denying some of that hard breach potential, making it a little bit challenging here. Oh, pardon me, from Fury in denying that hard breach. Pardon me, we have switched sides. And so that is going to make things a little bit challenging now for Hasib. They'll rotate for map control on the karaoke side of the map, but as you can see, like Colas and Dark locking down that drum cross respectively. And so it's static at the moment for Hasib. Somebody needs to be forcing pressure on this defense, see if any cracks appear. Because at the moment it's pretty slow going. Minute to go. Zedox finally boots on the ground. This feels like a do or die fight for him, but it's the footholds through drum. Not accounted for. Freebie for like Colas, who can double down.
It's the exact same play. Yeah, it's just a very poor moment there for Hasib Warriors. Not paying enough mind there as to what like Colas can see and what Hasib can't see. Zedox and Hasib wants peace, both falling in the same fashion. Like Colas can get aggressive here. You push past that frag. At that point, if you push back, you die to it. It's a triple down for like Colas, so they're around a 4-on-2 now. And unfortunately for Hasib wants peace, and Hasib Warriors gets me every time. Like Colas is onto a quad. Dinny's the last one. It's a cheeky ace from like Colas. He's been sensational in this game. What a round. Smiles all round. Well, at least from Vaughn. He was smiling. And Fury, yeah, it's kind of just getting the job done for them. They've been great this stage, Fury. After the initial couple of play days, they've really stepped it up a notch, getting themselves back into a position where they can contend to go to Manchester. Like Colas, what a round, 5 kills. Technical issue called out immediately from Taha. And I think from here, it's probably just about done. And that means this game's done. It also means then this could be the end of the stage for Hasib Warriors if they cannot find a way to claw this back. Now, a reminder, overtime loss would be enough. They don't need any kind of regulation win. because can you envision them winning 4 of the next 5 rounds on attack against Fury? I personally can't.
Yeah, no, probably not. They really had to set the tone there on the primary site, get off to a good start, because inevitably on the second rotation, if they make it that far, it will come back to bite them again anyway. So it's such an uphill battle for them, very tough. We're now going to a tactical timeout off the back of the tech. And so an opportunity for Hesib over the last 60 seconds or so to discuss the game plan going forward. I think they very much would have gone into tonight knowing it was going to be a rough game, but with the expectation, even after the earlier result, that they could still qualify for top 6.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
And probably just looking to reaffirm them that belief in the team in the last minute. If you've lost belief now, then you may as well just disconnect, because that's not going to be good enough. You have to still have belief at this point in time. It is possible. Fury literally have a substitute on 0 kills. If you can make the rest of the team feel the grunt of that, it is doable. Unfortunately, those too many times key players or individual players have been allowed to shine for Fury and not being traded, not being shut down by Hesib.
10 seconds left before insertion.
A really workman-like performance from Fury in this game as well. Not really holding any of their punches. I think they played really good. Fundamental siege. Lycolis goes off on a bit of an individual rampage in that last round, but also it was also just Hesib Warriors kind of feeding into him. Just plays a position in drum with footholds. And he gets a free double off that, pushes towards restaurant stairs off the back of that frag. He can't push back anyway. There's a third, and then they all just collapse in the hallway. So from Lycolis' perspective, it's probably one of the easier aces he would ever find in Pro League, just the way that it plays out. He's also playing frontline positions. If you're someone like Vaughn holding deep sight, you're just never even in any kind of position where you're going to get those kind of kills. Lycolis, though, on the front line, benefits. 12-4, massive game from him. 7-3 from BG Man. And Fury haven't really put a foot wrong. But a great swing from Doctor, and well, maybe a foot has been slightly pivoted. Lycolis loses his life. Opens up the round now for Hesib Warriors with a man advantage. What can they do from here? As long as they can hold on to this for at least the next minute or so, clear ground, get map control, move forward, clear out positions like Drum and Mezzanine, and maybe they could find success here in the 8th round.
Yeah, good first early pick. Pretty opportunistic there from Hesib. Alleviates a lot of that pressure on the side of the map and the time sink that often comes with it. Quick pivot over towards Geisha. That will be opened up promptly as well. Off the back of the Thatcher EMP. And that exothermic charge. Solid groundwork. But again, it comes down to the late run here from Hesib. Are they able to isolate these players? If I'm them and I identify Thorn inside of Guiche, I am just absolutely going all in on that. Isolate him, get it to a 3v5, and then the rest of the round should unravel for Fury. So we'll see if that's what they do. Double repel, but it's actually Taha elsewhere to unlock the round. Vaughn does fall in the meantime as BG finds one. Now it's just himself and Dark.
Oh, that angle from BG Man was good, but he gets off it at the last moment, finds no kill, and loses his only teammate remaining in Dark. Shot in the back, and that's a really solid round from Hesib Warriors. Well worked, start to finish, on a Tea Room and Karaoke site, main primary site when it comes to Skyscraper, and that was arguably one of their best team effort rounds. They've already won a couple of rounds back on their defense in the first half, but that round there, I think is very easy to say was their best round that we've seen so far, and a very pivotal one. Denies Fury match point, gives them a 3rd round, keeps that scoreboard ticking over, and it keeps it close. And Fury, instead of opting for a repeat, go to the tertiary barbecuing kitchen. Massive chance and opportunity now for Hesib. They can double down, get a 2nd attacking round in a row, 5-4, clear out the tertiary site. They get a bit closer. I mean, as it stands, you're 3 rounds away from playoffs. That is a very achievable feat to do against a very difficult team, but it's only 3 rounds.
Yeah, I think it's also really important that Hesib were able to convert off the back of the tactical as well. They got some good value from that. Don't know how much of that had necessarily been strategy or if it was really just mental. And ensuring that belief was still instilled in the roster. Because it is doable. Again, Vaughn is 0-6. If I'm them, my entire game plan is revolved around just absolutely punishing him out of position and then playing with the advantage. And if you can as we saw in the last round, find advantages elsewhere. They're just bonus ticks on the checklist. So fundamentals need to be strong here. Continue to be strong from Hasib. This objective for Fury will break. It'll break the Camels back if they win it, though. So I know we keep saying these rounds in isolation continue to be important, but there's another important one on the cards here. For Hasib especially. Someone on the wall. Over towards Exhibition. An office. I9 looking to peel back. Inevitably will want to play above the objective inside of Guiche, I assume. But just looking to stall out this push.
It's been a rough game. Vaughn just has to stay locked in, and his moment could come deep into this game, and it could be a difference maker. 5-3. Sib Warriors fighting tooth and nail to get into the playoffs. I'm not sure if it was mentioned on the desk. It may have. But if the Sib Warriors actually do manage to beat Fury here, or to get the result they're looking for, they would play Fury again tomorrow night in a best of 3. So that must instill some kind of confidence. If you can beat them, maybe you can do it again. Battle hit from Lycolis is just won pretty comfortably though from VIP. But at the same time, Dark had found a kill. That's an aggressive push from Dinny, trying to maybe just retake this position. 4 versus 2 now, and despite the opening kill going the way of his Sib Warriors in this round, a very quick fire back from Fury has seen them take a 2-player advantage. And even on this tertiary site, Barbecue and Kitchen, Fury are looking very strong. Whoa. I feel like he almost accidentally fell down the hatch.
1v3 then.
Oh.
Sib taken low. Position revealed.
How did he not do any damage there? I swear he looked good there. That would have been so close. Drops down the hatch. Vaughn. Oh! Vaughn didn't even see him drop the hatch!
37. 37. He only just reacted to it now. That's how slow his reaction time was.
I swear you can see it as well. I'm like, I'm pretty certain you've seen him just drop the hatch, mate.
I feel bad for him. To be fair,
no.
Vaughn, again, in that Direwolves game, he went 6-9. Like, this guy is not... You know, this is not an expected result from him. But a testament to the rest of Fury. They have stepped up. Big objective to win out. Primaries will begin to unlock. And Hasib need a perfect rotation to make it back into the top 6.
I mean, the primary was unlocked even in that round. They just opted to send the tertiary anyway. Tyrion Karaoke, of course, was lost out the round prior. But yeah, like, can we watch it again? Oh, maybe he didn't see him. Okay. I mean, should have heard him though, right? Like, he would have heard him drop. And at that point, could have readjusted. But I guess the reaction time on that...
It was forgivable. He gets a
but it was forgivable. On our side, it
you wouldn't have won that fight, which means that he wouldn't have won that fight.
I would have been dead at that point anyway, so I wouldn't have even been alive. Bond was good enough that he kept himself alive.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, 3 match points now for Fury. It does mean for his Warriors they're going to win 3 rounds in a row without failure. If they can do that, then they get into the playoffs, then they'll play Fury again tomorrow night. If not, then they're out. And Fury will also, if they win it in regulation, go into 2nd place, which would put Elevate down into 3rd. Elevate would then be taking on Knock Knock tomorrow night in the quarterfinal.
Like Coles has been very nonchalant in the server tonight. He's been oozing confidence. I don't think I've ever seen like Coles play like this in my life. It's been good to watch that. 14 kills so far. See how many more he may be able to find in this match, which is unlikely to go on for all too much longer. Looking for something outside on this Geisha Repel with the rest of the attack working in towards the objective. Oh, it's a free kill. Yeah. Ah, that's a shame. And it's Taha again. Taha has had a rough game so far tonight. He's been on the receiving end of the entry now 3 times. That said, at least the first 2 times in which he did die first, Actually, no, sorry. I was going to say it wasn't converted, but it was converted. So it's actually a bad precedent for Sid Warriors. And BG won the back-to-back entries against him. Fury went on to win the round. And if that trend continues, this match will be over in the next minute or so.
Yeah, I don't really care about anything you just said, guys. All I want to see is Vaughn get a kill here before this round is over.
But you might be waiting a while. Oh,
Well,
actually,
I hope not.
You won't be waiting too long, but it's not going to happen.
Well, yeah, there's not 90 seconds left, so I'm not waiting that long. But I just want to see Vaughn swing something, go for a kill. The problem here, right? And other people are going to look, oh, he's 0-7. He's also playing Sight on defense, and he was playing Hard Breach on attack.
He's not
You
throwing.
said it. Yeah, he's not throwing. Like, if he wants to start swinging things and start starting early in rounds, it opens up potential for the attack to take good position. And Fury on the defense have not really lost, you know, too many of these contact positions. Like Collis is getting aces. There's no one left for Vaughn to even kill. And no one's even getting close to Sight that he gets involved. But I want to see him get a kill. Come on. He has to probably he needs to push off Sight because
Based on what I'm seeing here, they're not making it to Sight.
yeah, they're not going to get to Sight. I know with the flank up black stairs, he should get another one here. Not quite. But that player in Dinny is very much pinched. One player left, Doctor. Come on, Vaughn, send it! Or maybe Doctor just run into the side. Vaughn!
Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go.
Move, BG! BG, move! No! Yes! No! No! I've just gone through 1,000 emotions. I think BG Man was like, trade me, just trade me. And Vaughn couldn't trade him. Look at him, look at BG Man. Oh, well, Fury get the win. Second place. It feels like a bit of a warm-up performance for them heading into the playoffs, but not a warm-up that was required because they get the bye now. They do not have to play tomorrow. They get a week off, a week's break. Into second place they will go. It means we've got a confirmation. Knock Knock have made the playoffs in sixth place. They'll take on Elevate, though, a daunting task tomorrow night for sure. Commiserations to Hasib Warriors. You know, not the worst performance ever, but just completely outclassed by a Fury team that is peaking at the right time. And I cannot wait to see what they can do in the playoffs. Congratulations to Fury. Commiserations, of course, again to Hasib Warriors. And we'll go to the desk.
Commiserations to Xenox's poor little hair strands that aren't keeping with the rest of them there underneath that headset. But look, it's a somber note to end on for Hasib. They did give it a fair crack, Dev, but at the end of the day, we went into this knowing full well what the consequences of this game were going to be.
For sure, Hasib, they had a bit of a bad game, but can we just be excited for Fury for a second? They've made top 2. Everyone was saying that Elevate with the new kids on the block, the new roster was going to come through, Bleeder in peak form, but Fury were the back-to-back champions last year. One of my personal favorite teams. I've got a soft spot for the Thai teams, and they've made it on through. They've made it in second seed. They get a bye tomorrow. And I'm just really happy for them. And to do that while playing 2 of the matches they won with a substitute, and a substitute that, how do I put this kindly, is not at the, not quite at the caliber of the rest of the roster.
Wow.
That's quite impressive. And it just means that Lycolis has an excuse to pop off. And I think that's bloody awesome.
It's pretty crazy that like Vaughn and Xenox have 2 things in common. They're both old and they both can't play. But Mandy, you don't need to play when the rest of your team is doing what Fury's doing. It's a really good look for Fury heading into playoffs. You know, even a 7-3. I mean, you've got to say that that's probably for us in terms of competitiveness. I know this sounds brutal, but that is the pass mark for Hasib. Fury is the second best team in Asia.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I mean, Hasib, they started out on the defense first half. They got their 3 rounds, but as soon as they tried to make their attack attempts, it was just absolutely abysmal. Unfortunately, Fury just really took over from there on out. And yeah, I mean, Hasib, they gave it a crack on a map that's pretty hard to crack into. So yeah, they tried their best. I think I wouldn't advise going back to Skyscraper, to be honest, if I'm a team like that, trying to get your fundamentals down, that type of thing. But I gave it a go.
You said, you know, elementary from, you know, the game, I guess, mechanics and knowledge, elementary from Hasib versus Fury coming into this. Sorry, I'm absolutely dying. I had a small bit of mineral water before we came back, and it was the worst idea I could have had. But we were kind of, touting this as a very, very difficult uphill battle for Hasib. But what we needed to see from Fury was to double down and to lock it in. That they did with their coach. Speaking of their coach, let's welcome in James Bond. Vaughn joins us now. Vaughn, welcome, my friend. How are you?
Welcome. Hello. Today I feel great because the result is good, and then I hope that we can win, and then we got what we need. That's it.
Yeah. Look, you've subbed in twice now for the team. Are you feeling like next stage you're going to be playing?
No, I'm not going to play for sure. That's on record. Okay.
Look, I did want to ask you, obviously it was a slow start to the stage. The first game you guys lost to Jalita, then you played Bleed, which was always going to be the hardest game of the stage, and you lost. But now you've won 5 matches in a row, every single one. You've looked better. 2 of them, obviously, you've had to play because of the substitute situation. How is the team feeling? Like, what's the vibe moving into best of 3s? Because obviously you've made it into the top 2, but you're not in that number 1 spot yet, and there is only 1 place at the major for Asia.
Mm-hmm. I think you're asking for the overall our performance, right? For overall, from my perspective as a coach, I think that we all did great every single matches. Even we lost to the Jelida, we lost to the Bleed, but we tried something new. We try to control the game. We try our way to play, and then hope for the result. And the mindset is quite important for this stage for us because we just finished invitation and then we just have the competition right away on stage 1. Everything quite fast, but we stay firm and we trust in each other. We focus on the process as a team at the Fury. That's it.
Yeah, my question for you is, what is your process and contribution to the team as a coach? As a head coach, are you more on like the strategic side? Are you the person that writes up all the strats? Or are you more on the mental side of things, like trying to get the players in the right headspace for performance? Do you do a bit of both? Talk us through what you do on the team.
I think overall for this question, it's clearly that the player take control or the way of thinking, the how they want to play. For my duty and my responsibility is just finding the niche and what works and or not, something like that. The process is quite that the player need this, and then I just find the answer that is possible or not, and then we try to find the way. Or if I have information, I give it feedback to them, and then they just try it out. And we can kind of try it out together, so we know what exactly this strat is working or not, something like that. It's a two-way communication for the team.
It sounds like everything's actually coming together really nicely as we hit the last portion, as we get into playoffs. You guys, with this win, have jumped up into semi-finals and you get a bye. So first off, congratulations for that. And secondly, would you like to say anything for the audience at home before we let you go?
Can I say it in Thai?
Please, go for it.
เราทำสำเร็จครับขอบคุณที่เชียร์และเจอกันนะครับผมกับรอบ playoff ครับผม I say that thank you for the cheering and then just hope for the best for us in the playoff. That's it.
Vaughn, very wholesome, my friend. Congratulations on a great stage, and we're keen to watch the performance of Fury heading into playoffs. Take care, mate.
Thank you. See you.
Very well spoken, and it truly, truly does go to show that there is a process hidden and driven behind Fury that we are unaware of, Dev. It's kind of scary to think that this is where, I guess, the ultimate form of Fury is going. You know, they accept defeat against the better teams, but they're trying different things.
Yeah, and these guys have actually been around the block for quite some time now. I remember back a few years ago, these guys were kind of like the Daystar of Apex South. They were right at the bottom. They started, I think it was stage 1 in 2022, I'm going to say. They were dead last in the league. They were completely winless. And then by stage 3 that same year, they made it to the Sweden Major, the Jönköping Major. This is a bit unfortunate showing Vaughn's stats, but
wow, you can't do that. You can't do it.
But the guy was a mad lad. And also, I got something to say about Vaughn. So it turns out, after 6 Invitational, after these guys were knocked out, obviously the teams always fly home the next day, sometimes the same night that they get eliminated. It's really ruthless. But Vaughn and Lycolis, I bumped into them at one point, the day of the finals, and they just stayed the whole time. They wanted to go and experience the whole event. They were spending that extra time, networking, obviously, getting connections with these other teams that they will likely be scrimming if they manage to do boot camps overseas in the future. I think that, these guys have actually become, veterans of the scene. Obviously, Lycolis is a veteran of APAC, but I think that the international experience that these teams, and particularly Fury, as the most experienced team in Asia right now, have garnered, I think it's going to benefit them greatly. And we will see that in the BO3s. That was the round robin done. Put a line through it. BO3 is a different beast, especially for Fury, and Bleed know it better than anyone.
Well, speaking of the games that we've seen over the last couple of playdays, how about we talk about Playday 7, the games that we've just seen. Some upsets, in fact. And I would say, I know this is outlandish, I would say that the result between Knock Knock and Jolita was more surprising than the result between Direwolves and Elevate, Mandy. It was
my God.
It was would you disagree?
I would not disagree, actually. Yeah, I feel like the gap between Jolita and Knock Knock was much greater, to be honest, at least what we perceived it on the desk. And now that you've said it, I agree. I wouldn't have thought about it if you didn't say it, to be honest, but now that you have mentioned it, I think it is very outlandish.
Honestly, it goes to speak volumes to where this league is at and where it's going as well. The fact that, we up until this playday, we were saying, hey, Direwolves, we've kind of written them off as a bottom 4 team rather than a top 5 team. I know for viewers at home it sounds like the same thing, but you get what we're trying to say there. We're alluding to the fact that there is a bigger gap between Direwolves and the team above them. But to be fair, every playday they've showed up and they've been competitive. Today was the day they turned that conversation, and heading into playoffs, it was so important. Knock Knock securing playoffs, by the way, with that overtime loss against Jolita. Very well could have been an overtime win. Very well could have been a regulation win. But it doesn't matter. It gets them across the line. It was a very, very tough game for them, but it was harder for a Civ. They had Fury that they had to play. And unfortunately, when we looked all the way back at the start of the day, Daystar just had, I'm just going to say it, Dev, they had no hope in that game. And unfortunately, that means that Bleed has locked in top spot, which is fortunate for them, but a little bit sad for Fury.
Very much so, and it is funny, just on that previous graphic, we saw the difference between Bleed and Fury is actually only 1 point. So if Fury had beaten Jolita in overtime instead of lost them in overtime, we could well have seen Fury in that #1 spot. So a lot of people seem to think that Bleed have this league under wraps, and I just want to emphasize that is not at all the case, especially when we do get to BO3s. If Fury and Bleed meet, it will be in the grand final, and historically, Bleed always beat Fury in BO1s, but Fury always beat Bleed in BO3s and in the big games. Bleed know that better than anyone. They were tweeting about it as well. It's a bit of a running joke, a bit of a curse that they've got. But of course, far before we're sending a team to a major in the grand finals, we've got this single elimination bracket starting in those 2 quarterfinals. Elevate versus Knock Knock. That is going to be a real wake-up call for Knock Knock. I think they've had a great performance today, getting their 6 rounds, but it's only a fraction of what they need. And of course, Direwolves versus Jolita is a really exciting one as well. Direwolves obviously got a bit of an upset win over Elevate today. Let's see if they can do the same against Jolita. And then, of course, it's not double elim. We've got the losers matches to determine 3rd and 5th places as well.
Yeah, Mandy, what's your game of the day for tomorrow?
Tomorrow, definitely the second one. I mean, Elevate. Look. I think
question,
Elevate. No, come on, I think Elevate Knock Knock will be pretty rough. Hey, so I think the second one, Jolita and Direwolves, especially after what we saw from Direwolves today, damn, there's a real possibility that one could go the distance. Even today, Jolita struggling a bit against Knock Knock makes me think that second game is going to be a barn burner.
I think it has all of the great makings of a quarterfinal, and the fact of the matter is, the winner of that does have to go play Bleed. So there's no easy game in this. Elevate's game against Knock Knock, you could probably look at that and go, yeah, Elevate should have their number. But, you got to remember, Elevate are coming into their into their finals bracket run with a loss under their belt, whereas Knock Knock are coming in a little bit inspired. I'm trying to sell it. I can't sell it. It's too hard for me. But Dev, are there any final thoughts on how the round robin stage has panned out?
No, just that it was good. I really enjoyed it. I'm just so glad we got playoffs. I'm just going to say, I love the new format we've got. Like last year we had, in this region, we had like the 2 leagues and then they fed into an LCQ, but the LCQ was a bit weird because it's like, why have we done this whole tournament round robin just to seed into an LCQ? It's not really an LCQ, it's the only chance qualifier. And now we're just into like an actual playoff bracket. The only thing that's missing is a second spot for this awesome region. But
yes.
we'll see about that in the future. For now, it is like no holds barred. Like we have, I reckon, 3 teams in this region that are good enough to go to a major, and only one of them's going to make it. So which one is it going to be? Or could it even be one of the other 3 in this bracket that could be a dark horse?
God, we hope so. We enjoyed the underdog story, but it is time for push to come to shove. We go to playoffs tomorrow, but unfortunately that's all we have time for tonight. Thank you very much for joining us, and please take care, stay safe, and good night.